So this is the schoolgirl Year 8-9C Coxed Quad Scull. Just in the final stages of racing now, about 100 metres from the line. Seymour looking very, very comfortable. This is a preliminary race, so all of these crews will go through to the final. From right of screen in lane 1, we've got Wilderness School, Scotch College in 2, Walford in 3, Adelaide in 4, Seymour taking that win in 5, Loretto in 6, a scratching from Norwood in lane 7, and Unley in lane 8. Oh, that glare is making it really difficult to see at the moment. But I'm here with Andrew Southcourt. Andrew, welcome to the live stream. Just straight into the mic.
Thanks, Joe. I'm happy to be here, and as you said, this is a preliminary race. Everyone will be going through to the final, but this is important. It's one of the last hit-outs they'll have before Head of the River, which is only 4 weeks away now.
29 days.
29 days, 28 days it must be. And just looking. That's the Wilderness crew. Looks like, well, they're...
Okay, and so just for those tuning in now, the results from the first race, which was the schoolgirl Year 8-9D Coxed Quad Scull, we had Seymour E-Crew in 1, Loretto Marriotteville in place 2, Walford Anglican in place 3, Seymour College in place 4, and Scotch in place 5. So that was another preliminary race. And we look like we're lining up for the schoolgirl Year 8-9B Coxed Quad Scull for race 8. And yep, we've got a start there coming down. And I'm going to pass over, since we've got only one microphone between us today, I'm going to be passing over to Tash Tunney, who's helping us out today. And I will leave them to it as I get my crew out in the water.
Okay, thanks, Joey. So g'day, good morning to everybody. Beautiful day here on the water. We've got some really, really nice conditions compared to what we saw with our last school premiership carnival. So really good opportunity for these newer crews to get out on the water in some nice conditions. So a lot of these crews that are on the water today we won't have seen before because there was a lot of scratchings with these younger divisions. So it'll be good to have these kids out on the water for the first time and representing their schools. So we are, where are we at? We're just coming up to the 500. 750, about right. So
just looking from right to left, we can see in lane 3 we've got Loretto Marriotteville, lane 4 Norwood Morialta High, lane 5 Unley High, lane 6 Pembroke School, and lane 7 Walford. And just looking now, I think we can say it's a race between lane 3 and lane 7. So we've got Loretto Marriotteville and also Walford Anglican School on the far side coming out to an early lead.
I think that's right from your guess here. We've got the binoculars on the end of the course here now, so we're just zooming in on that Loretto crew there. So just having a look at their blade work. So these are 8-9 B Cox Quad. So there are places 1 through to 3 will progress through to the A final, and then places 4 and 5 will go through to that B final. So it'll be interesting to see what tactics are being used here, whether they're going to go out hard to secure that first 1, 2, 3 and then back it off towards the finish if they're know that they're in that top 3, so they can save something for their next race that will be following. A little bit of sun glare out there today because it's such a lovely day, so we're not going to complain about that one. So this will be our Walford crew over in lane 7 that we're zooming in here. So see the girls just rowing in the catches a little, so something for the coach. I'm sure they're all looking back on the live stream and using this footage as a bit of a coaching tool as well. So they'll probably sit down with the girls and take them through their races and their footage and see where they can improve things for the next regatta.
So it's still a good race for the third place, which will go through to the A final, and that's we've got in lane 5 closest to us, Unley High School, and lane 6 Pembroke School as well. So it looks at the moment like Wolford in lane 7 are out in first place, Loretto Marriotteville in second, and there's quite a tussle going on there between lane 5 and lane 6, Unley High School and Pembroke School, and Norwood Morialta in lane 4, they're taking up the rear.
Yeah, just watching that Wolford crew there, they've really upped the rating and they're getting some really good send, lots of run on the boat as they're finishing that stroke. So they're really getting their legs on and getting lots of power through the water there. Loretto crew not rating quite as high as these girls, but the Wolford girls looking really strong there towards the finish. So that's a really good race for them. Get the cobwebs off and blow things out. And you can see our Loretto crew coming across in second place here. And our third and fourth place crews will be a little bit tighter. So it will be between the two middle crews. So we've got between Unley and Norwood Morialta. And I think, oh no, Pembroke. It's Pembroke, yep. Pembroke, yeah, they're going to get that one across there. And then it'll come back to Unley High. And we'll see Norwood Morialta just coming into screen now. So great job by those crews. Tidy rowing from those girls there. Timing's really good together, working together. So that's good stuff from those girls. Alrighty, so going on to our third race for the program, we're into the schoolgirl 8-9 B grade Coxed quad. So same again, there'll be 3 progressing through to the A final and the bottom 2, 4th and 5th place, going through to the B final. So we've got 5 boat race here. So in lane 3, we've got Adelaide High, then Seymour College, Scotch in 5, St Peter's in lane 6, and Wilderness in lane 7. And you can see they are often racing. So these kids, they're doing a 1 kilometre race. So later on in the program, when we get to the older age groups, you'll see them doing a 2 kilometre. But for these younger divisions, they're just doing the 1K for them.
Thank you, and thanks, Tash. So looking now, they've gone through. They've probably got about 600 metres left to go. And it looks like the crews closest to us. So we've got Adelaide High in lane 3, and out in front it looks like a race now between Seymour College in lane 4, Scotch College in lane 5. And then we've got Wilderness School in lane 7, probably coming third, and then away back to Saints Girls in lane 6. So as we said, the first 3 will go through to the A final. The placings at this regatta are important because it does affect. There's no heats on Head of the River Day, so you need to qualify to get into the A final for Head of the River. So that's what these schools will be competing for, and they're also all competing for school premiership points as well. So it actually looks like there's clearly sort of 3 crews out in front. You never really know in the heats whether some of the crews sometimes cruise through and then bring it for their final. But there's a pretty good race going on there out there between. We can actually see Wilderness in lane 7 have pushed out to a lead now, and then we have it's lane 4 Seymour's College and then lane 5 Scotch College, and then it's back to Saints Girls and then Adelaide High in lane 3. So if we have a look at the Wilderness crew, yes, we can see that there. And if we have a look a bit closer at their blade work, they look like they've got that's good, nice catches, good run on the boat, and also we can see in lane 4 Seymour are finishing well as well. They've got you might notice like some of the crews. So you can see here the Wilderness crew have got a Cox sitting up, and then they've got the Seymour crew closer to us. The Cox is lying down, but in the bow, and then we have the more traditional in the third place for Scotch, I think that is. We've got the Cox in the stern. So that was Seymour College. Year 8-9B Coxed Quad, Seymour College, crew of Alex Wheaton, Grace Barrera, Abigail Worm, Taya Archer, Millie Rook, Cox, and coached by Jocelyn Kelly. They've gone through to the A final, as has Wilderness School and Scotch College. And it was Saints Girls in 4th place and Adelaide High in 5th.
Okay, good stuff there by those girls. They're just zipping through the program here. The officials are pretty hot on it here. They don't like to muck around at the end, so as soon as one's race is finished, they're on with the next one. So we're going to go back to the other end now, and we've got our 8-9 A-grade Cox Quad. So these are the crews that you'd expect to have the best blade work, being the tidiest crews. So they may have had a little bit more time on the water than some of those other divisions. So in this race, going from right of screen, in lane 2, we've got Unley High, 3 Wolford, Scotch College in 4, St Peter's Girls in 5, Loretto in 6, and Seymour College in lane 7. So it looks like Loretto at this stage, from this distance, has got a little bit of a lead on the rest of the crews. So we've got Lucy Hoskins, Emily Lang, Isabella Deans, Eliza Hogg, Emily Dagus as the Cox, and the coach for this crew is Rebecca Cock. So I think these girls were here last regatta and they performed quite well. So it'll be interesting to see if they're still up there. And it looks like also the Scotch crew in the middle on the other side of them is holding reasonably strong as well. So with this one, we do have 4 boats going through to that A final. So there's going to be 1 extra crew sneaking through. So we'll have a 4th place going through to the A final, and then 5 and 6 placings will go through to that B final.
So as Tash said, the conditions are fantastic today. It's really the water's very flat. So this is an opportunity for the crews to really focus on their technique. And the Loretto School in lane 6, they're really in a commanding position right now. And it looks like we can probably say that it looks like it's now a race between Seymour College in lane 7 and Scotch College in lane 4 for 3rd place. And then 4th place is quite tight. We've got Wolford in lane 3, Unley High School in lane 2, and Saints Girls in lane 5.
Just got the Loretto girls on screen here, and you can just see they've got really good drive with their legs, good connection. Catches could be a little bit snappier, a little bit sharper, something for Tom to work on with the girls. But you can see they're really grinding it out. They've really got their legs on and really sending that boat. So rating-wise, they're probably rating this similar to the other girls. So nothing crazy, nothing that you wouldn't expect to see. But really good timing, sequencing together. It's just a crew that clicks when you get a crew that works together. So you can see they all work together. Nice hands, hand heights are nice and steady. So the girls looking really tidy there.
They're looking good. So they've finished that race. Here, I mean, one of the great things at the quad level is just how many schools are competitive, and in this event, which is the Year 8-9A Coxed Quads, we've got 11 schools that are putting in crews. Only 8 will row in the A final on Head of the River Day, so this will be something that will be on all of these girls' minds, is actually trying to get a place in that coveted A final. But we do see that there's a lot of competition, especially at this level in the quads, and that was a very good row from Loretto Marriotteville, and I think their coach will be quite pleased with how they came through that heat.
Okay, and our ever-efficient officials have just got the next race lined up on the water. So we have got, it looks like a 4-boat race here. So it could be that, just going to count my lanes here, 1, 2, 3. Lane 4 is empty at this stage. So it was a Pulteney crew, so that might be a late scratching from that crew there. So you can see the little taps, little bits of blade work on the start line. So when you're at the 2K mark, you do have someone there to hold the boat, the stern of the boat, to keep you nice and still. But when you're starting at the 1K mark with a deep water start, you've got no one to hold the boat, so the girls have got to do it themselves. So we've often racing. So you can see with this off the start here, the girls shorter strokes, faster strokes. Because the boat's at dead weight, they need to get it moving. So they're going to take some short, sharp strokes to get the boat up and running. Then they'll do, 10, 15 strokes at a higher rating, and then they're going to settle down and lengthen out that stroke and increase the power. So they're going to drop the rating, but increase the leg power here. So we're just coming in on our crew on the far lane at the moment, which looks like it's our Wilderness girls. And then you can see Pembroke on the right of screen. Very even, those two crews at the moment. It's quite an even race, actually, between all of these crews. So the officials' boat there in the background, they'll follow those crews down the course. They're there for safety reasons to make sure that, if anyone capsizes, that they're there to help them, but they're also there to make sure that the race is fair and no one's going out of their lanes. So we've just got our Adelaide High crew here, just on screen. One of the developing schools. I drive past Adelaide High every day, and I always see on their little billboard they've got their rowing program going. So it's one of those programs that's newer to the scene, not as steeped in tradition as your Saints and your Scotch colleges that have been at it for quite a while now. So it's good to see those programs developing and putting more crews forward every week.
I think that's right. I mean, what we'd ideally like to see in rowing is more participation and more schools involved. And it is an expensive sport to get involved in, and there have been various programs to help schools with the equipment cost, help them with coaches as well. What you've been involved with, Loretto, Tash, and what you're finding as you're getting more people involved, there's a bit of sort of administrative load as well in terms of sort of just managing that program with your coaches and so on.
Yeah, absolutely. So the Loretto program's grown really quickly. So it's gone from a 30-odd team to now almost 60 girls in the space of about a 12 to 18 months. And so with all of those extra rowers comes all the extra tasks and administrative, and you need more boats, so you need more funds. So for those developing schools, it's balancing the size of the program with what you actually have as well to keep it going. So we can just see our Adelaide High crew here doing really well. Little things to work on, but certainly not looking to.
Sorry, I think that might be Wilderness.
Was that our Wildy girls? Yeah, it was.
In lane 7. So they're.
And that's her.
They're out in front, and is that
Norwood Moriata, Pembroke.
And then we're looking for Pembroke. So.
Here we go. We're coming across.
Here we go. So now we've got. So this is Wilderness in lane 7.
Looking really strong there.
Looking good. And then we've got Pembroke in lane 6. Then I think it's back to Norwood Moriata in lane 5, and then Adelaide High in lane 3. Now all of these crews will go through to the A final. There's 4 crews in the race, and 4 crews will go through to the A final. So the pressure is perhaps off in this race, but look, it's an 1,000-metre race, so it might take them around 4 minutes or 4 to 5 minutes. And so there should be a reasonable chance of recovering in time for the A final. So
we're just seeing our Wildy crew crossing the line there. So that's Molly Dwyer, Grace Dowling, Marjorie Tucker, Lulu Detmold, and we've got Cox of Sophia. Sorry, I've got Lucy Detmold Cox as a surname, and then we've got Sophia Taib Farrell as the Cox. And no coach down there listed for that crew, but well done to the Wildy girls, and Pembroke placing 2nd, Norwood in 3rd, and Adelaide High coming across in 4th. So great stuff. Alrighty, moving on to the boys. Not quite the big boys, but
no, but these are these are Year 9 boys, and they're also racing over 1,000 metres. Now, Tash, you did a bit of surfboat rowing, and you did some sweep rowing as well. What are the differences and what are the similarities? What sort of skill set do you need that work in both?
I think they're very similar. You can't fuel in a surfboat. The surfboat's so big and heavy and clunky that you have no fuel. So you don't know when you're rowing badly necessarily, so it can hide a whole lot of sins. But I think the fitness between the two is very similar. Our races, while are different distances, they can take similar times. So you do need a bit of grit out in the surf. So I think if you're not a strong swimmer and you're not confident in the water, then surf boats isn't for you. Stick to the river. But yeah, I've been doing it for a long time, since I was 14, and I'm now up near 40, or maybe just past it. But yeah, it's the fun. It's not as serious as your river rowing. So what we find is a lot of kids that come through the school program will then go into a uni program and then perhaps transition into a surfboat rowing because they just want to, not quite so serious, a little bit more fun. We do a lot of travel interstate together with all the clubs around. So we're off next week or the week after to New South Wales for our national competition. So the technique's the same, but you've just got to have a different feel. So yeah, it's a lot of fun.
A bit more surf over on the eastern states beaches than you would get in the Adelaide beaches.
Yeah, absolutely. So we've seen some pretty hairy conditions over there, sort of up to 8 foot. So yeah, and it's quite big this weekend over there. There's some competitions over there, and I've heard of all up and down the eastern states carnivals being relocated because the conditions are so big. So we're a bit more safety conscious these days, so we tend to move carnivals, whereas back in the old day we would have just gone out in it and survival of the fittest.
And where are the surfing nationals this year?
They are up at the Sunshine Coast.
Oh, right.
Yep, so up to the Sunshine Coast, and then we've got our national surfboat competition. So we have 2 competitions, one in New South Wales, down south on the south coast, where the bushfires were last year. So we'll head in there and in a couple of weeks and see how everyone's sitting poised for nationals later on up in the Sunshine Coast.
Cool. And we've also got the rowing nationals coming up the week after Head of the River, and that's being held in Lake Barrington in Tasmania. It's actually it's a fantastic course. It hosted the World Rowing Championships in 1990. It used to be that the National Rowing Championships would move around and each state would take its turn, but in more recent years, it's pretty much been states will put in their bid, and the Olympic rowing course at Penrith has been hosting it most of the last decade. The last time we saw a national rowing championships here at West Lakes was 2011, I think, and the then state government made sure that the course was permanently buoyed, so it would be eligible to host the nationals. But Lake Barrington, it's a beautiful course. It's a little bit remote, but it's certainly a beautiful course, and doesn't get the sort of wind variation that you might see on a course like West Lakes, which can be affected by the southerlies and northerlies as well.
Alrighty, and I think we're underway now with our first of our schoolboys races. So we've got the Year 8-9D Coxed Quad. So the way they do the order of the racing is they start with the lower divisions and work their way through to the A division. So we're starting with the D division here in the Coxed Quad. So this is a prelim, so all of these crews will race again, so no need to bust a kerfuffle valve, yet it's still a good opportunity to practice your race plan and putting it all together. So you also don't want to waste your opportunities to get some race practice in. So in lane 2, and I'm just checking to see that we've got all of these boats in this race. We've got 5 on the water that I can see, but we've got 8 on the list. So I reckon lanes 1, 2, 3 may even be empty. So when they get a little bit closer, we'll be able to go through the crews. But it looks like the crew in the middle is possibly Scotch. I think I can see the yellow blades is looking strongest at this stage. So I think we've got lanes 2 and 3 empty, which is St. Peter's, and I reckon we've got PAC, then we go to, or maybe we've got one Saints,
we're missing,
lane 2.
I think we're missing lane 2.
Yeah, so we've got lane 3, St. Peter's College, then we've got PAC, Prince Alfred in 4, Scotch College in 5, possibly 6 is empty, and then we've got 2 St. Peter's crews. So we've got St. Peter's College F and St. Peter's College E sitting in lane 8. So there's some depth there with St. Peter's.
Tash, that's right. And looking here, this it looks like the PAC crew is out in front. But what this does show, I mean, firstly, it shows there are 4 schools that are able to boat a D crew at that level. So it does show quite a lot of depth. But also, it looks like Saints haven't put out their G crew, but they've put out their D, E, and F crew. And often there's a lot of competition in these levels. You can see the E's beating the D's or the F's beating the E's. But that does show a lot of depth in the St. Peter's program. I think only a few years ago, PAC had a real lock on this category under Amanda Tidswell. I think she won 7 out of 7 races at one head of the river, and we heard about that. And but now it's looking like Saints are giving PAC a run for their money in terms of boating crews at this Year 9 level. But now, if we focus on the PAC crew in lane 4, they're looking. They're looking good, a little bit tired, but they're now coming to a clear win. Now all of these crews will go through and race in the final, and now we see it's the in lane 3, it's the St. Peter's D crew that's coming second. But really, it's a close race between all of these crews, and. Just watching the finish line now. Okay. So we have it was PAC first, St. Peter's College D crew second, St. Peter's College E crew third, and St. Peter's College F crew fourth, and Scotch College as well. And now we've got the schoolboy Year 8, 9C Coxed quads. They're just coming up. It's a 1,000-metre race. They're coming up to the 750 metre mark, and. We've got in lane 3, Nord Morialta, lane 4, St. Peter's College, lane 5, Prince Alfred College, lane 6, Scotch College, and lane 7, Unley High. And right now it looks like this looks like a good race between St. Peter's College, Prince Alfred College, Scotch College, and I think Unley High. So we've got 4 crews there. This is only a preliminary race. But we see there's 4 crews, all pretty close. As they come closer to the finish line, we'll be able to sort of focus on some of those individual crews. I think it's. I think at the moment, it looks like a good race. It looks like Scotch might have the edge now. They're just. Coming into the final 500 metres, and again we're seeing it's a good race between. So actually, something's happened to the Scotch crew. They've just had a bit of a wobble, and I couldn't see if it was a crab. It possibly was. It looked like they turned a little bit, and now there's like 3 crews all vying for this. So this will give them bragging rights for an hour or two until they have their final. But actually, here we go. St. Peter's College in lane 4. So if we just have a look at that crew in lane 4, and we can see they're now they're going quite well. Scotch is in a little bit of trouble, and they just seem to have stopped again. So, and the PAC crew has slowed down as well. Look, it's possible some of these crews are doing it to conserve their energy before the final. But if we have a look at the Saints crew in lane 4, we can just see how they're doing. It looks like they've got good boat speed and not rating very high. It's the crew of Joseph Giradini, Braden Sims, Sam Robran, Vincent Baroni, and George Griffith as the Cox. So just coming up to the finish line now. Okay, we're just going to be off air for about 20 seconds. We're just making some adjustments to our AV system.
Don't talk until 10 seconds, 20 seconds for me. Yep. And I'll go up and try and adjust that there. Cool, guys. Thank you.
How are we going to know when to talk?
Talking to Joe then.
All right, so we're back, and now we're looking at the Schoolboy Year 8 9B Coxed Quad Scull. We've got
7 boat race.
seven boat race, and again they're underway. If we have a look, it's in lane 2. We've got Unley High School, lane 3, St Ignatius, lane 4, Scotch College, lane 5, Adelaide High, lane 6, Prince Alfred College, lane 7, Norwood Morialta High, and lane 8, St Peter's College.
Okay, and it looks like in the middle of the course there that it's Scotch that have got off to a early lead and possibly over to the PAC crew as well. So a little bit far out for my ageing eyes to pick who's actually in lead at this stage, but it does look like I can see those yellow blades of the Scotch crew and the PAC crew up there with them. You can see all of those crews on the right-hand side of screen just making their way up to the start line. So they're doing their warm-up, going through their drills. Their coach would have given them some stuff to work through. So they'll have their Cox taking those crews through their warm-up drills and getting them ready for their next racing that's coming up. So we've had a little bit of a switch with our commentary now. So we've both got microphones. So hopefully you should have some improved audio there.
Thanks, Tash. And just looking now, I think what you can see is it looks like it is a race between Scotch College in lane 4 and Prince Alfred College in lane 6. Saints is challenging in lane 8. And also Unley High were doing well early in the race. They might have fallen back a little bit. I think if we have a look at that crew in lane 6, we're watching them, the Prince Alfred crew. Their blade work looks neat, and they're getting reasonable run on the boat. I think
Okay, and we're just coming in on our Scotch crew there. So this is a bow Cox boat. So you'll see some different positions the Cox are in. So they're either in the bow or in the stern of the boat. And you can see the Cox sort of getting nudged backwards and forwards each stroke. So usually you'll see that when there's a bit of weight going to the back of the boat each stroke at the catch. So the boys might want to just slow down their recovery. But Saints have really turned it on here on the outside lane. They've really taken it to PAC now.
Yeah, that's a good race, and actually, I think
fantastic too.
They do look good. Let's have a look. So we don't know who's who's coaching that crew, but that's the St Peter's College crew of Max Walsh, Hugh Hazel, Reef Cross, Oliver Hamilton, and Eddie Moss. But now Princes have answered the challenge, and that's the PAC crew of Arjan Desange, Hugo Knight, Archie Underwood, Charles Wundenberg and Zach McRae, and that's coached by Richard Hamoud. So the Cox is now sort of leaning forward. He looks to be sort of a bit more comfortable there. And now we have
Scotch in third.
That's Scotch in third.
So this is a prelim, so you're going to see those crews all going around again. So over onto race 10 for the program, we will be seeing A Cox quads for the schoolboy 8-9. So these will be, instead of having that prelim, there will be a cut. So crews 1 through to 3 placings will go through to the A final, places 4 to 5 through to that B final. And we're expecting to see a 5-boat race with this. And just our previous race is just finishing with our last crew coming across the line there, which looks like it was Norwood. It might have actually been St Ignatius.
Could have been. They look to have had a bit of trouble. I think the bow, so there we can see they've run into
sitting out there.
They've run into a bit of trouble. So possibly bow seat has a mechanical failure or something like that, which is a very hard thing to deal with in the middle of a race.
Comes off its rollers, there's not much you can do.
It happens to everyone. So and luckily for them, this is only a preliminary race, so they're still through to the final.
Alrighty, so we're underway and we've got 5 boats, which is what we're expecting. So in lane 3, we've got PAC, 4 Pulteney Grammar, 5 Adelaide High, 6 Unley High, and 7 St Ignatius.
But already looking at that, it looks PAC look like they've come out to an early lead in lane 3.
Oh, now I'll tell you something about this crew.
Yes, so you know something about them. Oh, it's
yep.
coached by Amanda Tidswell. So
well, last School Premiership series, this crew came out and raced, and they won by a few boat lengths, and then they did the invitational for the 910s and won that as well.
Wow!
So
wow!
Super competent crew. Work really well together. A lot of fun. So we've got in that crew, we've got Eddie, Stunnell, Louis, Charles, Alex Hamoud as the Cox, and Amanda coaching. But they were good looking crew. So
Amanda's got a very strong reputation for producing crews, which are technically very good and also very fast. And this is a typical crew coached by Amanda Tidswell. Blade work looks great, timing looks great, and they look to be doing it fairly easy. They're not rating terribly high. They're looking sort of long in the water. Saints, that's Unley High. So Unley High, they're in lane 6. They look good, and perhaps not as crisp as the Prince's crew. No, they look good. And remembering these are Year 9 boys, so these boys will be, possibly rowing in the top crew in 2 or 3 years' time. But they look really good.
She's a perfectionist, Amanda. Having rowed with her and being coached by her, I was terrified of her when I was 15.
She's done a great job there, and that looks really good. Interestingly, I mean, probably over the last 30 years, beginner rowers, they start off sculling. So it just means, firstly, they're better rowers. Secondly, they're not sort of getting that asymmetric development from rowing bow side or stroke side. A good sculler will make a good sweep rower, but if you've learnt sweep first, those skills don't necessarily transfer.
I can't scull.
There you go.
I can scull beer, but not
but you can sweep in a surfboat.
Yeah, I can sweep in a surfboat. Well, no, sweeping in a surfboat is what we call the guy who
Cox.
steers. No, he steers it.
Steers.
No. Cannot do that. So that was Unley. So really strong performance there from Unley. That was great stuff to see there. So that was Jack Wilkin, Patrick Lee, Nate Lesueur. Nate Lesueur, now I know him. He is at Glenelg Surf Club.
There you go.
Bailey Hancock, Max Munt coxing, and coach was Harry Holmes. And we've got our Adelaide High crew.
Or is it St Ignatius? Is it St Ignatius?
It's St Ignatius there. So Jack Kelly, Adam Leach, Alexander... I'm not going to try to say
Stankiewicz,
Levi Villios, Alexander Kavanagh, and Rosie Kavanagh coxing. So a bit of a family effort there.
Why not?
And George Hummer as the coach. Okay, nice stuff there.
Okay.
So impressive crew, that PAC crew. There's probably 2 crews out of the last School Premiership series that really stood out, and they were one of them. And there was a Loretto crew with Victoria Binns in the stroke seat, and they were just amazing crews to watch. So looks like we've had another mechanical failure, unfortunately.
Just trying to work out which.
Is it St Ignatius?
Maybe that's St Ignatius.
Lane 7 it is, yeah. I can see
our
the
apologies.
buoy markers. They're St Ignatius. Unfortunately, have had a malfunction or a piece of equipment that's not doing what it should do. So the bow sitting out for that race, unfortunately.
I do remember 3 years ago, Head of the River, the PAC crew was sort of similar to this one, and they had a huge mechanical failure in the middle of the race, went sideways. So that was the end of the race for them. And my son's crew, which was Saints, they had an oar pop out of the rigger at the start, and they wouldn't restart. So it does tell you that anything can happen.
Check your equipment
and
twice.
Be obsessive about those gates, and prepare for anything.
Yeah. Okay, so we've got a 4-boat race here. So this is our... what are we up to?
Oh, sorry. This is...
race 11.
We're still 8-9A
Cox
quads.
So so many boats they can't fit them all in one race, so they've had to do 2 heats for this one. So this is heat 2, 3 going through to the A final, 1 through to the B final, sorry. So we've got in lane 3 Pembroke, Norwood Moriata in 4, St Peter's College in 5, and Scotch College in 6. And you can just see Scotch and Saints on screen there. And it looks like Scotch is out in front at this stage. So working from left to right, that's pretty much the placing. So Scotch, Saints, Norwood and Pembroke.
Pembroke.
You can just see our
Norwood
crew there, and then our Pembroke crew on the right of screen.
So the first 3 crews here will go through to the A final, and that's important because how you place in the A final over these 3 school premiership regattas affects what lane you'll get on head of the river. If you're ranked first, you end up with lane 4, lane 5, similar to the sort of
swimming
rankings that they have in swimming. And so then you've at least possibly got your competitors on either side, and you can keep an eye on them
that's where you want to be in
during the race. Middle is a good place to be, and obviously you want to be in the A final as well. And what we see, so I think with the girls that we saw before, I think there was 11 schools that were able to boat an 8-9A Coxed quad. Here we've got 9 schools, so one will end up. So they're going to have a sort of 6-boat A final here today, and then a 3-boat B final.
That's really interesting that there's the 11 schools able to field with the females and 9 with the boys. We see a very similar thing in our surfboat rowing with our juniors in that our female participation and the number of crews is much greater than the boys. So I don't know where the boys are and what they're doing, but they're not on the water.
Well, I think it's been brilliant how many like when I was rowing, we had like 4 schools that were 4 schools that had schoolgirls, and that was Pembroke, Scotch, Adelaide and Unley. Wolford started more recently, about 1990-91, and then so now let's just look
back to that race for a minute. So Scotch doing it quite easily. So
that's Harry Bridgewood, Harry Comerford, Oscar Kittle, Lee Wingard, Tom Wright, and coached by Tom Shelton. So Oscar Kittle from a sort of well-known rowing family. If it's the same family, I think sister won schoolgirl first 8 a few years ago, and another Kittle was stroking the Scotch first 8. So they're well-known Scotch rowers, and I didn't realise that there was another one coming through. So there's Scotch looking good at that level, and then I think Saints next.
Yeah, in second place. Norwood Moriata across in 3rd, and then we're just seeing our Pembroke crew in 4th place. Coming across now.
All right, so Pembroke will go to the B final, but Scotch, Saints, and Norwood Moriata will be racing in the A final later today.
I'm tipping the PAC crew in that A final.
They do look good,
and
really I think at this age level, I wouldn't go against Amanda out of the stable of Amanda Tidswell. But it's interesting. I mean, if you have a look at it, PAC have been very good at this level, at the sort of 8-9s and often 9-10s, but sort of in the last 4 or 5 years. Saints with Sam Locke and James McRae have just sort of had that edge over Prince.
Yep.
Even though Princes have got pretty good depth, but I mean I think what we'll see later with the when we're coming up to the senior crews, the first 8s and second 8s is I think Saints does have greater depth at that level.
So it'll be interesting to see. We've got Will Mailing now taking over the program at PAC. So you always need a couple of years, I think, to establish and get yourself going and implement those changes that you put in. Always take a few years to sort of sink in. So it'll be interesting to see over the next few years how those things come to fruition, and whether we start seeing that push from PAC really pushing Saints.
Well, I think more competition is good, and look, Andrew Randell, who's one of the Australian national team coaches, he was coaching at PAC in the last decade, and he won 3 in a row at Prince's, and then Scotch won as well. So, certainly, and I think probably 5 or 6 years ago, Saints rowing was a little bit in the doldrums. Prince's had won 3 in a row, and then Scotch won, but they've certainly got their act together now, and that's a challenge to the other schools. At the 8, 9, 9, 10 level, I think there's a lot of competition, and there's a lot of schools that can boat competitive quads.
It's a steep learning curve when you're at that end of the game too. So it gets harder as you get older, because it's that real tweaking and finessing, and
then it's the 1%ers. It's just it's that sort of smaller things. Like, everyone can get to a certain standard.
Okay, so we're with race 12 here, and this is a first of our 7-8 races. So these are the young ones, the little young guns out at it. So this is our, they've just started. They really are at the, the beginning of their career. So you're going to see, the blade work won't be so tidy, and it won't be looking so finesse. But, for any parent that thinks that, wants to criticise their child, I challenge them to get out and have a go, because it is really, really tough what they're doing.
I think probably the most important thing at this level, if they can row in time, that actually does make it a lot easier.
Yeah,
and
that's what I said to my daughter on today. She's coming down for her first race, and I said, just row together. If that's all you do, then that's what you can do. So we're just going to go through our crews here from right of screen. So you can see the Wilderness crew there in lane 3, and then we've got Seymour in lane 4, and then just coming over to lane 5, you'll see Seymour College and then Scotch College. So Seymour at this stage look like they've got quite a handy lead on the other crews, and some of these girls will have only been on the water a handful of times. They may have only started with the term 1, so we're a handful of weeks into the term, so they may have only been on the water 3-4 times. So it's quite daunting getting thrown into this, but it really is the best way, I think, for them to do it, is just to get in, have a crack, do a race, and they'll learn so much from today, from just the atmosphere and what it's like going to a regatta, and hopefully they'll get sucked and drawn into it and want to stick with it. That's
right. And look, that Seymour crew, they're looking pretty good. They're in time, and this is a little bit ominous for the other girls' schools, that Seymour at this level are able to boat down to a G crew, so they've got 7 quads, and that can.
And they look this good.
That's right. This is the this is the Seymour F crew, and no, it's actually the G crew. So the G crew is beating the F crew. And that does sometimes happen at this level. The selection is not always perfect, especially with the lower crews. But I think that coach, whoever is coaching that crew, would be pretty happy with how they're going. Something's happened here to the Scotch crew. I'm not sure.
Little crab.
They're just starting again.
So it's a much tighter race for the bottom of the field there. So those 3 crews. So it's probably Scotch and Wildy maybe just ahead a little bit. But you can just see, the crew, the Seymour crew that are doing quite well. They're not rowing perfectly, but they're rowing together in time.
Rowing together.
And it makes a lot of difference when we come back to those crews that have placed 2nd through to 4th. It's just a little bit out of time together. So if all you can do is get it in and get it out together, then you're going to be doing well. And they look really good there. I mean, that's right. That's a good example.
And I think often what you see is, look, some of these crews, they would be doing it quite tough, and they haven't quite got their rhythm right yet. This is probably, as Tash said, this is probably one of their first outings. Okay, it looks like Stroke has stopped there in one of the crews, but she's come back in. So I think they're just really, and 3C, you can see they're just really learning how to row together. And in a scull, that's difficult, because if you're not sort of going at the same time forward and back as everyone else, then you will hit blades, and that will cause a problem. But anyway, look, well done. They're all through to the next race, so they'll get another race. And look, and this is a pretty these are what, year 8s, so they've got a lot of rowing ahead of them, and some year 7s as well.
Yep.
So they've got a lot of got a lot of rowing ahead of them, and but the basics will just be to master that timing, and that will just make the races a lot easier.
Excellent. Okay, race 12 done, and we've just got Jo joining us here. She's been coaching, I believe.
Yeah, I've just put one of those new 7-8 crews out on the water.
Oh.
It is literally their first time racing. So, and I'm not sure what you've been saying, but yeah, a lot of these crews...
It's been very complimentary.
Yeah. No, this will be their first time lining up.
Yep.
This will be the first time interacting with the officials and the umpires.
Nervous for them.
They're, like, one of the girls in my crew, she's going to hate me for saying this, but she's just petrified she's going to catch a crab.
Yep.
And my little pep talk, you know how coaches love to talk about, race plans and stuff. I'm just telling them how to get out there and how to get back in. And that if there is any issues, it's stop, put your hand up, and an umpire will come and help you.
Nice.
Yep.
Which I think, I don't know, it's really easy when you've been doing it for so long to know what to do. You forget what it's like to be a brand newbie out there on the day. But like I was saying to some of my colleagues before, you never forget your first race. I remember mine so clearly because we missed it.
Oh, no.
My coach had these lofty ideas of us doing an extended warm-up and we went completely the wrong way and missed our race.
Oh, no.
There you go.
Okay, so we are underway here. So this is the 7-8 D and E Coxed quad. So we've got in lane 2 Wilderness, Scotch E in... Sorry, I'm going to say the E's and the G's because otherwise there's a double ups here. So we've got Wilderness E in lane 2, Scotch College E in 3, Scotch in 4, Seymour E in 5, then Wilderness in 6 and Seymour in 7. So fair bit of depth from these schools, Jo.
Scotch and Seymour. So many crews, my goodness.
Wildy.
In 7-8 as well. And Wildy as well. My goodness. Well, they're the top 3 on the ladder at the moment for the School Premiership Series points. So it's no wonder with that kind of depth, they're doubling their chances to win this race and take those points home. So, yeah, really interesting with the year 7s coming into high school.
Yep.
A lot of people have asked why we've got a 7-8 category here now, and it's because, well, through the government legislation, high school now starts from year 7 rather than year 8. So obviously these kids are exposed to rowing younger, and we need to give them a place to learn it younger.
I think it's a really good move though by Rowing SA to sort of adapt the year 7s and bring them in, because I think you find at that age the girls and boys are turning 12, 13 and they're not too far away from finding that sport that they want to carry on and do.
Yeah.
And I think we've got our foot in the door now with those younger ones.
Yeah. Getting in early.
8, they could have, branched off into something else. So.
Oh, no. So it looks like we've got an issue from that Seymour crew on the far side. Yeah, it looks like the bow seat there's just caught a little crab and, not really sure what to do, but good on them for stopping.
That's right. They were going sideways for a while.
Yeah.
So it looks like, okay, so we've got the 2 Scotch crews and also Wilderness School.
Yep.
They're
both Wilderness schools by the looks of it.
That's right. That would be so they'd be out. That's the first 4, and just trying to see. So one Seymour cruise. It looks like there's only one Seymour crew out there.
So there's this Seymour crew to the right of screen and the Seymour crew going sideways out into lane 9 because I think they've had an issue, maybe a breakage.
That's it.
In the boat, so they will row it down in lane 9.
So we've got Scotch in lane 4 here at the moment on screen. So they're doing a really good job, these girls, working on their timing. And then you've got your E Scotch crew in 3 next to them pushing up. And next to them is the Wildy crew as well. So that Wildy crew is just coming up on the outside there on the right of screen.
Oh, and I reckon she's
little
just caught a crab.
Bugger.
Yeah, I know. But yeah, I actually think it might be the
Scotch in 4.
Scotch in 4, leading it down. Perhaps Scotch in...
Yeah, I think Scotch over to Scotch in lane 3.
Yeah.
But it looks like that
Wildy in
second Scotch
third.
crew, they've got some. I mean, this is what we see at this level. Just mastering that timing in a quad scull is difficult, and I think all
and
of
the
the
two hands together, like coordinating two hands to do the same thing at the same time, it's really difficult.
Yeah.
so there's
And it does take only one stroke where you're off, especially when
Yes.
it's this tight. Look at this. This is...
I think what we can say is there's no shortage of effort here.
No.
There's like tremendous effort.
But this is unreal.
And it's actually a great race. So
This Wildy crew.
so the Wildy crew is
I was
actually
coming up on the
travelling.
outside.
They're travelling quite well.
They've got it together. Oh my goodness, who's it gonna be?
in lane 2, and you
I
can
reckon
see
this
they're-
Wildy crew's going to do it.
Yeah,
Yeah, the girls.
they're-
Well done.
They're travelling quite well. Is that which one?
That's
Can you
a
say
really
which
good-
one
so
you're
that's-
coaching? You're coaching, Joe?
No,
What-
I'm at Norwood Morialta.
Oh,
They're
there
up.
we go.
So that was Wilderness School in
E.
Their
So,
E crew.
And then Scotch, their
E.
D crew, and then Scotch E crew. And then that looked like the other Wilderness crew.
Yep.
And
That's
then
right.
the Seymour E crew
Yeah, so
just finishing off there. And to be honest, it's just getting your boat on the water
Yep.
from point A to point B
and, just
and
row
back
together.
in and row together
Yeah.
and come in and still able to
Yeah.
speak to each other as well.
Yes. No, that was really good racing from those girls there probably for what is some of them their first time out in the water.
Yeah,
first race.
absolutely. I can't believe that was such a tight race.
Yeah, it's great stuff.
Love this. Yeah.
you would still have friends with people that you rode with, when you first started
Yeah,
rowing.
absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
There's actually quite a few people who are down coaching now who I rode with. So interestingly, Jess Carlson-Jones, who coaches at Walford, we rode in the first 8 together.
There you go.
Yeah, back in 2008.
It's a sign of your age, Joe.
Thank
Wow.
you.
Coaching.
Yeah. But
Alrighty.
it's good because it shows you that there's still people who, oh my gosh, 13 years on, are still involved in the sport and active in the sport. It's such a great sport. I'm not biased at all. It's great.
Alrighty, so we've got a 7-8C Coxed Quad schoolgirls on the water racing now. Lane 2, we should be expecting to see Scotch College, Pembroke in 3, Wolford in 4, Seymour in 5, Unley High in 6, Loretto in 7, and Wilderness in 8. Not sure if we've got any late scratchings. Just trying to count the boats there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Reckon lane 3
Is
might.
that the Pembroke's crew or just?
Pembroke.
Where's
1, 2, 3. I think lane 3 is sitting empty, so that might be a scratching from the Pembroke school there.
Yeah,
We're just
Pembroke
coming-
that's,
Pembroke
okay,
have scratched.
So that's the Walford crew in lane 4. So it looks like there's been some substitutions, but Mia Spears, Emily Weir, Zara Hutchinson, Diana Lawrence, and Zoe Wyman as the Cox. This is there's 7 crews in this, so they're going to all go through to the final.
Sorry, in the 7/8s, it's just one race for them today.
Yep.
Sorry, Joe.
So they're not
I was
they're not
confused by
overwhelmed.
I was confused by this, but look, that's the Wolford C crew in lane 4. I think if we have a
Yeah,
have
so
a
on
closer
screen,
look,
that's just the Seymour crew from the last race.
Okay.
But yeah, at the moment, I think we've got the Walford crew really.
Quite comfortable there.
they're in a good. If we just have a bit of a closer look at the Wolford crew.
That's really good rowing from those girls, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think they're getting paced by Wilderness over in lane 8 on the far side of the field.
You're right.
They've just popped
They've
out
come
of nowhere. But yeah, having Wilderness taking out the race before, you would expect them to have some strength in their. Yeah, so look at them.
So there's two good crews. They're not close to each other, but the
we've
Coxes.
just had a crab,
Oh, yeah.
unfortunately,
So,
there by the straight.
that's a tricky one. So
And you can see how
she's
hard it
trying
is.
to recover,
Just to
and she's
recover it.
just having some trouble feathering her blade.
There you go. Yep, she's
So-
back in.
So, all right. So Wilderness are back away, and
I reckon they've got enough
and-
distance.
Still got enough, I think, to hold on here.
But
So
it's
just-
going to be tight.
yeah.
It takes
So
a
they're,
lot to get it back up and moving after something like that. But I do think that Wilderness do have
It looks like it,
the
doesn't it?
technical prowess and probably a little bit of adrenaline after that to push them through over the line in first position.
Oh,
so
they're
Just
clearly
the
out in
shadows
front,
there,
aren't they?
They've recovered really well and got that boat running again. So that's good stuff by them. The Wolford crew sitting comfortably in second place. And then I think we go back to our Scotch crew and Unley. And we can just see
Unley rowing, really nice.
they have
They are.
had a couple of crews that have performed well.
Yeah, so they're just pulling. Yep. So this on screen now. So that's that Scotch crew coming through. Unley rowing quite nicely at the back there. Bit of length. But yeah, obviously a lot of strength in the in that Wilderness crew. And it looks like we're just having some issues with a couple of crews. Just
Right.
Steering
perhaps,
issues there.
yeah, perhaps there was a crab or something. I'm not sure what happened.
Is that Seymour
Or
again?
or is this the same?
Loretto.
Or it's tricky because I don't think they're in their lane at the moment. Oh no, I think this is the Seymour crew from lane 5.
Right.
And we've got Loretto at the right of
Yeah, so
Seymour having some
N5.
challenges
Yep,
there.
that's the Seymour crew of Abby Jones, Lavina Akil, Izzy Archer, Maggie Simer, and Adelaide Salu in the Cox seat.
I guess the important thing is here not to be discouraged.
Yeah.
And look, I remember watching my own sons rowing, and I think at this level he had a crew that managed to capsize the whole boat. So
in a quad.
in a quad, it takes some skill.
Yeah,
You
you have to be especially
he's-
talented to do that.
I think he was in the sort of year 8Ds at the
Yeah.
time. He's probably sort of moved on from there. But,
Henry's doing pretty well at the moment.
and
was our Loretto crew.
that was one of his early races. So I think it's important for kids at this level and also the parents just to understand, this is they're just learning the sport. They're getting
Yeah.
a taste of it, but don't be discouraged by early disasters or shipwrecks or anything like that.
No, and so
These are my girls, guys.
Oh, very exciting. So this is Schoolgirl 7-8Bs, and we're going through lane 1, Unley High. They're still lining
Yeah,
up. So
definitely
we'll
still lining
we'll just wait. So they're still lining up.
So not as quick a turnaround as the 8-9s, but it is because this is the first time they've had to line up
Yeah,
a boat.
absolutely.
And it's really hard to do when you even know what you're doing.
Yeah, you need to. Well, interestingly, we have a more experienced Cox in our boat, which is allowed
helps.
by Rowing SA. Because we know that these 7-8s are so inexperienced, we do allow to have a year 9
Yep.
Cox in the boat.
Which is good to have a calming influence.
Oh my goodness, they were not straight and they started their heading straight for the other crew. My gosh.
Okay, so that crew from right of screen, we've got Unley High in 1, Wolford in 2, Wilderness in 3, Loretto in 4, Seymour 5, Scotch College 6, Norwood Moriarty in
Yay.
7, and Pembroke in 8. So too far away to tell at this stage. But Jo, your crew's in 7.
Yeah, we'll be watching them with keen interest, but don't put too much pressure on them, otherwise they'll hate me and never come back.
And I know these are mainly Year 7s from the Loretto crew heading out here because we've got one of my crewmates, Gina Bell, her daughter Lucy is having her first outing.
She in Year 7?
Yeah, Lucy's
Oh my goodness.
on her she only started rowing, I don't know, 2-3 weeks ago. So literally
yeah.
in the deep end.
Yeah, well, these girls, they had their first training camp, I think, the week before school went back.
Yep.
So it was great because they had some time
on the water.
and they got to get to know their schoolmates.
Yes.
Because Norwood hasn't introduced Year 7s. I think they come in next year.
Yep.
So it gives the kids a lot of confidence to walk into their classroom on their first day, knowing a few people and a few faces around already.
Yep.
And that camp was with, you know, the Year 9s, and the seniors were there as well. So that was really good. I think it's a great program.
Where do you hold your camps?
They were here.
Oh, down here.
Yeah, so they have been on the course before, so that's
works well.
exciting. So I reckon it's this Wilderness School crew in lane 3 who are looking very dominant again. Potentially
Scotch are up there
being
as well.
paced by Scotch, yep, and possibly the Pembroke crew on the far side, coached by one of my old girls, Lucy Angus. Not doing too badly there. And that crew in the centre of the field on screen now doing well as well. Is that the Loretto crew? No.
Next door to them.
Seymour in lane 5. But overall, pretty well paced. Up amongst it in the mix. All of the crews doing well. We haven't seen any major incidents so far. But looking very tidy from that Wilderness School.
Give us a check on the rate here, Joe. What are these
The Wildy girls?
Wildy girls rating at? So when we're talking about rate, we're talking about the speed at which the blade is going into the water and out of the water. So each stroke, how many strokes they're doing per minute.
I've got them around 30 strokes a minute.
Okay.
Which is pretty good.
Cruisy?
Pretty
Nice.
cruisy. Well, no, not cruising at this
Not for
stage.
But what we see now, like this is Year 8Bs, but they're looking technically pretty proficient. So
Yes.
so the timing is good. They actually look a bit more experienced than girls who are sort of really probably racing their first. I spoke too soon.
Yep.
And
that Scotch crew's really
so now
pushing
now
it.
Scotch are travelling quite well. And
Well, Wilderness being an ARTA 12 school, you have access to the younger
Sixes,
kids.
yep.
So I have heard about schools who do have that
Alright.
ARTA 12 pulling in the Year
early
6s
entry.
for,
I think
for a day
I think
or whatever.
Wilderness in lane 3 are now coming back,
have,
and
yes.
So it's quite a good race you can see between Wilderness in lane 3 and Scotch in lane 6. If you look at how the how the sort of lane markings are coming, you can see it's actually very close. There's only a few metres in that. So
Really good send from those girls there, the Wildy girls. Great stuff.
Wilderness have just pulled away. They've just
Yeah,
pulled
look
away.
at And Scotch there coming in for second place.
Oh, and we've got a little bit of an issue on the course.
Ooh, Wolford have got a problem. So
Just those little crabs.
They just nip up out of nowhere.
I do. They just pop up and bite you when you least expect it.
Exactly.
So for those at home, we're not talking about crabs like nipper crabs. It's a term we use in rowing.
Yeah, when you lose touch of an oar and you catch it on the water.
Oh, they're looking reasonable, those girls. That's a really good job. And like we said, first outing for a lot of these crews because of the...
Come on, girls, hold them off. Oh my gosh, are they going to do it?
Go, Loretta.
Yes! No, that's my girls. That's the Norwood girls. Oh, well done.
All right.
I think this is our Loretto crew that we're seeing just coming across now. So really fresh girls, these Loretto. So this is their sort of first of their junior crews.
Yep. But if I'm not mistaken, this is what we came here for, the next race. Is that right? Is your daughter in this one?
oh yeah.
Good Lord.
So
Welcome to Crab
there we
City.
go.
Well, she has nearly concussed herself in a boat before,
She
hasn't
did.
she?
A couple of times. She did do the Berry Regatta and filled in for one of the Year 8s and copped 2 crabs in the same race and gave herself a blood nose.
Yeah.
So.
How good.
All
But,
right.
that's how you learn.
Yeah, I reckon we've got to start here. So from right of screen, we've got Seymour in 1, Wilderness in 2, Loretto in 3, Scotch in 4, Unley in 5, Pembroke in 6, Wolford in 7, and St Peter's Girls in 8. So that's the first St Peter's Girls crew we've seen in the 7-8 division. So
It's really
good
good,
on
isn't it?
them, yeah.
Eight schools fielding crews. That's amazing.
Yeah,
Really good
and
stuff.
it's interesting. Obviously, Norwood don't have a crew in this race, but so that's nine schools.
We can see St Peter's crew on screen at the moment. So, and as we've said, as you go through from the D, C, B into the A divisions, you'll see that technique start to improve and get a little more proficient, particularly for those schools that have got the depth that have had down to G crew.
Yes.
Smaller schools and programs like Loretto, they only have 3 crews, so they won't be as proficient, but at least they're out there having a go.
But I think, if you look at this level, Loretto is very competitive. Like Loretto will, they're often winning races.
Yeah,
and,
their 8-9s are right up there. So.
I've got to go get my girls off the water now, so I'm going to leave you guys to it. Doing a great job, guys.
Thanks, Joe.
All right, so we've got our Wildy crew that we can just see there at this stage, looking really good. In the background, we've got our Loretto crew just having, a little bit of challenge with their balances, getting their hands in the water together. And you can just see the different in the depth of the schools. Our Scotch crew here on screen, so they're looking quite strong at this stage. They possibly, I think, are out there leading with that Wildy crew. They're probably Wildy maybe just ahead of this Scotch crew, but looking strong there. And then coming across to we've got Unley, Pembroke on the right of screen, and Wolford. So we can just see Wolford, and then coming into that St Peter's crew. So at this stage, I'd say it's the Wilderness crew that's out in front, and then we've got our Scotch crew and
possibly Wolford and Saints Girls.
And Saints, so it's quite close actually.
Yeah, so that's okay. So now we've got a good look, and I think you can see that it's Wilderness in lane 2. And a pretty good race between, it might even be like Saints Girls. It's a pretty good race between Wolford, Scotch, and I think Saints Girls are they've just dropped off the pace a little bit there.
So you can see the Cox looking across there at the other lanes. She's going to just sort of try to place herself and then urge those crews on. They're coming into that well into the last 250 metres now. So she'll be really pushing the girls. They're only getting one race today, so they want to make it count.
So that Wilderness crew, they're looking good. And if you look at their catches, they're actually coming in sort of clean to the water. And at this level, sometimes the catches can be going a bit high and they're losing a bit of water. But Wilderness don't have that. They're actually placing really well. So they're looking technically good. Wilderness is, so at the moment we've got Wilderness first, Scotch second, and now here we've got a crew actually Seymour have just come up. They're going to get second place, and then it's Scotch, and then it's Wolford in fourth, and then it's
Pembroke are having a real push here on the line.
Let's have a look. So that's really close.
Really close.
Nothing in it. Maybe Pembroke got it over
St Peter's Girls. And then coming back to other crews in the race, so we've got our Loretto crew yet to come across. We've got them just on screen now.
Okay.
Let's have a look at how they look. They don't look too bad, so I've got my daughter sitting just behind the stroke there.
Was this her first race?
First regatta here at Westlake. She's done one at Berry, filling in with some older girls.
I see.
And then Cox's Lucy Cornish, one of my little girls from the surf club. So good to see the surf club girls coming out onto the flat water.
Helping out. Yeah, no waves today, so no white caps on Westlake.
And Unley High crew here, doing a great job. It's an interesting coxing. Do you have to use your hands to steer? I haven't seen a bow coxed.
I think you use your hands to steer. So,
interesting.
Anyway,
trying to urge that crew on and get them across the line. So that was the A Cox quad of the Schoolgirl 7-8. So really good stuff from those crews. Seymour in lane 1, they came out of nowhere.
They really did, and they finished very well.
Second,
but that Wilderness School crew, obviously they're looking like technically good good crews. So obviously a very strong wilderness program at that junior level. So now it's schoolboy 7-8E Coxed quads. And we have, like, closest to us, it's lane 3 at St. Peter's, and then lane 4, Prince Alfred College 2, and then lane 5, St. Peter's College F crew, and then over in lane 7, St. Peter's College G crew. And it actually looks like quite a good race between the
Saints
F and G crews. And if we have a look, so
I think we've got the F crew on the screen, and that is coming across to the St. Peter's crew in lane 3 now.
So this is interesting. It looks like the
think it's
G crew are beating the F crew, who's beating the E crew, and that often does happen at this level. They're really
not much between them, is there? Yeah.
new to rowing, but again this shows the depth at this level at St. Peter's College. That they're able to boat 7 Year 8 crews, essentially. I think it's only recently that Saints started rowing it this year. They used to only start in term 4 of Year 8, but they've just started now in term 4 of Year 7. Prince's started a year earlier, so that did give them an edge, I think, in those underage. But Saints is now doing it. So, and we're... so now it looks... okay, so we've got one of the Saints crews we're looking at now. And I think that's the G crew in lane 7.
Yep.
So they'll... the Cox is very happy, got his hand up there. And then next we've got the Saints F crew coming through. And then it's the Saints E crew. It's good to see, looking at those coaches, Sam Upton, Jamie Grozev, Fred Fox, they've all just finished Year 12, and they are now sort of giving back something to the sport. Okay, so that's the PAC crew, and they're just trying to find their rhythm, and...
Just the timing. It is, isn't
timing,
it? It's just the timing. You've just got to...
it gets much easier, and it's actually a tricky thing because the distances are so small. So
to get it together.
Yeah, to get it together. And if you make a mistake, you will hit oars, and that will sort of cause more problems. Nice shot of the pontoon, and
busy.
Very busy,
docking, isn't it?
Very busy. And look at that. So we do have, like, the winds coming from southeast, do we think? Or
I think it's a little bit westerly. You're looking at the feathers here.
Okay. So southwesterly, but it's a sort of tailwind, so that will make the races a little bit faster. But it's not a strong wind. The wind does tend to pick up a little bit at West Lakes later on.
Alrighty. And we're now with the D Cox quad, so the schoolboy Year 7-8. Scotch College in 3, Norwood Moriata 4, Prince Alfred College in 5, St. Peter's College in 6, and Pembroke School in 7. So we've got the full field here, and it looks like St. Peter's College are out in front again. Really strong program. They've got some good stuff happening there. Just great depth. So you can still see, technically, they're still very new, learning, just really working on that timing. And that will be the focus, I think, for, like Joe was saying before, for these crews, there's not going to be, these crazy race tactics and game strategies when they get out here today. It is just about working together, staying in time. And for some of these Coxes as well, this will be their first time racing. So the pressure for them is to stay in the lane, which isn't as easy as it seems. And we've got our PAC crew. So
we're looking at PAC.
Screen. Look how little they are.
They're working hard. There's no lack of effort.
Really good stuff to see.
And their coach will be focusing on just getting that timing. Saints
very strong.
Making it look easy. Coached by Philip Marshall, who's
they look really good, don't they?
Involved with the Old Scholars Club there. they do look good. That's a
It's
Year 8D
fantastic.
crew, so that's the fourth quad
What's coming?
at Saints. It's ominous for
future
for other
eights,
schools,
isn't it? Yeah.
and because that's often a good sign to sort of get a hint of where things are coming. You know, look at who's competitive in the C's and the D's, because they're
Yep.
the ones who will likely fill the 8s in the future.
Yeah.
And kids develop at different ages. You know, someone can be fully developed at 13 and 14, but they may not necessarily be as competitive as a senior rower because they're,
Yeah.
most of their development has come early.
And this is Norwood Moriarty just coming across. And Scotch College. It's great they've got the yellow blades. It makes our job a lot easier,
Doesn't it?
They're always easy to spot, Scotch College. So well done to those crews there.
A lot of the other schools are variations of blue and or darker colours,
blues
and
and
that
whites.
makes it much harder.
All right, so we're on to C grade here. Yet to have a start. Looks like they're just lining them up and getting them ready to go. So tell us a bit about your background rowing.
Oh well, I grew up around rowing, and so my dad was very involved in coaching. So pretty much even sort of pre-West Lakes, I was coming down to rowing as a kid. So
Was that at the Torrens?
we had a lot of regattas at the Torrens, and every year we'd have one at Snowdon's Beach at Port Adelaide.
Yes.
Even travelled to an intervarsity up in Queensland when I was about
wow.
3. Big family holiday to go to intervarsity. So
It's a lifestyle.
have been around rowing for a long time, and now I'm able to enjoy the sport through my kids, who've both taken it up as well. So I rowed at school, rowed a bit at uni, and probably the least accomplished rower in my family. So most of my brother and sister all sort of did much more, and my dad and uncles probably did much more as well. But anyway, I have a love of the sport and
Yep.
long-term love of the sport.
Okay, so we've got race 19 in the program, so the 7-8 Coxed quad, and we have got, just checking if all of our lanes are there. I can see we've got PAC on screen there. They're in lane 8, and they
Looks like we're
they're
missing a few. We've got so there's
I can see a Scotch crew, and next to them we've got Pembroke on the left of your screen. The other side of Scotch with the yellow blades is our St Peter's College crew, and then it looks like lane 3 is empty. 4 is St Peter.
But we have got one in the So let's have a
and
look.
2. So I think Norwood Moriarty in 2.
Yeah.
Then we've got Christian Brothers as a scratching in 3. St Peter's in 4. Then we've got Scotch with those obvious yellow blades in 5. Pembroke in 6. And I think we've got a scratching from Unley. And then we cross over to our
Princes
PAC
in
crew.
7.
So it does look like Princes and Saints at this stage.
They're fighting it out.
Scotch hot on their heels.
And they're quite a sort of distance from each other. So in terms of the rowers in the boat will not sort of have much of a sense of where the other crew is, but the coxes in each crew will be telling them sort of just where they are and trying to tell them, if they need to push up on the other crew. So you can see as we go out to the wider angle, and you do find at West Lakes sometimes as you approach that inlet and you're in one of those far lanes, it can be an advantage or it can be a disadvantage. It just sort of depends on what the weather conditions
Yep.
are like.
You can get where they're crossing
and-
over at the moment now with the opening that goes around the island. It can get quite tricky there with the water movement, particularly for the crew that is on the outside, so where the PAC crew is. Today, conditions are lovely, so it's not going to have such an impact on them.
But I think Princes are travelling quite well
I think
there.
Saints
out
may
in-
just have them at the moment, but it is a really tricky angle from here, so I think PAC
Look, Saints have just stopped. They've picked it up again, but they just had a sort of minor mishap.
So we've got Saints on screen now. So this is our second place crew. So Saints here. You can see the boys looking across at that PAC crew. If I was rowing with Amanda, she would be telling me off for that. So you really want to see eyes in the boat.
Eyes in the boat. The coxswain will tell you
yeah.
where things are at.
Every little movement in the boat upsets the balance. So if you turn your head sideways, the boat's going to dip and rock to one side. So you've really got to resist the urge, as hard as it is, and look back.
That's right. So Princes are finishing
Fantastic.
very well there.
Really good blade work there by that crew.
That is. So that Princes crew is coached by Nathan Pye, and it's Tom McDonald, Darcy Greenwood, Zach Floriani, Samuel Commons, and Jack Stunnell, Cox. So that's another South Australian rowing name that keeps appearing. So
and our third place crew, Scotch here, just working their way towards the finish line. So in the Scotch crew, we've got Will Goldstone, Andreas Anderson, Mitchell Lucas, William Wilson, Charlie Poland in Cox, and Dion at sick basis as the coach. Apologies for any names we get wrong today as well, because there's a few curly ones that pop up every now and then. And we're now got our Pembroke crew on screen. So Pembroke fielding male and female crews, being a co-ed school, and they've got a really, really good program at the moment. Great numbers, really good depth. So great work from that school to build the program and get it to where it is. Oh, a little wobble there, just getting back in timing. That's really good to pick up the timing and get going again. It's really hard to row at this level when you're just learning. It doesn't feel as great as when the boat's running well, so that'll be something to come for these crews, to get that nice boat run and feel.
And this is quite a long distance for them to come to terms with. It's 1,000 metres, so it's a half the Olympic standard, but still it used to be crews would start off at 500 metres, go up to 750, 1,000 at year 10 and 1,500s in year 12. But now everything's sort of focused on really building up to that 2,000 metre race, which is very much like an aerobic race. So what do you think? You think it's explosive?
I don't think it's anaerobic, and I don't think you settle into aerobic. I think it's one of the most uncomfortable things that I've ever had to do. You never settle. I don't think you don't get aerobic, but you've gone past that anaerobic threshold. But I don't know that you
It's certainly one of the most intense.
You're never comfortable.
It's one of the most sort of intense things you can do. But definitely, I do think if crews sort of at the schoolboy level, if in the eights they're able to sort of settle down into a sort of long and strong rhythm, then they can they can and get that boat speed. But the shorter ones are still like anaerobic and explosive, but a 6 minute race that does need those slow twitch fibres, I think. So
Alrighty, so we've got a start here with our B Cox Court in the 7-8 schoolboys. So just on the right of screen, you can see we've got the PAC crew sitting in lane 2. Then we come across to Nord Moriata in 3. Just bringing in screen now is lane 4, which is Unley High. We go across to Scotch in lane 5. Then we'll see St. Peter's College coming into our screen now. Christian Brothers College, first crew that I think they've fielded today. And in lane 8, we've got the Pembroke School, which are ticking along nicely there. Off to a good start for Pembroke. So we've got a 7-boat race here, so that's good depth again from these schools. Great stuff from Unley to have so many crews being fielded, and Christian Brothers College, so bringing in their first crew as well. So Christian Brothers, they've been in the program for a while now.
They have. They certainly. In fact, they were winning Head of the Rivers in the 1980s. So and they've got a boat shed obviously next to AUBC there on the Torrens, so they have had. I think they've been rowing. They were rowing in the 70s, so they've been probably at least for 50 years. They've been one of the schools that would race in Head of the River,
No
if we have a look, so I think on this side, just look at the PAC crew. I think they're in lane 2, battling it out with Saints. So that's a rivalry that just keeps on going and going. It never ends. And I think at the moment, from here, there's probably about 600 metres to go, or they're about halfway through the race. And if we have a look,
I think PAC, yeah.
So we're now looking at the Saints crew. They're probably a little bit behind PAC, so we've got Saints in lane 6 and PAC in lane 2. So we just come out a bit wider.
Out of screen on the left-hand side. I just hot on the heels of that Saints crew as
That's
well.
true. So that's true. Over in lane 8, Pembroke are are battling. So perhaps if we just go a bit wider and we can just get a sense. So I think the PAC crew, they're travelling well, and coached by Charlotte Cushway, and then we have the Saints crew. They look to be second, and then Pembroke is coming third. So let's perhaps so what we can see.
I think, this Pembroke crew, PAC crew, are looking reasonably comfortable. Little wobble from the St. Peter's crew. So if the PAC crew can just keep their timing, not get the nerves of coming into that last 250, they'll be able to hold off any challenges here. And, they've got some really good run on the boat, letting it, just sending it at the finish.
That's right. So they just had a small mishap. So
they've done well.
Let's see. So this is actually this is very close. So let's have a look. So Princes have recovered, but it's actually nothing. Now they're just pulling out. So all right.
Really good drive.
Yeah.
From PAC. So Saints in
they
second.
were travelling pretty well throughout that race. Had a minor mishap, and they were able to recover pretty quickly.
Okay, and we've got our Saints crew on screen now, so they'll be coming across in second place there. You can just see they're getting a little tired now.
And then I think it will be Pembroke.
Yeah, Pembroke top of screen now. So
over in lane 8.
Good job from Pembroke there. You can see the rates just a little bit slower. They're not winding up as much as what the first, 2 crews placed. But they're good timing, sequencing together. It's interesting you see that with the boys, that a little bit of a lack of flexibility with some of the boys. They're not able to rock over like the girls. They tend to have the tighter hamstrings and just not quite as flexible. But great stuff here.
But that's a good point. The girls, it is important to have flexibility, and it does mean, like, sometimes a smaller rower can compensate for that. They can have a longer reach if they've got more flexibility. But as you said, boys tend to have sort of much tighter hamstrings, and the girls probably not as much.
The boys are stronger though, so it's a bit of a balance between the two crews. So Unley crew on screen here, just coming across, and moving over to the Christian Brothers crew here. So again,
they're in their purple rowing gear,
purple oars, so iconic for CBC.
That's right.
I don't think that's
the
7-8 Cox.
The Cox looks a bit. I think they're carrying a bit of extra weight there. I don't know.
I know. That makes it hard, doesn't it?
He didn't have to. What's the weight now for a Cox? Is it still 50 kilos for a male Cox?
I think it's. I
have to look that up.
I think it's gone up a little bit,
55,
I reckon.
Yeah.
We're talking about that last series. So we're well into our next race, which is the Schoolboy A Cox Quad. So we have in lane 2 another Christian Brothers College crew, 3 Pembroke, 4 Unley High, 5 Pulteney Grammar, 6 Scotch College, 7 PAC, and 8 St. Peter's. And it looks like at this stage St. Peter's on the far side in lane 8 have gone out really, really strongly, followed by PAC. Much faster race here than the other divisions that we've seen. So
that's right. But Pembroke are travelling well, in lane 3. So they are certainly they're challenging Princes. But I think at the moment it looks like. So we're now Now coming into the last bit of the race, and St. Peter's, they're looking very strong. Good boat run. So that's crew of, George Quigley, Lawrence Anderson, Harry Lake, Dougal Grieve, Banjo Yates, and it's coached by Oscar McGuinness. So Oscar's just recently been invited to trial for national selection. So congratulations.
So no surprises there.
on that Oscar. So Oscar would be very happy with how they look. They're rating quite high. As we said, it's like a 1,000-metre race, so it's only 3 to 4 minute race for these boys. They look at that. So their timing is good. The carbon fibre blades, and they're rating high, and they're finishing off well. So
length.
they've certainly got the edge on their competition right now. But let's have a look at the... so they're going to take out this race. Oh, they had a little wobble, and are they going to recover? So here comes Princes, and Princes are coming second.
It's a really proficient crews here. Great rowing.
They're both looking technically very good, and again we see.
I think we're jinxing all of the crews
whenever
here.
whenever we focus on it, but it's not career limiting. And now is that
Scotch.
It's Scotch. So Scotch coming third. No, again they're having some problems,
And
that's
there.
Pembroke. So Pembroke were doing well early on, and they've fallen back to fourth place,
Unley
still
High
got
here just coming on screen.
Unley.
So doing really well there. And they don't look, untidy. Their blade work's quite good. It's just that strength. And you can see the size in the bodies too, from that Saints crew to this Unley crew, the strength in the crew. And at this age, that can play a lot into it as well if you've got a little bit more size and muscle.
That's true, but certainly those Saints and Princess crews, they looked strong.
Proficient, yeah.
And and Princess was coached by Emily Elkery, who was world junior champion and very successful rower at Wolford, and won a gold medal at the World Champs when she was 18.
Christian Brothers and Pulteney Grammar going across the line together. So
now we're into some finals. Still over the 1,000-metre distance. So the races, this is the 22nd race now, and we've okay. So this is the 22nd race, and
You're right.
okay. So just going from left to right, we have over on the far side, that's Scotch College in lane 7. Then we have Wolford in lane 6. Seymour College E Crew by invitation, that's in lane 5. Loretto Marriotteville in lane 4. I've only got 4 crews out there, so one crew isn't out there, and then Seymour College in lane 3. So it might be that Loretto Marriotteville.
They're in lane 4, so if there's that yellow lane in the centre, looks empty at this stage, so I think it is a scratching from Loretto.
Okay.
They didn't look too bad in that first round, so interesting there. So
this is the Year 8-9D Coxed quad.
that's our Seymour crew on the right, and we're just panning across to our
Seymour College E by
Which is an
invitation, and they're doing pretty well. They're probably out in front right now, and they're being challenged by Wolford. And then it's probably third place is the Seymour College D crew, and then back to Scotch College. So Wolford is still sort of having a few issues. Seymour are looking good here. So in lane 5 in the middle, you can see that Seymour crew is out to a lead of a length or two, and then it's a race between Wolford in lane 6 and Seymour in lane 3. So looks like there's some power in that crew, and they're rowing
Doing really well there.
Doing
those
really
girls,
well.
yeah. So this is the second race for these girls too. So
That's right.
legs will be feeling a little heavy.
So this crew's coached by Ruby Hetherington. So Ruby would be happy with how they're looking. They've thrown it down to Walford.
Fantastic job there.
And they're gonna win this race by 3 lengths or so, that's a significant margin over 1,000 metres. Timing is good.
Yeah, that's really good stuff for those crews, for an invitational crew.
Oh, now we'll thank you.
Excellent job. So, Joe, just talk me through how the invitational works. I've just caught her with a mouthful of food.
Well, let's just finish off this race. So we've got the other Seymour crew. Look, that was very close between the other Seymour crew and also Walford, and then we've got Scotch over on the far side. Joe.
So crews by invitation come through if there's perhaps not enough in the grade below or to actually fill up a crew. We allow them to race just to give people a race. Mm-hmm. So there could be that there's a year 10 in that boat or someone that's not allowed to actually be in the crew. And then they get a race and they get the opportunity to be out there. Yep.
All right. So look, for whatever reason, the Seymour College E crew looking better than all the D crews. So Ruby Hetherington would be happy with that performance. And then it was very close between Walford and Seymour after that, the Walford Ds and the Seymour Ds. I just had some information just on the coxswain's weight. So for coxswains, for men, it's 55 kilos, and for women, it's 50 kilos, and for schoolboys and schoolgirls, it's 50 kilos as well.
55 or
Okay. Correction, it's 55 kilograms across the board, because we did notice a mature age coxswain a little bit earlier, and we suspect he probably wasn't carrying weights, but anyway. Not that he was overweight, just a bit older,
a little larger than the others.
Just a bit more mature. All right,
we're going to let Jo eat her breakfast and then she'll join us in the commentary here. But we are ready for a start in our second final. So this is the schoolgirl Year 8-9 C Coxed Quad. So we will have seen these crews earlier this morning, and they're going around again for their second race. So we have a full field here by the looks of it. Lane 2 is Unley High, Loretto in 3, Wilderness in 4, Seymour in 5, Scotch in 6, Walford in 7, and Adelaide High in 8. And we're just getting them lined up there ready for a start. You can see our other crews on the outside just working their way up the course, getting ready for their next races.
The thing about the invitational is that they can't actually win points or medals.
Okay, so Joe's just relaying from across the room. So with the invitationals, they don't win medals or points towards the head of the river. So, but it's an opportunity to get out and get on the water and get some racing and just see how they go against some other crews.
Have a look at that on the start. So what you can see, we don't have they're not starting from the held start, but we've actually got the boats all coming across as an angle. So it'll just make it easy for the coxswain just to sort of tap around and be in the right position. So these would be year 9 crews. So probably the coxswains will be a little bit more experienced, and they're. We've got to start.
We do. So from this early stage here, it looks relatively even. All very clean off the start there, so not seeing any obvious crabs or anything too untoward happening out there. We've just got our Seymour crew, our Wilderness crew on screen, and coming across to Seymour in lane 5 and Scotch in 6. Walford now on the screen in 7, and we'll just see Adelaide. Got an Adelaide High crew. We had a scratching.
Can't see them, so.
Oh no, they're just on the outside. They're just
there they are,
sitting out wider. So we do have a full field here. That looks like our Wilderness crew has got off to a good start.
Actually, if we have a look, so Unley is going quite well in lane 2, Wilderness in lane 4, and Unley got off to a great start. So if we have a look at lane, so now we're just focusing in on Adelaide High. They're having a few
little technical challenges. Oars upside down, just got to spin it around. Our Scotch crew are looking quite good as well.
Yeah, I think if we look at sort of lanes 2 to 6, we'll get a sense. So Scotch have come out to an early lead against Walford and against Seymour. So
yeah, that's good
and
stuff
then
there by
Wilderness.
That Scotch crew.
So Scotch, and actually, so Unley, they started well, but now the other crews in the middle of the field are now going well. So if we have a look, it's a race between Scotch and Wilderness and Seymour. So that's
You are expecting to see your faster crews in the middle as well with these finals.
That's right.
They've already
been seeded, and
sort of anticipate those middle lanes to be the stronger ones off the field. So Scotch there, looking quite strong. Jo's had her breakfast, smashed out her bacon and egg roll, and she's ready to join us.
Don't help me like that, Tash. Ooh, this is quite a tight race. What division are we in? What race are we doing?
We're doing C Coxed Quad, 8-9 Schoolgirl, and we have got Scotch, Seymour and Wildy, 6, 5 and 4 going head to head. It is really close.
How exciting. These are the top 3 ranked schoolgirl programs at the moment, as we saw from the results from our last school premiership series. So that update came out yesterday. We had
I have to
Walford.
I have to pull you up because Walford is
Walford are in there.
leading. So
I just realised as I started.
I let it go once. I won't let it go again. But I'm obviously unbiased. But anyway, here we go. This is a really good race. We've got Wilderness and Seymour, and Wilderness have got great boat run. And they're again, like what we've seen this morning is really technically proficient crews from Wilderness. They're looking really good, but Seymour are throwing it up to them. And let's just have a look. So good boat run. The Cox for Seymour is just like encouraging them to just go a little bit harder.
I think we've got a sister combination in the Wilderness crew. So we've got Willow Rand, Scarlett Paul, Johanna Robinson, and Sahara Rand. So I think the bow seat and the stroke seat are sisters. Mm-hmm. And Sophia Ryu, coxing there, coming across line first. Well done, Wilderness. And look, and that won't cause any problems in the Rand household in terms of like their race went well. And Seymour crew coming through in second. That was Katie Harford, Sasha Walker, Abigail Worm, Lola Paul, Olivia Rhymes coxing, coached by Samuel Walsh. Scotch crew coming through in third. That's Athena T, Poppy Burkett, Emily Rudloff, Bess McLean, and Maya McRitchie coxing, coached by Ella Bramwell.
And then we had Unley, Adelaide, and Loretto bringing up the back end of the field there. So great stuff to those crews.
Well done. Good racing.
Well, I'm going to hand over to emeritus commentator Philip Mangelsdorf now.
Yeah, Mangs has just walked
who
in.
I think has walked into the commentary position.
Yep, so thanks to Andrew and Tash for taking over this morning while I was running around like a headless chook, and especially thanks to them for hanging on to it while there were some technical difficulties. So yeah, really excited to be back up here for the tail end of the finals. We've got the schoolgirl year 8-9 B Cox quad. So this is the B final coming through. So from right of screen, we have Adelaide in lane 3, Unley in lane 4, St Peter's Girls in lane 5, and Norwood Morialta in lane 6. Now let's just get you...
That one?
Yep, we're on. Okay, and I think it is the Unley crew in lane 4 who are leading out here at the moment, doing a good job from the smaller public program, doing well. rowing quite nicely. I think I did notice these girls rowing really well earlier. They look technically quite proficient. And the St. Peter's girls crew in lane 5 doing well to keep contact with that Unley crew.
So good morning, Joe, and thanks, Andrew, for the commentary this morning so far. And Andrew's coming back a bit later, of course. This Unley crew looking pretty good to me, Joe. They're out in front. They've got a good lead, and you'd expect them to carry on and do the job.
Yep, so coming through the last 250 metres now, the boys have turned red, and the girls, they a little bit of steering, seeing them just touch the boys there, but you can see the look. This such a good shot. You can see the Cox there really yelling, urging them on to finish and do it well. They've put clear distance, so you can see just the bow of that St. Peter's girls crew. They've put distance between them and rowing nice and long. That stroke seat's really reaching out there. And yeah, Coxon just had a look around. Yep, definitely got it in the bag. So that's the Unley High crew of Ella Lillybridge, Linnea Fulch, Kate Hamilton, Anastasia Papafito, and Misha Van Womello coxing there. So well done, Unley. St. Peter's girls coming through in second. So Lily Michelin, Jessica Zhang, Jerry Wu, Maybelle Cook, Zoe Graves, and coached by Izzy Day. The Norwood crew of Ava Savarius, Samantha M, Amber Triglown, Erica Shaw, and Twisha S. Coxing there, coached by Amalia and Paddo.
So it's the B final, Joe, so we're expecting the A final as the next race.
Yep, so that will be race 25 coming through. Yep, just started there. So from right of screen, you'll have Scotch in lane 2, Wildy in lane 3, Seymour in lane 4, Walford in lane 5, Loretto in lane 6, and Pembroke in lane 7.
And it's Pembroke that are hosting the regatta today, is that right, Joe?
Yeah, absolutely. They've done it.
So we've got to thank Pembroke for...
Yeah, and their major sponsor, Carl's Jr., the burger joint. Go get a burger from Carl's later today. That'll be great.
Sounds good.
Yeah, that would be my second burger for the day. I'm such an athlete. It's so good.
But when you're an athlete, Joe, you've got to have this fuel consumption.
Yeah, I'm going to put it all down to fuel in, fuel out. Very good.
Got a close competition here, I think.
Yeah, I think this will be.
As you'd expect for an A final.
Yeah, A final of the B, and the B division of the Coxed Quad Scull is really quite competitive. So I think we're seeing a very even field, perhaps an early lead by Walford in lane 6.
I think the Scotch crew on the
lane
inside
5
are probably doing a good job too. It's, as you'd expect, a closer event with the working into the A finals and good competition.
But yeah, any crew can push through at the moment. I reckon they're just through the 500 metre mark now, so over half the race done, and they would just be winding to the line. Maybe that Loretto crew has, or beg your pardon, it's the Seymour crew pushing up on the Walford crew there. So that's the Seymour crew of Alex Wheaton, Grace Barrera, Daisy Howard, Taya Archer, Millie Rook coxing with coach Jocelyn Kelly. And the Walford crew, I think perhaps just maybe a canvas back now. Isabel Vicelli, Annalise Hayward, Dorothea Economos, Eliza Catinari, and Molly Moore coxing with coach Jemima Richter. Now, Jemima said these girls won their heat, so I reckon these two crews will be pushing it to the line, and that Scotch crew is about a length off the lead at the moment. But yeah, this is a good race, Mangs.
Indeed, and a familiar name to me there. I'm wondering if that Grace Barrera is Danny's daughter, because Danny rode in the King's Cup squad when I was coaching and was a great athlete. So I suspect there's some good pedigree in that leading boat.
We love that, and I think barring any issues, that Seymour crew has pulled out to a length lead and will cross the line first.
Scotch have got it up into second.
Oh, big finish from Scotch. We missed that. And yes, that Warford crew coming through in third. Wilderness crew coming through in fourth and Loretto in fifth. We should see Pembroke come through in sixth position. Well done. And remembering that that's an A final, so there were 4 crews who didn't make the final, so that, yeah, it's a real achievement to make the A final itself, I think.
Talking to some of the coaches, as I have done during the season and during the start of the new school year, they're all pretty happy with the numbers they've got in their clubs. The junior grades are really good. So what you said earlier, Joe, about the good competition in the B boats, that's due to the depth of the numbers in the schools, and that for a B final for a B boat, sorry, an A final for the B boats, it shows how good our school competition is in the girls and the boys.
It's great. I love it. And speaking of B finals, this is the B final for the A crew now. So it'll be a 2-boat race. Great to see both races out there.
Scotch and Unley.
That's not Scotch and Unley though. That is St Peter's girls. I wonder if something has happened. Let me just check back to live on Rowing Manager. Excuse us.
Yes, the colours are Unley and
yep.
Saints
So
girls.
change from the draw that we've been given here. We've got St Peter's girls in lane 4 and Unley in lane 5. So that's St Peter's girls crew of Sophie Upton, Matilda Powell, Olivia Oakes, Maddie Penley, and Coxed Francine Stavro, coached by Rachel Caminia. Rachel being a fairly decent rower herself. And we've just had an issue in that Unley crew. I think her seat's come off. Either she's fallen off her seat or her seat has come off the tracks, and that would be devastating for the Unley crew.
Hard to recover that.
You can see her looking
problem.
down to try and get it back on. It's so frustrating when something happens and you just can't fix it. But that the stern 3 are able to keep rowing, which is good because it means that they can maintain a bit of contact with the other crew. But looking at the gap between them, if that bow seat was rowing, I think they'd be up and about. So that Unley crew of Amelie Golding, Amelia Hollis, Tamara Bates, Maddie Amos and Cox Addison McLeod, coached by Annalise Size and Taylor Wood, doing a really good job with only 3 crews rowing. I think they've still got contact with St Peter's girls, but that bow seat just really trying, and you can see the Cox is still trying to give her a hand. Oh, and she's back on. She's rowing.
Yep. Yeah, well done. They took a while, but that's a bit of good teamwork there.
I wonder if they're going to be able to row them back down. This Unley crew is supposed to be quite strong. So I do wonder if the stern 3 have now... Oh, no, she's off again. Bugger.
That's exactly right.
It's such a shame.
Yeah. It was good competition there early in that race, but I think the Saints girls should take that out now. We have got to start in the next race. Do you think that's the A final?
Yeah, so that would be the A final. But yeah, just this St Peter's girls crew doing really well, rowing nice and long together. Their A Cox quad, 8-9A Cox quad, crossing the line first in front of that Unley crew, who did have a bit of an unfortunate equipment malfunction, we'll call it, in the bow seat. So bad luck, girls. Get that fixed for next race, and we'll see you in 2 weeks' time for the next school premiership series. So then the A final for the schoolgirl Year 8-9 Cox Quad Scull. We've got a start from right of screen. We've got Adelaide in 1, Norwood Morialta in 2, Pembroke in 3, Loretto in 4, Wilderness in 5, Scotch College in 6, Seymour in 7, and Walford Anglican in 8. What are your bets, Mangs?
I haven't been following the form as well as I should, probably, Joe, so I'll just have to wait and see for a while, but I could see, what I can see is a pretty good competition. These are the A boats, so these are the best of the year 8 and 9 girls, and they're racing like it. There's some good sculling going on out there, and good competition. Looks like the Scotch crew might be setting the pace to me, and the Wilderness.
Yeah, we saw the Loretto crew win this event last time,
Okay.
but yeah, close competition from Scotch. We'll see how we go through. But that's the Loretto crew on screen now. So that's the crew of Lucy Hoskins, Emily Liang, Isabella Deans, Eliza Hogg, and Cox Emily Dagus, coached by Rebecca Koch. And that Scotch crew that are pushing them is Lily H, Poppy Sculls, Phoebe Kiddo, Alyssa Casey, coxed by Emma Venus, coached by Casey Harnett. And look, they've got a touch of pink in their hair today. Did you know that today is the St. Peter's Drive for the McGrath Foundation? So they've got some socks on sale, pink socks to help place breast cancer nurses into nursing homes, which is really, really important work. So if you've got some spare cash, head down to the St. Peter's tent and give it in there. But oh my goodness, yep, I think this Loretto crew is going to push up, and Wildy's coming through too, and we've had an upset in the Scotch boat, so that Wildy crew will come through in the second position. But really good composure from these Loretto girls. They will cross the line first. It does get really hairy through that final 250, and I wonder if Scotch will be able to hold on. I can't call that.
No, that's really
I can't
close,
call
Joe.
that. And another tight finish for the minor placings. I think that was Pembroke coming through ahead of Seymour on the far side. And this is Norwood Marialta coming through ahead of the Adelaide crew in lane 1.
So we need our photo finish camera to decide that one, Joe.
I couldn't pick it. I could not pick it, but that was so unfortunate of the Scotch crew. But like I said before, the final 250 is a mad rush for the line. You do tend to try and pick up your rating, something that you can't really sustain through the entire race. But when a finish line is in sight, you will go as fast as you can to try and get there in front of the other crew, and sometimes that's when mishaps happen. So really well done to the Wilderness and to the Loretto crew for keeping their composure. And yeah, Scotch will probably regroup and meet them back on the start line for the next Super Series in 2 weeks' time.
They've got some good competition in the junior ranks for the boys and the girls, so it's the boys' turn now. We've got the finals of the year 8-9 D boats first.
With an E and an F crew in there as well.
Okay, I see that, yeah. So that lining up from the right of the screen, you've got Scotch, then St. Peter's in 4, Prince's in 5, and then the St. Peter's E crew in lane 6 and the F crew in lane 7. The St. Peter's boys certainly have a big, I mentioned before about the size of the squads, and the St. Peter's boys squad has been strong in numbers for the last few years.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see it. You can see it in the depth of their juniors, right down from the year 7s all the way through to the senior crews. And I'm not entirely sure how many senior crews that they've got voted today, but you would expect them to see both a competitive first and second 8 and a first 4, perhaps a second 4 as well. We'll see how many, but they will be coming through this afternoon. Believe it or not, I am going to be racing in that schoolboy first 8 race today. So our coach, Tom Dornbus, coach of the Queen's Cup, has entered us in an exhibition race.
So the girls, the women's South Australian 8 are racing. Is that what you're saying,
Yeah,
Joe?
we're
That's
racing
great.
the boys.
And congratulations. I heard you were competing for a seat in that boat, so good luck.
Yeah, I made the reserve seat. So
You get to race today, I assume.
yeah, Molly
you're
and
either
Ollie.
Molly Goodman or Ollie Aldersey today, are you?
Yeah, I think I'm. Well, yeah, obviously with two stroke side girls at the National Training Centre. Stroke side was very, very competitive this year, and I missed out on that seat. Got out raced and outclassed. All right, and we've got a start here on the schoolboy year 8-9D Cox Quad. So those two crews on your screen at the moment are from left the F and the E crew from St Peter's. We've got that Prince Alfred crew, and then the St Peter's D crew, and the Scotch College D crew as well. And can't really pick a leader from here. So you can notice actually at the moment, you can notice those red buoys. You can see every so often you can see a red buoy on the course. Every 250 metres there is a line of red buoys to let the rowers know where they are. And those buoys are spaced out 10 metres each between them. So in a 2,000 metre course you should have 200 buoys. And yeah, those markers 250 metres apart. So we can tell they've just gone through the 750 metre mark, and they will be pushing up to go through the 500 soon. And we can see that those D crews are pushing out in front of the E and the F crew. So the leaders being St Peter's and PAC.
Yeah, those two are having a good race, Joe. The two leading boats definitely in the red and the blue colours.
That's a time-honoured rivalry there, the Reds or the Maroons. Are they the Maroons? The Reds versus the Blues?
I think they're the Reds.
The Reds. And yeah, Scotch just having a race with those other E and F crews for the minor placings. But yeah,
Good.
I reckon the Reds are out in front. That crew of Ned Davies, Isaac Evans, Jill Wakelin, Jasper Hill, coxed by Hugo El Khoury, coached by Richard Hamoud.
Yeah, I think they've got the lead over the Saints crew. And talking about the red boys, they're getting close to the last 250 metres, which are all red boys. That helps everyone know where they are at the finish.
That's some really decent rowing from that PAC crew.
Indeed.
I think this St Peter's crew, they look like they've got a lot of strength in it, but just moving a bit of the water rather than moving the boat there. Some really good technical blade work from that PAC crew. So I would expect that this being their perhaps lowest ranked crew, we should see PAC do quite well through the year 8-9 category, I would say.
Their timing is good, and you know, these are only year 8 and 9 youngsters, really. So they've been well drilled and well coached, as you said, Joe.
So that's Will Mayling taking over the program at PAC. This would be his second year. So yeah, he's got a very strong technical focus, drilling the boys well. So that PAC crew coming through first, and St Peter's D crew. So that's Thomas Parkinson, Harvey Ledger, Josh Ledger, another brother combination, Stellan Stolkman, and coxed by William Koo.
Yeah, Scotch are having a real battle here, and they're not holding off that St Peter's crew. So the E crew are going to beat Scotch, which will probably annoy them a little bit. But good work by the St Peter's E crew to get up third place.
Good rowing from that St Peter's crew, and Scotch coming through. You can see them. You can see how hard they're working. They come over the line and absolutely collapse. I love that. I think it's one of my favourite things to do about racing is to watch crews after they cross the finish line and see how hard they worked. And it's almost like they can't get comfortable. They just collapse. I love it. But then again, anyone who does rowing, I think, is a little bit masochistic, perhaps. Just end up... these races, they hurt so much, and you just keep coming back for more.
Yeah, the best part is to have that little bit of a rest straight away at the end, though, Joe.
Yeah.
From what I remember.
Yeah, and a little bit of water left in your water bottle so you can wash your mouth out.
So in the final of the C Coxed Quad Scull for the boys, starting on the right of screen, you've got Unley High, Prince Alfred College, St Peter's, then Scotch and Nord Moriata over on the far side. So 5 boats in this final.
And there's that rivalry again. You can see the Reds and the Blues going at it for the top spot, and Scotch in the yellow. Still in contact. Wouldn't count them out of that. But I would say, again, PAC are leading St Peter's. I think rowing with a bit of a higher rating this time through that more higher ranked crew.
It's a pretty good race, I think, Joe, between the Prince Alfred and St Peter's crews. They're both sculling very well, quad sculling very well. The race 29, the final for the C Coxed boys quad scull. They've certainly drawn away from the rest of the field. They've left Unley and Nord Moriata well behind. Scotch are valiant there in third place, but the battle is on between, as you said, the old rivals, St Peter's and Prince Alfred.
Interestingly, I just got their ratings there, and we've got PAC rating 34, and St Peter's have just jacked their rating up to about 36, 37, and I think they might have just pushed ahead. So really, really good racing here from the schoolboy Year 8-9C, Coxed Quad Scull, and just a little dirty stroke from the Reds.
Oh, they've lost it.
Oh, no. That St Peter's crew will push ahead. They will make full advantage of a couple of bad strokes and take that momentum to push well in front of that PAC crew, who will do everything. You can see how hard they're pushing. They will do everything to get that back, and I think we've got a race for the line here. That PAC crew is building up speed. They're closing in on the Saints boys, who might have just done it a little bit too early.
Yeah, it's nothing like an incident like that to sometimes spur you on when you know you've got to catch up and make up ground, and I think Princes are doing that. Well done, Princes.
I think the incident was a little bit too catastrophic for them to actually make it, but they did make up a couple of boat lengths in a very short amount of time, and regaining contact behind the St Peter's crew just by a length. And then that Scotch crew of Hayden Colin, Cade Ranger, Josh Baker, Matthew Spark, coxed by Perry Clayton, coached by Lewis Mackenzie Eisman. Coming through in third. Fourth will be that Unley, thank you. I just saw blue and said St Peter's. So this is the Unley crew.
And Nord Moriata
in the far lane.
in the, looks like all white colours there.
Yeah, little bit off the pace, Norwood. Smaller program, so this will be their third crew. So their lowest ranked crew, but doing a good job, getting it through, nice and steady pacing there. So definitely not rating up in those 30s like those leading crews are, but getting from point A to point B, obviously working hard. Got that 3-seat with his head down and pushing hard.
That'd be, I think the Nord crews, they haven't had a big squad for a long time, so they're probably in maybe their first or second regatta, so just getting the whole feel of the whole competition type of thing, Joe.
Yeah, well, Ben's doing a great job. They've got a great squad down there, and it's continually growing, and so that's where we see these C crews coming through, where we haven't seen that before from Norwood. So really well done for boating those crews, and good depth there. And we've got a start for the schoolboy Year 8-9 Coxed Quad B group. And we've got beg your pardon. From right of screen, we've got St Ignatius in lane 2, Unley High in lane 3, St Peter's College in lane 4, Prince Alfred in lane 5, Scotch College in lane 6, Norwood Morialta in lane 7, and Adelaide High in lane 8. So when we're talking about those smaller programs, Adelaide is definite, and St Ignatius would also be on the same page as having smaller programs. So again, great to see that they're boating B crews and doing quite well there as well. We can see they're probably about halfway through the race there, and we've got a good race developing.
Yeah, those ones you mentioned, they're having their own private battle. They'll be trying to beat whoever they can. But certainly the leading boats out in front are giving us a fine display of racing. There's 3 or 4 boats there that are sculling very well. I think it's the Scotch crew that's out in front though, Joe.
Oh, I reckon we've got that PAC crew out in front again. I reckon, has that been PAC?
Oh, no. Yep, sorry.
Yeah, no, they're doing really well. Gosh, they're rating high. Look at that. Really strong pull through at the finish. That's not right. They're rating about 36, 37 at the moment. My goodness. It is only a 1,000-metre race. I say only. 1,000 metres was a long time when I was in year 8 and 9. But that's that's half of the distance that the seniors will row. So 1,000 metres really is an all-out sprint for the whole race, I'd say. And we've got a really tight race for that second position, but I would say that PAC is quite established in that first place. Barring any issues, if they can hang on to that lead, they will do well. And I can't pick it for second, Mangs.
Prince Alfred have certainly got the lead. They can't get any further away, and I think it's the strength of the competition between Scotch and Saints that are keeping them right up there, because they're almost stroke for stroke, those two.
Yeah.
So there's no room for error by the leaders, and even though they're in the shadows of the finishing post, they've got to keep it good. That's a great picture. You've got 3 boats all almost overlapping and fighting for the lead, with Prince's just in front of Saints and
I
then
reckon
Scotch.
Saints just put in a push there, and they will go through in the second position. Still with overlap on the stern of the Prince's crew, and Scotch with overlap on the stern of the Saints crew. So really good sculling, and a race for the minor positions here too. So we've got Unley coming through. I will think they take out the 4th position. Well done. And Norwood in 5th. And then those smaller programs, St Ignatius and Adelaide High, coming through in the minor positions. So this is St Ignatius here. We've got Jack Kelly, Keenan McCormick, Oliver Gallo, Oscar Dawson, coxed by Finn McCormick. Oh, another brother combination. And coached by Yanni Briggs.
The Adelaide High crew just had a mishap, but they've got going again, so they've done well to do that.
So you can see the difference there with the quality of the crews that are crossing first. They've got really long strokes and really quite composed, oars clearing the water. Not quite what's happening here with these guys, but they're doing well. It's all about resilience and getting over that line there. Well done, Adelaide. Brock Cooper, Michael Vergara, Vasilis Papaganis, Alfie Parker, and Cox Flynn Backman, coached by Thomas Verbart.
Now the B final's underway, and this is for the A boats. And you've got, from the right of the screen, Pulteney, Pembroke, St Ignatius in lanes 4, 5 and 6. So 3 boats. This is the B final. In reality, it's the places 7, 8 and 9 for the day in this year 8 and 9 for the A boats. So it looks like the St Ignatius crew have dropped back, but it's a great battle for the first between Pulteney and Pembroke. Did something just happen?
Bit of a mishap in that Pulteney crew. And yep, they're back together now, but I think they will struggle to recover from that. Pembroke saw that and absolutely capitalised on it. This Pembroke crew of Trent Rollison, Alex Painter, Spiridon S, Stuart Watts and Coxed by Manal Churity.
Tell you what, Pulteney's got going again, Joe. They had their mishap, but they're catching them.
I wonder how this will end up. And yet those two crews, obviously of really strong calibre, just pushing well away from St Ignatius, back on the field. But yeah, really tight race in this B final between Pulteney and Pembroke. Just coming through, looking at the final. Yeah, you can see those heads looking out the boat.
Yeah, the Pembroke stroke, he's got his eyes on the Pulteney crew. And he's also looking around for the finish line, Joe.
Yeah, he saw the 3-seat look out then. He's still looking. He just wants to stop. Oh, my goodness. No, Pembroke have done well to hang on to that lead. And I think the Pulteney boys will be really quite discouraged about just, well, like I said, it's all learning. They'll learn what they did, what the timing issue perhaps was, that they got out of time or caught a crab, and they'll take that into the next race with them and try not to do that the next time. So this is the St Ignatius crew of Adam Leach, Alexander S, Levi Villos, Alexander Kavanagh, with Cox Rosie Kavanagh. So that's a brother-sister combination. Very cool. And Coach George Hammer coming through.
Racing in the final of the A final for the Year 8 and 9 boys quad scull, with Adelaide in 2, Unley in 3, Princes in 4, Scotch in 5, Saints in 6, and Nord Morialda in 7.
Yep, so we have a start for that A final. So it's a six boat race, and surprise, surprise, we've got that Prince's crew out in front, and this is I think one of the crews that they're looking at perhaps taking to the Nationals. I think they rode by invitation against the older guys a couple of weeks ago, and they absolutely smashed the crew. So this is the PAC crew of Edward Chappell, Sam Stunnell, Lewis Dawson and Charles Simer, with Cox Alex Hamoud, coached by none other than Amanda Tidswell.
37, I reckon.
They're absolutely smashing it. Looking very, very tidy. I reckon if I was a coach looking at those guys, I'd be like, yeah, those finishes look great. Just need a little bit of work on those catches. Finishes looking really good. Nice clean release send there.
Flat draw,
holding the blades in. But yeah, just and they're going to make a fool out of me and row really well at the catch now. But yeah, putting distance into the...
They've got daylight really on the clear water to the rest of the field. And this is the A boat, so you get the A
best of the
crews
best
from each of those schools, 6 that have made the final, and Princes are out in front.
But there is a race for the minor positions coming through. We've got Scotch, about 2 boat lengths back. And then I think we'll see the perhaps Unley crew coming through in 3rd. And beg your pardon. That was the St Peter's crew coming through in 3rd and Unley in 4th. And on the far side, we saw Norwood coming through in 5th. And this is the Adelaide High School crew coming through now. So well done to Adelaide for making that A final. I think that's really important to state.
We did call that earlier in the day, that PAC crew, that
Did
they
ya?
were going to get up there. So good to see the boys out and doing well again with Eddie and Dorso and Stunnell and that crew still looking the goods.
So that's it for the first block of racing. We'll be back in the afternoon for the seniors and the inters. But big thanks to Livestreaming Australia for helping us out with the stream today. Again, apologies about the technical difficulties earlier. We've got it all sorted now. But yes, we will be back. First race is at 12:20. So we'll be back at 12:15. And again, thanks to Pembroke for hosting and Carl's Jr. for their support. Go grab a burger after the race at Westlakes, I reckon.
I just had a bacon and egg roll from Pembroke. It was delicious.
Outstanding. All right, thanks, guys, and we'll see you back in the afternoon.
I heard somebody say.
You'll have to bring this stuff in.
And then you can just go to the craft store and make it for like 5 cents. We have located them. Okay, great, good. Where to get money going?
Well, they don't know the reality.
I'll tell you what, fucking knackered. Training has killed me this week. Last night I was up till...
You gotta get used to West Right. I gotta get these guys out of here. I gotta go take 10 meters back. You're waiting for Vincent to get out of here. I had for what? they weren't going to put me on for extra days to make money out of the other content for me. So obviously that died now, so then I was supposed to go to
Natural flavor.
so I have a sugar that I am available. It looks like just and when I was talking to Scotty last night, we've got a lot, mate, where athletics, running, cycling, and
I mean, Emily said, I wouldn't be surprised if it was the case, but yeah, we'll see. I mean, if you really want to just try and line it up with train coding. Oh, yeah.
Alright, geezer. Okay, make sure you got some drink up there, yeah? 50 minutes. 50 minutes. Alright, see you later.
Okay, so welcome to all of those back at home who are joining us with the live stream. So we've just had a little bit of a COVID break and a switch around in the program. So we've had those junior competitors heading off home for the day, and we've got our senior competitors coming in. So starting to see those 2K race distances now, and we'll be seeing those exciting 8 races later on in the program. So we've just got a couple of girls here. We'll just do a short little interview with some of our girls that have raced earlier today. So joining me here in the commentary, we've got Lucy Bell, one of the Year 7 rowers from Loreto, and Molly Tunney, who's also from Loreto College, who is one of the Year 8 rowers. So welcome to both of you girls. So we're just going to get you girls just to talk us through what it was like competing today in your first regatta here at West Lakes. Unfortunately, the last regatta didn't get to boat due to the conditions. So this is today you've had beautiful water this morning out there. So Molly, just going to head on over to you to start with. So can you just talk us through what it was like today lining up at the start line? What was the feel like, the noises, the officials? How did it feel for you for your first race?
So like sort of like, I guess when it's your first regatta and like one of your first races, it's really nerve-wracking because I guess you don't really know what it's like, and like you're rowing in a crew full of like girls that also haven't done a regatta before, so the like sort of feel is like exciting but also nervous at the same time. So like, and then it's like mixed
and was
feelings,
your
I guess.
Cox in the first race today, or did you have an experienced Cox with you?
Well, we had sort of half and half. So we had a Cox that had been, so our crew had actually been rowing for a while, but this was like our first regatta, and that was same with our Cox. So she had been rowing for a while, but this was also her first regatta.
So fairly nerve-wracking for her then, lining up on the line and coordinating. How do the officials coordinate you and get you all lined up together?
So like basically when you get up to the 1K, they sort of line you up along the side of the river, and then when it's like your bow number is called, you line up, and they sort of they have 2 standing on either side of the river, and they're like lining you up, and then there's officials in a boat, and they have like a red flag, and then you sit at the catch, and then they'll say like attention, and then they'll hold up a red flag, and then when they put the red flag down, they'll say row.
Okay, so over to you, Lucy. So your first regatta, Year 7, new to Loreto, so rowing's very, very new as well. So at the start of the race, when that flag drops, what are you focusing on? What's going through your head?
Well, sort of the things that I've been working on during the training. So the simple things of rowing, like keeping your back straight, long strokes, all of those things that you want to focus on during a race. It was pretty nerve-wracking because, like, I've never rowed in a regatta before, and I'm fairly new to it. Yeah. Exciting? Were you excited, or were you just really concentrating on not mucking it up and keeping it together? Well, to be honest, kind of both, because like I didn't want to let anyone down. I didn't want to let any down, but then I knew that I wouldn't have too much pressure on me because obviously, like,
being your first race,
yeah,
it's all about learning, isn't it, at this age? Yeah. So Molly, we're halfway through the race, so you've got a 1 kilometre race and you're 500 metres through. How do the legs, the body, how's it feeling?
Well, I guess it's sort of for different people. It might feel different, but for me personally, I was feeling like a bit sore, but at the same time, I still had enough energy to like finish the race. Because like the first 100 metres, you want to go out hard, and then for the next 800, you want to get into a nice pace, like with your crew, keep your timing, and then for the last 100, you want to go like hard again, so you can really get across that line with like a hard finish. But I guess at the 500, it's sort of like
you're starting to tire, fatigue a little.
Starting to get tired, but you know you don't want to go like too hard because you need to save that energy for the last 100, but then you can't go easy because
you've got crews coming up on you. Yeah. And so Lucy, coming across the finish line, is it a sense of relief or disappointment? How did you feel finishing your first race?
So we finished last, but I think that it was a really good effort from the girls. It felt relieving knowing that, like, my first race was finished. It was all over. Like,
no major errors.
No,
you didn't catch crabs or anything. So
no, not really.
A good row. So will we see you back again at the next regatta?
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah. And Molly, finishing your first race, how did that feel?
It sort of felt like really good as well because we have new girls in our crew and they've just learnt to row, and we finished second to last. But I guess it's just like a feeling of like being proud of yourself and like knowing that you tried your hardest and like your crew tried their hardest. Yeah, it's like just it's also like a feeling of relief as well that like we did our first race and we
made it through it.
Yeah.
Yeah, excellent. Okay, girls. Well, thank you for your time and coming and sharing with us what it feels like to be in your very first regatta. And you know, who knows, in 3 or 4 years' time, we might be chatting to you girls on a podium finish there. So, be great to see you girls progressing through the sport. Well done.
Thank you.
Okay, and so we've got our first race underway here, down from the 2K mark. So. I think the girls are wanting to stay in the seat, so do you want to help me commentate this first race, and then we'll switch over and bring the big guns Mangs in to finish off the commentary. So this is a 2-boat race that we've got going here. So this is the schoolgirl second 4. It's a preliminary race, so these girls will do this race and then they've got to back it up and go again. So we've got Wolford in alley 4, which is the alley with all of the yellow cans either side. And then we've got Seymour College in lane 5 on the left of screen. So you can see with the screen, it's looking hot out there, isn't it, girls? So you can see the heat sort of radiating. So it is warming up out there today. A little bit humid as well.
Yep.
Very, very humid. So these girls, they're doing a 2K race. They've just got off the start. What do you think their race plan might be?
Well, I guess with a 2K, it might be, instead of just doing a 100 hard, because it's a longer race, they will probably do like a 75 nice and hard, so they can like really conserve their energy for that like the rest of the 2K, and then probably at the 100 metres, like towards the end, they'll probably go hard.
Looking to be lifting and pushing.
Yeah, it'd be different from a 1K.
And so what do you think some of the focus from the coach will be? What will they be looking for technically to see from these crews? You mentioned length before?
Yeah, so long strokes to get you further.
Yep, so long strokes.
Yeah.
Timing,
yeah, absolutely.
Timing. Yep.
Making sure your oars going at the right time. Just
working together as a crew. Yeah. So, and you can see these girls. So, these are our older schoolgirls. So earlier in the program, we had our little young guns out there. So the little young ones.
Yeah.
And so they're at the beginner stage here. And so these girls that we're seeing in the second half of the program have possibly been rowing for a few years now, and a little bit more competent technically in the race here. So, and it looks really even at this stage. So. Can't actually see them yet coming down the course, so they're probably at about they'll just be approaching the 1K mark shortly, but they do look very even there. So possibly it's the crew from Seymour on the left that look like they might have a little lead at this stage, and Wolford, you can just see their nice little splashes off their catches there. So in this 4 from Wolford, we've got Priya Koshla, Isabel Hobbs, Milena Zuliamis, Lucy Threadgold, Charlotte Catanari in the Coxed, and we've got the coaches of Olivia Santes and Gemma Voss coaching our Wolford crew. And from the Seymour crew, we've got
Becky Barlow, Mia Boycoat, Charlotte Burns, Posey Dunn, and Annabelle Davies as their Cox.
Okay. So it does at this stage look like that Seymour crew is just holding on to that little lead there. So just while we're waiting for them to come a little bit closer down the course so that we can actually start getting good sights on them, what sort of training are you girls doing in the 7-8 program? So how many sessions a week are you doing on the water?
So sort of the year 7s and 8s train together because we do have a lot of new girls. So we do a Wednesday night session which is on the water, where we come down here and we do it on the water session. And then the ergo sessions, like I guess for different ages there's some different
workloads.
Different times that you do your session.
Yep. So around, I remember last year, I think when you were doing training, maybe one ergo session.
Yeah, it was like a Monday
a
and
little
a
bit
Friday
of a circuit
in the morning.
Gym session. So around 3 sessions a week. Okay. So they've just gone past that 1K mark now, and it does look like that. Yeah, that crew from Seymour have got a little lead here. We can just start to get some good footage on them now. So just looking for those girls. So what we're really looking for is that working together, synchronising together, nice timings, a little bit of a rock and roll there from the girls. So that can happen when your hands aren't the same height.
Uneven, yeah.
Yep. So and you can just see with one of those blades sort of skying towards the sky. That'll give that little rock and roll in the boat. So these are still learning crews as well. It's one of those sports rowing where you never stop learning. I think even at our age, your mum and I, Lucy, are still learning how to row.
Yeah.
So you never perfect it. So we've got our Wolford crew there. Not looking too bad. A little bit of a rock and roll. Some of the girls looking around just to see where they're going. What does the Cox normally think of you looking around in the boat?
Well, my Cox, Lucy, she personally doesn't like it because it does actually tip the boat.
Yep.
So it can, because you need to keep your hands together in order for the boat to stay flat, when you look, your hands will move.
Yep.
So the boat will tip, and Lucy always says she's the Cox, so we don't need to worry about the steering unless she tells us to help her out a bit. But
Yeah, that's exactly right. And so now you can see that Seymour crew, they're doing really well, aren't they, Lucy?
Yep. Quite a lead.
Okay, still a little bit of looking around there. But these girls will row again, so they might be conserving some energy too for their next race. So, and as we progress through the program later this afternoon, closer to 1 o'clock with the Schoolboys 8, we are going to see the Queen's Cup crew, which is the state team, so it's the state representative women's team. They're actually going to be fielding a boat in the Schoolboy First 8 race, so there will be 7 schools from the boys, and then there will be the Queen's Cup State 8 racing against the boys. Tom, who's actually your coach at Loretto, he is the coach of the Queen's Cup 8, and he's just getting these girls to field that crew to get a little bit of extra edge, bit of competition, a bit of racing together as a crew, because when you come together as a state team, you can all be from different clubs. The opportunities to race together aren't so great, so they are going to be seen later on today racing against that Schoolboy First 8. Okay, so Molly, as they get closer to the finish line, just talk us through how are that Seymour crew looking?
They're looking like pretty good. Like we said, they've got their hands together. Like they might sometimes they're looking around a bit, but they do have a pretty good lead on the other crew.
Yeah, and you know, rowing with quad where you've got 2 oars. Now they're in sweep and they have 1 oar each. The balance gets a little trickier, doesn't it? Yeah, so that's a little bit more harder to keep that boat balanced. But you can see they've got a very, very strong lead there, the Seymour girls. So great job by whoever their coach is. Haven't got them listed on the program, but really good work by that Seymour crew. You can see them really, you know, timing together, hands away together. So really, you know, a little bit of blade work for those girls, hand heights, but, you know, that's a really good, strong start for them today. And we'll just cross back to our Wolford crew. Lucy, what do you think of how the Wolford girls are going? How do they look?
I think they're really pushing themselves. Just trying to pace themselves also as well. Yeah. But I think they're actually doing pretty well. Yeah.
Yeah. Hard work doing 2Ks.
Yeah.
So it's a really good effort by those girls. So Olivia and Gemma, their coaches there, have obviously had a good little pre-season with these girls to get them into a 4 and down the 2K course. So really good work. And that sees them across the line. So we'll be moving on to our second race for the program in this afternoon, which is the Schoolgirl First 4, and this is also a preliminary, so we'll see those crews come around again. And I'm just going to switch our commentary over, so we're just going to see Molly and Lucy head off, and we'll have Mangs join the program.
Thank you.
Okay, so we've got a little switcheroo of the seats here. We've got Mangs joining us here in the commentary. So you've had a little stint just before the break, Mangs. And we've got you back in for the afternoon haul as well. So our second race is underway now with our schoolgirl first four. And we've got in lane 1, we've got Norwood Morialta. In 2, Pulteney Grammar. 3, Wolford Anglican. 4, Unley High. 5, Seymour. 6 is St Peter's Girls. 7, St Ignatius. And Loretto in lane 8. So we've got 8 schools there in that first 4.
Very good entry there with full field of 8, filling the 8 lanes we've got on the Alex Ramsey International Rowing Course at West Lakes here for this third Premiership Series Regatta for the schools.
Now, any hot tips or any favourites that you've got in this race here in the schoolgirl first 4?
No, I'm not up with the first 4s. I haven't been following the regattas like I usually do because of COVID, so I apologise for that, but I have been looking at the results. I know that the preliminary races last time they had one of these schools-only regattas, the boys at first 8s, for instance, finished in almost exactly the same order in the preliminary race and the final race, whereas the girls were nothing like that. They obviously rowing to plans in their preliminary races. So the preliminary race is a race for lanes.
And so I think, does it look like Pulteney in lane 2 and possibly Loretto over in lane 8 have got off to a really strong start here?
Yeah, they'd be the 2 leading boats for sure, and the Pulteney crew on that inside
just in front, I reckon.
Lane, yeah, that'd be in front, and this is what I'd probably expect for a preliminary race. Some of these crews just feeling their way and racing to plan. The main event's the final, and a race for lanes is always a really good training exercise.
Yeah, it is good to, I guess, use your rounds as a practice. You don't want to coast through them. It's a good chance to try out some race plans and test things out.
Well, as this Pulteney crew come into my clear vision, I can see they're working really hard. So their coaches and crew are definitely rowing as hard and as fast as they could possibly do at the moment. And I've got a fair idea from just to the naked eye that the crew on the far side from Loretto are the same. So they're having a really good workout, which is, they've got plenty of time to rest between events. So I think they've probably giving themselves a good chance.
Both sitting on 35 for their rating there. So, and I know Tom with the Loretto Cruise does like to rate up a little bit higher than normal, and if the girls are fit enough and strong enough, why not? But yeah, so they're sitting up at 35, which is not too high. That's sort of a nothing too crazy. But who do we think's going to get that? I think it's going to be
I think the
Pulteney crew. Yeah, they've got about a boat length now. So in that Pulteney crew. And Loretto, there's Pulteney across the line now. Loretto just coming across. So we've got Sophie Rhymes, Georgina Tenney, Arabella McIntosh, Erin Munger, Charlotte Lang as the Cox, and Peter White is coaching that crew there. So well done to those crews there.
So pretty good early round racing for those first 4s. They were rowing the sweep oars. For those that have been watching the regatta today, nearly all the morning events were in the quad sculls, and then the senior rowers row with the sweep crews, sweep oared boats. So just 1 oar per rower.
And we've got our third race, in the program, which is the schoolboy first 4. They're probably just about to hit the last 250 metres, just about. So in lane 3, we've got PAC, Christian Brothers in 4, Pulteney Grammar in 5, Unley High in 6, and St Peter's in lane 7. And from here, the camera's just going to make its way back to that race. It looks like St Peter's, the theme from this morning's continuing. It's St Peter's and PAC, but I think it is Saints in 7 that are ahead at this stage.
But a real heat progression race here because we've got 2 heats for the schoolboy first fours with more entries than we have lanes. So the first 3 boats in this race will go into the final later today. So they are really racing for position. So this is a truer indication of the pace for some of these crews. And the next heat will be the same, where the first 3 of the 4 boats will go into the final. At this stage, Saints and Princes are certainly, barring accidents, going to take those first 2 places.
Interesting there. I was just checking their rates before, and Saints have really bumped it up. They were sitting on 34 and they've now hit 38, so you can just see they've really going for the last minute charge at that 250. So they want that lane. PAC doing well, but good rowing there from that Saints crew. Tricky stuff rowing in a 4. And here's our PAC crew, which is currently placed second. Don't think anyone's going to contend them for that second place in that race. We'll cross back to Christian Brothers.
Yeah, Christian Brothers have got 3rd place and a place in the final. That's in their purple and white colours. Haven't seen a lot of their crews today, but they're an improving standard from Christian Brothers College, and then it's Unley back in 4th place.
Yeah, so it might have been a scratching there from Pulteney, I think, not fielding a crew in that race. So only one from that race will bump through to the B final. We've just got our Pulteney crew, our Christian Brothers crew on screen. Just coming across the finish line now.
They're rowing quite well, that crew. They've got plenty of power in there, probably a bit more practice and
technical work,
and they should go well in the final. And don't forget this is mid-season in some ways.
But it's been an odd season too. It's been a bit of a delayed sort of start to the season, so there hasn't been much race time.
They've got enough weeks to improve before the head of the river, which is their main event.
That's mid-March. We'll see the head of the river. Is around the
20th of March, I think it is.
20th of March.
From memory. And they do have the state championships next week, which is...
2-day event down here.
Indeed. Be a lot of racing on Saturday and Sunday next weekend here at West Lakes International Rowing Course.
And second heat's now underway, so we've got the schoolboy first 4, heat 2. So same as the first race, we've got 1s, 2 and 3 placings going through to the A final, and the 4th placing going through to the B final. So on the right of screen, you're going to see the Pembroke School going across to Scotch in that yellow, Norwood Moriata in lane 5, and just going out of screen, just coming in now on the left, is that St Peter's second 4. So that is their second crew that they're fielding. So a bit of depth there. That's great to see.
Indeed, the Saints program have got I'm sure they've got the biggest senior boys numbers rowing in this state. They've had that for a couple of years, and set a standard that's really worthwhile and made the rest of the schools chase them.
And I think from this morning's program, they've got a lot of depth coming through as well. Fielding E, F, G crews, so it doesn't look like it's going to ease off anytime soon. That stronghold that they've got.
Yes, but we have said and mentioned it that a lot of the other schools have got good numbers. I spoke to Andrew Swift during the lunch break, CEO of SA Rowing, and he was saying that the actual registered numbers of rowers this year is higher than last year or the last couple of years, which is they were almost surprised because of the COVID that they didn't expect this. I think the
people
numbers
are just wanting to get out and get engaged in stuff all of a sudden after being shut inside.
So it's good for our rowing that we've got not just the school rowing, the club rowing numbers are quite strong too, so it's great to see.
And it looks like it is the second 8 from Saints and Scotch that are going to be the contenders in this race for that first place. I reckon Saints at this stage have got the early lead here. Scotch will give them a push, I think, as you get closer to the finish line.
It's pretty impressive that the Saints second 4 can be competing for the lead in this race, so shows the depth of the Saints, the strength of the Saints senior boys squad. So
we're likely to see 2 Saints crews fielding, so it will be interesting to see head-to-head which crew wins.
We should get a good
Beats the
final.
other. Yep.
From the 2 heats so far, we had two clear leaders in the first heat, and we've got 2 clear leaders here. A good battle for the other spot in the final between Pembroke, our host Scull today, and they're in the green and gold colours, and the Norwood Moriata, who looks like they're rowing mainly in white, but their club colours are red, gold and blue. And they're having a close race for that 3rd spot and a place in the final.
Just checking their ratings there, and they're very similar. Scotch are just rating a little bit slower, with Saints sitting up around that 36, so they've really lifted, but it looks like Scotch have lifted just there now. They're really going for it now. We'll just clock their stroke and see. Yeah, they've come up to 36, so they're doing a little push here. They're really challenging Saints. Really good racing. That's a great finish by Scotch there.
And it's good rowing. These are 2,000 metre races for these senior rowers, so it's the end of the
Tell you what, they may.
distance.
I think Scotch are going to get this over the Saints crew there. They've done.
You're right.
That is fantastic racing. Snuck up at the end of the race. They've sort of conserved their energy and just snuck away with that win there. But you know, great effort for that Saints second crew. And they'll see them going through to the A final. And if we come back to the rest of the field now, it's
Norwood Moriata have taken the lead over that
Pembroke
crew. So Norwood Moriata at this stage, they're in the shadows of the finishing post, and they should
progress through
qualify
to
for the final. Yes.
So that's great for Norwood Moriata too to be in an A final. Really good stuff. Just see them across the line now. Not looking too shabby there at all, actually. They're doing quite well. And Pembroke just coming across the finish line now. So that sees our first Heat 1 and Heat 2 of the first 4 for schoolboys, and we'll be crossing back to the schoolgirls now with the first of our 8 races. Everyone loves the 8s, don't they?
Oh yeah, the 8s are the big boats. They really are the exciting ones. They go the fastest and they make the most noise in every way.
Yeah. So they may have just got a start there with those crews, so just coming off of the start line down the other end. So you'll have those boat holders down there holding the boats
yes.
for those crews.
We get a really accurate start as well as finish it with a 2,000 metre held start. And again, we've got preliminary proper heats in this case with the schoolgirls. Oh no.
Yep, so we've just got a 5-boat race in this one in the second 8s. So you've still got crews that are schools that have got enough depth to be able to field those second 8s. So you're doing well to be able to do that. So we have got in lane 3 Scotch College, which we can see those yellow blades on the right of screen. Then we cross over to lane 4 with Pembroke School. Then across to Wolford in lane 5. We've got Seymour College in 6, and then Wilderness School sitting on lane 7 just to the left of screen. And they look like they've all got off with a really nice clean start. No technical issues or dramas there. I just think, does lane 4 look empty? So that may be a scratching from Pembroke possibly in that second 8, because I can't see a boat there in those yellow lane.
Yeah, we're looking at the screen now. I agree with you there that we're missing lane 4.
So it's a 4-boat race. Being a prelim, these crews will go round again.
Yep, but
lucky them.
They the whole idea of these schools-only regattas is to give the students plenty of racing practice, so they all get to have 2 races in their own boat class and category, so that they really get the experience of having a whole day of racing just for the schools. And I think it's a wonderful thing we've done for the last 2 or 3 years now here in South Australia, and I'm sure it's worked well.
You'll see the schools still participating in the regular regattas as well, don't you?
Indeed.
So just focusing on that Scotch crew at the moment. I tell you what though, I did see Wildy out and about today with some new Zooties on, with some hot pink stripes down the side, and they look fantastic. So we will see these in the 8 crews when those crews the first 8, I reckon. They've got these hot pink caps and they've got these new zooties with hot pink down the side, and they look fantastic. So a little bit of a zhuzh of the wardrobe for the Wildy girls with their zoot suits.
Would that pink be for the Jane McGrath thing, or would just?
It might just be because it looks good, I reckon. I don't know. We'll have to find one of the girls and ask them what's the motivation behind the pink, but they look pretty sharp in either way, so really good stuff.
One of the features, I think, of school rowing is that nearly all the crews look really good in their uniforms. They take great pride in having a good uniform and good colour combinations. I've got to admit that some of the club rowers wear their old faded outfits, and they don't look quite as good so often.
You're going to see one later on when the Queen's 8's on. Look out for Joe Malcolm in an extremely tired-looking zootie. So, your typical club rower.
Indeed, like I said, the school crews always. I love them the way they do present so well. Often have all the caps exactly the same and stuff. It's doesn't always turn out in the old club regattas.
Yeah, makes it easier for commentary too when they're all like Scotch, all in yellow, nice and bright. It's easy to pick. So they're just on to the 1K, just past the 1K mark now.
And it's definitely Scotch leading this race.
Yep, and I think then if you head over to Wolford, I think they're looking probably. Oh, geez, Wolford could be up ahead of Scotch even. At this stage, I think Wolford.
Oh, I think you're right.
Yeah,
yes.
Wolford and Seymour. I think it is. So Wolford in lane 5 are looking good. Seymour hot on their heels there in lane 6, and Wildy just to the left of that bunch of 3 crews there, and then you've got Scotch. So I think it is the middle crew, lane 5, Wolford, Seymour second, and between Wilderness and Scotch for that 3rd place. But results here, you're going to go through again, so it's not sort of necessary to finish in the top 2 or 3 to progress through, but nevertheless, this is when you get to practice, you're putting your race plans together.
Yeah, I've got to say, I'm not used to looking at the screen and trying to pick the race. The picture showed that Scotch crew up a big film of them sort of filling the screen, and they looked like they were the leading boat, but then when it swings back, they are not in the lead at all.
So interesting here, just going to have a look at this technique here with this Wolford crew. You can see that they've got that big finish and a real pause, shoulders back, hands back, before they take their hands away and rock forward. So really letting that boat run at the finish. If you look at the Wilderness crew on the top of the screen, at the finish of their stroke, then their hands are away and body's away, almost the same speed that it's coming in, it's going out. But you can see that Wolford crew have got that real definite pause and let the boat run at the finish.
Wolford are also clearly in front, and they don't have to push themselves any further, so they've got the luxury of leading the race and can really do it at their own pace.
What do you think they're rating, just off the top of your head?
I reckon about 28.
Nah. They're sitting on 23.
23.
That's unbelievable. And one of my mates that I've rowed with and been coached by Amanda Tidswell, she always used to say, you don't need to rate fast to row fast. And there's nothing better than underrating crews and still winning. And that's exactly what this Wolford crew are doing. They are super composed, really good power at the finish. They look fantastic, and they're doing it comfortably.
Yeah, good clean blade work.
Look at that.
As well as their timing, it's good.
That's really good.
It's interesting, the other crew's really trying to attack them, and you can see the effort in the 2 boats there. The Seymour
Wow.
are really trying to do something, and it's
a real contrast in the rowing, isn't it?
They're going quite well for themselves, but the Wolford boat confidently holding the lead.
So that'll see the Wolford girls, they're going to comfortably cross in first place, followed by that Seymour crew. But that is some beautiful rowing by those Wolford girls. Great stuff there. And then we'll cross over to the last 2 crews in the race, which is Seymour and Scotch. And Wilderness and Scotch, and it's Wildy coming across in third place, followed by Scotch coming across in fourth. But yeah, that was some beautiful rowing there for a second 8 as well. So what's their first 8 going to bring?
It's the boys' second 8 race now with Saints in lane 4, Princes in 5 and Scotch in 6.
So 3-boat race.
They're in lane order at the moment. Saints leading, Princes leading, Scotch.
Quite close between PAC and Saints though. And they're really up and rating these crews.
Bit of a different mindset here. I think you can't stop boys from racing.
Yeah, they're up at 38. So
the coaches might have said try and take it easy and save yourself for the final, but those two crews aren't doing that. The two leading boats are both hammer and tongs.
testosterone kicks in, doesn't it?
I can tell you now, they're both going flat out.
Yeah, they're what a contrast to that last race with those girls. So the Saints crew here, we've got Alistair Sarah, Hugo Worm, Thomas Hamilton Smith, Arthur Drayton, Max Henry, Fraser Barnaves, Kyle Miller, Tom Wickham, Jamie Graves coxing. And from our PAC crew, Joshua Lascock, Hunter Lang, Lincoln Kirchez, Henry Belcher, William Wheaton, Edison West, Hamish Bell, Lachlan Bell and Shay Olsen-Jones-Cox, and they're coached by Matthew Henbest. So Lucy we had on the commentary before. This is her older brother Hamish in the second PAC crew.
Okay, and they're really, like I said, they're really going hammer and tongs at the moment, these second 8s. Don't forget, those guys in those second 8s, they've got in the back of their mind, if they really perform well and can impress the coaches, if someone
can get up
drops out of the first 8, they're going to be the ones that are contending for a place in the number 1 boat. So they've got everything to race for all season.
And we saw Saints going across first, PAC second, and Scotch just on screen now coming across third place in that race, and we'll see them again a little bit later on in the program.
I had a message before of someone who's been watching this broadcast, and he would have been proud and happy to row with some of those guys in that boat, because Dan Tucker, who rowed cruise with me coaching at Adelaide University at the university some years ago, God, it's nearly 30 years ago, Dan. Thanks for the message, and he's enjoying the broadcast up in Whyalla. And Dan, you would have loved to have been in that boat, because those guys were really having a crack, and that's what Dan Tucker used to do. He was a goer. Good on you, mate.
Okay, so on to our schoolgirl first 8. So we saw Wolford just then in their second 8. How do you think, if they rode like that with their second 8, how do you think this first 8 is going to go?
One thing with Wolford crews, you can always guarantee that their boat will look the same. The crew will have the same sort of technique and composure. They'll be well trained, well drilled, and will race well.
All right, so going through the field from lane 1, we've got Seymour College, then we've got Unley in 2. Yep, I can just see them sneaking on the right of screen now, so that's Unley in 2. So then in 3 we've got Wolford, 4 Scotch in the yellow, in 5 we've got Adelaide High, 6 St Peter's Girls, 7 Wilderness, and in lane 8, just on the top of the screen, is Pembroke. So 8 crews, so a nice full field here of the first 8 crews.
I mentioned earlier, 2 weeks ago, the first 8 girls, result of the preliminary race was nothing like the result of the final race. Mm-hmm. So I'm quite interested to see what they do here, because they're obviously racing and training to plan. Mm-hmm. I'll be interested to see what happens today.
Whether they go out hard or try to conserve their energy for that final.
Certainly, from what I could see on the screen, the starts were fairly serious. So if I was coaching, I'd say to them, no matter what, you've got to have a good start. You always practice to have a good start.
Absolutely.
So I'm sure all the boats would have gone out hard at the start. But then there could be a race plan, and we'll see what happens. But it's perfect racing conditions here at West Lakes today, so wonderful experience for these schoolgirls, and just what their coaches, what the crews really would be happy to see them racing in this type of competition.
Okay, so it's heating up out there too, isn't it, Mangs? pretty humid, a little bit humid out on the course.
Yeah, they'd know they were working with this. Temperature was predicted to get the high 20s today, and it's just a slight breeze, so it's pretty warm work. And obviously in rowing you can't stop and have a drink or anything on the way, so it's hard work and hot work out there.
So fortunately it isn't as hot as it was earlier this week with the high 30s that we hit. So, you know, and that was awfully humid yesterday, last night. So I think it's probably the best weather we've had this year to really get out and have a lovely regatta. Not much wind about, a little bit of a southwesterly, but otherwise it's a beautiful day for racing.
And looking at the screen, the boats are really all over the place. There's no lanes close to each other. This would have been a computer draw at random for lanes, so we don't have the favourites in the middle lane, which is what will happen in the final, because the middle lanes will be given to the fastest boats in this race.
So just approaching the 1 kilometre mark now, those crews. And we'll be able to start calling some positions as we can get them a little bit closer. It does look like the Scotch crew are, at this stage, possibly got a little lead there.
Yeah, well, Scotch are in the middle of the screen at the moment, and they are rowing very well. That's beautiful blade work, beautiful timing.
There's the hot pinks.
This is
that's the pink girls, the wildy girls.
The wildy girls with their different zooties.
So down the side of them we might see as they get closer to the finish line, but they've got these little hot pink piping and stripes down. They look fantastic.
Looks like they've all got pink ribbons or caps
they've
too.
Got pink caps as well.
Pink caps, yeah. So that's a real matching little outfit. As I mentioned, the school, the boys and the girls are always immaculate in this school racing. And it's all part of the rowing. It makes them. They always say it's good teamwork, but it's all the whole outfit, the uniform thing. They all look great. It does.
It does. So I think it is this Scotch crew at this early stage. I say early stage, we're almost 3/4 of the race through, as they're coming up to about, the 700 metre mark. It is Scotch, I think, in the centre of the course doing well. And then probably going over to the left of screen, the crew sitting over there in St Peter's and Wildy, who are probably sitting strongest then for second and third, and possibly Pembroke. So I think it's from the middle of the field across to the left of screen is looking the strongest at the moment. So we just might try and get some rates on those crews and see what they're sitting. So we've got that Scotch crew there on screen. So we'll just see what they're sitting at for their rate.
Yeah,
we're sitting on 27.
Yeah, we're talking about Walford in the second 8. I reckon their first 8's rating about 23 also at the moment, and they're just sitting in the middle of the field. So I reckon they're racing under instruction, coach's instruction plan.
So very, very close here for this first 8. So it'll be interesting to see in the final who comes to the lead, but it is definitely that Scotch crew. But I think the Wildy crew, are coming up on that outside now, and are really challenging that Scotch crew with Wildy Wildy are pushing up now. So we've got the Wildy crew lifting and taking it to the Scotch crew, and then we've got the Saints crew sitting in the middle of them, who are coming third at this stage, and Pembroke fourth, and then coming back to Adelaide High. So as we come into the finish line, we're going to straighten up that camera angle and we'll be able to see who's got the lead here, but I believe, it's very close. Scotch at this stage have just got their nose in front. So I think that's the placings how they'll finish. So Scotch going across in first, then over to our Wildy crew, then St Peter's girls, Pembroke just trying to hang on, but they've got Wolford pushing as well. So Wolford may have just snuck that one in ahead of Pembroke.
Yeah, Wolford put in a spurt there that showed the fair dinkum for about 100 metres, I think.
And Then we've got
Only in front of Adelaide High, isn't it?
yeah,
Seymour in front of them.
Seymour and Unley coming across. Just hitting that finish line now is Unley. And Adelaide High just making their way across the finish line now. So great stuff by those girls in the first 8, and we'll see them going around again. So over to the boys. Now this is the race we were talking about a little bit earlier on, so a little bit unorthodox. We've got our schoolboys crew, so we've got 7 schoolboy crews in this field, but you will see in lane 1 a female crew, and that is the Queen's Cup crew. So do you want to tell us a bit about what the Queen's Cup crew is?
So racing against the boys' first 8s, you've got the South Australian Queen's Cup interstate representative crew that will row in the National Regatta this year in Tasmania. So this is the best women rowers we can put up. It's not quite our best crew because 2 of our South Australian rowers from the Adelaide Rowing Club, Olympia Aldersley and Molly Goodman, they're training for the Olympics at the moment, so they're with the National Training Centre. So we've got 2 reserves in the crew, and one of them is our co-commentator here, Jo Marshall. Jo Malcolm, sorry. She's in the women's 8. So the South Australian women's 8 are going to be racing starting level with the schoolboy first 8s. So last week, the St Peter's boys crew rowed 6:01 for 2,000 metres and beat the Adelaide Rowing Club Senior 8 by a length. So this women's crew will be
up against it.
They'll be up against some serious opposition, but their coach, Tom Doornbos, an international representative rower for the Netherlands, he's keen for them to have a decent race, and I'm sure they're about to get that in this race. They're underway.
Yep, so if I just go from right of screen, we'll just go through the field. So in lane 1, we've got the Queen's Cup. So then we've got Pembroke in 2, Norwood Moriata in 3, Prince Alfred College in 4, Scotch College 5, St Ignatius in 6, St Peter's College in 7, and Adelaide High in 8. If I can see them.
I don't know if Adelaide are there.
They may have had a scratching in that one, so it looks like Saints is the last crew in that field there. So you'd anticipate Saints and PAC going at it. I think when I saw the last school premiership, Saints had quite a handy lead over the PAC 8. So there's a little bit of work yet to be done by that first 8 from PAC to catch them.
From what I can see, the Saints crew are having a fair dinkum row here. They're not messing around. They're racing at race pace. I can't imagine those youngsters in that boat wanting to be beaten by a women's crew. So they would certainly be racing, and I think Saints don't like being beaten by anyone. So they look very much to my naked eye like they're having a decent race. Princes are having a fair dinkum go too.
And Scotch just following in, I think, on 3rd at this stage. And then you'll be looking at
Pembroke, perhaps. Pembroke, I think.
Scotch.
Or
Let's see, Scotch. Is it Norwood?
Norwood might be.
Norwood Moriata.
Yeah, they
right
might be
up
in
there
front of Pembroke, yes.
Which is a great effort. And our girls have off the mark by quite a bit, which is not surprising given, you know, some of these girls are very similar age to a lot of, you know, these boys. They're all just finished school for some of them. And strength-wise, body composition-wise, you know, it's a hard task, but this will give them the racing that they need together as a crew to help them gel, so they perform well when they go over to nationals and interstate racing.
Yeah, a couple of the women in that South Australian crew, they're really, they could probably compete in lightweight, so they're not the biggest athletes in the state, but they're certainly giving it their all. They're racing quite well, but.
And PAC just on screen, and you can see that large lead that St Peter's have got there. So that St Peter's College crew, we've got Nick Burr, Edward Chipperfield, Faris Harb, Tom Oldfield, Felix Packer, Jake Nesbitt, Jeremy Bill, William Howard and Aidan Hughes coxing them. So that's a really, really convincing win there. And looking very, very comfortable. Really great work. Coming across to our PAC crew in second place.
Yeah,
again,
clearly second, and they're just
crew.
as well good margin over the rest of the field.
We've got a little race on. So we've got Scotch heading across the line in third, and then it's on for fourth and fifth. So Norwood Moriarta trying to hold off there, the Pembroke, and oh, did Pembroke just get it? Might have to leave that one to the judges. And there's our Queen's Cup girls coming across, so that would have been a hard race for them, trying to hold on to those boys. And St Ignatius just about to come in to the finish line. They're just a couple of 100 metres off now, so St Ignatius just making their way across. So wow, St Peter's looking really good.
Yeah, and they were fair dinkum. I'll be interested to see the times. They would have enjoyed racing that. I'm sure they rode it flat out.
Okay, I'm going to hand over. So I'm going to hand over the commentary. We've got Andrew Southcott, who was on in the program earlier on in the day, taking over for me. I'm going to head off to Normanville and do some surf lifesaving.
Thank you, Tash.
Tash, I spoke to Moose Mooney during the lunch break. Started for the... So welcome back to Andrew Southcott to the commentary position.
Thanks, Mangs.
And that was, well, you saw the Saints boys, that race. They weren't mucking around, were they? They had a fair dinkum hit out.
No, that was a fair dinkum race.
Yeah.
They weren't rate capped or anything like that. And it's worth mentioning a number of those boys have been selected for the South Australian youth crew as well. So they'll, as after Head of the River, they'll have state duties, most likely in Lake Barrington.
Wow, that's pretty good. I didn't know that, so congratulations. And well done to the state selectors to, if the talent's there at the school and they're prepared to race for the state, that's wonderful.
I might just see what the time was. That will be something that will be of interest. But right now we've got the schoolgirl Year 9-10C Coxed quad. And this is a 1,500 metre race, so it's intermediate, but building up, they build up from 8 and 9 at 1,000 metres to Year 10, 1,500, and then move into the senior rowing, which is sweep, 1 oar, whereas this one is a quad scull, so 4 rowers, 2 oars. They're still lining up at the moment.
You go back to that Saints first day. They rode 6:01 last week and beat the Adelaide Senior 8. So that's pretty good for a school crew at this time of the year. They've still got a couple of weeks ahead of the river, and well, a month ahead of the river. And if they can keep whittling that time down, they be very competitive at the interstate level as well as locally.
That's right, and 2 years ago Saints did win Open Men's 8, but they had James McRae, the triple Olympian, and also Jed Altschweger rowing in the crew as a composite crew. I think that Saints crew now, they'll be very competitive for Open Men's 8s without any additions. They'll be really, Adelaide Rowing Club and Adelaide Uni Boat Club have both got their work cut out for them to beat this crew next week for Open Men's 8. Okay, so we've got a start now in the Year 9-10C Coxed Quad Scull, and just going across from left to right. In lane 8, we've got Adelaide High. Lane 7, we've got Scotch College, very distinctive with the yellow blades there. Schoolgirl Coxed Quad Scull. Lane 6, we've got Seymour College. Lane 5, Loretto Marriotteville. Lane 4, Walford. Lane 3, Wilderness. And Lane 2, Scotch College. just trying to get a sense of who's sort of come out early. Looks like we've had a scratch. It doesn't look like lane 5 is there, so it looks like we've had a scratching. At the moment, it's lane 7, Scotch College looking strong, Seymour College in lane 6, and also Walford Anglican School in lane 4. There's still not, I think also we've got in lane 3, Wilderness School there. We can see them on the view there. So Wilderness School also looking good. If we zoom out, they're probably approaching the 1,000 metre mark at this stage. We've also got in lane 2, so lane 2 is closest to us. That's the Scotch College D crew. So there, that's showing that Scotch have great participation at this level for the girls. Then we go across, we've got Wilderness. Then next we've got Walford in lane 4. They're looking good. I
don't think Loretto are there. I think
no, so Loretto have scratched. And then now we're looking at Seymour College, lane 6. Scotch College looking strong, very distinctive in the yellow uniforms, and then Adelaide High in lane 8. So they're about halfway through the race. They're approaching the 750 metre mark. And at the moment, I think it's the Scotch crew in lane 7. And if we just have a look at them, do you want to get a rating on them, Mangs? We'll just have a look at the Scotch crew and just have a look at what they're rating. They look like they're not at full race pace, so they might be under coach's instructions to rate at a certain level. This is a preliminary race. All of these crews will go through to the final, so sometimes they can conserve energy. It can be part of their overall race plan.
Yeah, the crew on the far side from Scotch is rating about 25 strokes to the minute, which is
okay.
a pretty steady cruise.
Oh, look, someone's had a mishap. So that's Wilderness School look to be in a bit of trouble. They've ended up in the wrong lane. But let's go back to the leaders and let's just get a look at the race between Walford in lane 4 and Scotch in lane 7. At the moment, it looks like Scotch are in the lead, and then Walford are coming second in lane 4. Then it's third would be Seymour College in lane 6. So if we look at lanes 4 to 7, you can see the Scotch crew. They're rating 27.
About 25.6.
25.6, and if you look at the Walford crew, they're similarly rating. And this is the number of strokes per minute that the crew would be rating. Now, often in a quad scull, they would be rating over 30 strokes per minute. So if you look at both of those crews, they both look like they've got a bit left in the tank.
29 Walford.
Yeah, so they've got a bit left in the tank. They're both moving quite well. We're now zooming in. We're having a look at that's the Scotch D crew, and they look tidy. And we see that Wilderness in lane 3, they've got going again, and they're making up some ground. So now we're approaching the finish, and what we see is Scotch College. They're going to win this preliminary race of the Year 9-10C Coxed Quads. Second will be Walford coming through now, and then third will be. Will it be Seymour College? Yeah, there's Seymour College in lane 6 coming through in third. And now, looking back to fourth, it's the Scotch D crew. So they're competing upper grade, but they've got no other. They've got no other schools in their class. So they're coming through. Very credible row from Scotch D. And now we see the Wilderness crew. They're in lane 3. They're coming 5th. They were racing well, but they've had an accident somewhere down the course. So I would like to thank Rowing SA for this opportunity. It's not often we get to see the whole race, get to see the complete races. It's quite often parents who come down to West Lakes don't know which race their kids are in, or even miss their kids' race. So hopefully this is an opportunity for people who aren't able to come due to the current pandemic to watch this race. Mangs?
Yeah. Meanwhile, the next race has started. This is race 42, and this is the preliminary race for the B boats for the year 9 and 10 girls, and they're almost at the closing stages. And you've got Walford, who are in lane 2, just in front of Loretto, who are in lane 1. Then back to Scotch and the Gold Colours they're out in lane 6. They're running third. It's very close then between St Peter's and over on the far side the Wilderness crew. So they've travelled nearly all of their 1500 metre race. Again, a preliminary round, so not the main final. And this field much closer together than the previous event, and with 8 boats in it, so it's a good lineup for the B boats for the girls year 9 and 10 quad sculls. And you're about to see Walford take the event. Walford are first, Loretto second. Those two looked in very good shape. Scotch and the Gold Colours are going to be third. So crossing the line on your screen now, this is race number 42, the schoolgirl year 9 and 10, their B Coxed quad scull. And the next race has also started. Now the next 2 races are a bit more cutthroat because they are heats, because there's more than 8 entries for the A boats, and so we got 5 boats in each race, and the first 3 will go into the final. So Andrew, we're going to have 2 races where they're actually racing to get into the final, so the next 2 events should be a bit more cutthroat.
That's right, Mangs. And I've just got the result of the schoolboy first 8. So St Peter's College won in a time of 6:03.43. So that's for a preliminary race. There is definitely a southerly wind coming, so these are quick conditions, about 20 to 30 kilometres an hour southerly wind. But they beat PAC in that race by 9.87 seconds. Scotch College were third, and it was very tight between Pembroke School and Nord Morialta. Pembroke just beat Nord Morialta by 0.06 of a second. So,
wow.
But look, that's great for Nord Morialta to be putting together an 8, which is competitive at that level. I notice one of the coaches is Brenton Terrell, so he's got a very strong track record both in Melbourne and here in producing quality fast crews.
Excellent to see, and I'm sure that crew will be able to go faster in the final later today.
It'll be exciting to watch, and that tussle between Pembroke and Nord Morialta is worth watching as well. So now looking at this race, this is schoolgirl 9. No, we're on to 910As,
This is the A boats,
and
yes.
this is a real tussle between Walford and Scotch at the moment. We've got in lane 4, we've got Scotch, lane 5, Walford, and lane 6 is Seymour. And it looks like Pulteney and Unley High have scratched from this race. Okay, so looking right now, both all three crews look very polished, and I think that I get the sense that both Scotch and Wolford are now just starting to lift their rate, as is Seymour. And what we see is like Scotch is leading, and they're finishing strongly. Wolford just looks at the moment like Scotch have got better boat run. They're just coming down towards the finish. They're probably about 3/4 of a length ahead of Wolford. So both crews are just bringing up their ratings slightly. I still get the sense they've got a little bit left. We're going to see Scotch come down. All three crews are looking great, but Scotch is going to win this by just over a length to Wolford.
It looks like, Andrew, that they've worked out that they've all going to get into the final, but
Yeah.
they've rode a reasonable race without having to push themselves.
That's right. They're looking polished, and all those crews will go into the A final later today. And there's Seymour third.
So the next race has got the five competitors, and there's a one clear leader in, and then the field is a bit spread out, but it could be open to competition to see who gets in the final.
Okay, so just going from left to right, in lane 7, that's the furthest away. That looks like Unley High colours. So that's okay. Oh, I see. Unley High are going on a training row. So that is not the crew we want to be focusing on. So we just need to look. That's better. So we see right here. That's coming out in lane 5 in the lead. That's Norwood Morialta. And then as you move away from us, Wilderness School and also Adelaide High. That is Loretto Marriotteville leading. Saints Girls, they're in lane 3. They're coming 5th at this stage, so they're looking at going through to the B final. It'll be a tussle to see who's coming 4th, but it looks like Adelaide High. So at the moment, we have Loretto Marriotteville is in the lead. That crew is Charlotte Illman, Deanna Macalino, Felicity Taylor, Victoria Binns, Amelia Mansell, and as Cox, and coached by Tom Dornbos. So he'd be very happy with that. So they're Nord. So that's Loretto Marriotteville coming through, and next is Wilderness School. So they're coming second, and again they're going through to the final, and now third place Norwood Morialta High, and that's Adelaide High 4th and Saints Girls 5th.
Thank you.
So next we come to the schoolboy. This is the 910 D to H Coxed Quad Scull, and this is an All Saints final. So I'm just looking to see how many crews. So we've got all 5 crews racing, and this is a tussle between the D's, the E's, the F's, the G's, and the H's. So that, I think, I have a feeling that there might be some Year 9 boys rowing up, because that is a lot of quads at the intermediate level, Mangs.
Indeed, it's pretty impressive to have so many boats entered even in this competition. But well done, the Saints School and their parents and the kids that are involved. Great to see. And don't worry, bragging rights are in the schoolyard here, Andrew. I'm sure you remember it. That whichever boat they're in, they're all going to try and beat each other.
I think that's right. And look, selection is not always perfect, and quite often you do find the Ds can be beating the E's, or the Fs might be beating the Ds. So let's have a look, and I'll just have a look and see who. It looks like.
I reckon the E crew could be in front.
That's good.
Over on the far side.
Well, it's, and look, I suppose what we could say, as well as this being, for these crews, this is important for Premiership points. Rankings ahead of the river don't look like there'll be a big problem, because it looks like, but where this, what this will be important for, this is like each individual boy will be pushing for selection. They'll be pushing up. And at the moment, you're right, Mang. So it does look like the E's are leading. Possibly next is the D's. So the E's are beating the D's. But if we look at the standard of rowing, that's it is definitely, the wind has picked up here. So you can see where it was previously still. It's now just picked up. Should also mention that the St. Peter's boys are doing a fundraiser for the McGrath Foundation, and they're selling socks here at the Regatta for $15 as a support for McGrath Foundation and the important work they do for breast cancer.
That's great work by the. I assume they're pink socks, are they, Andrew?
They definitely are. I don't know if they're rowing in pink socks. That might be a big step for some of these boys, but. Oh, they do row in the pink socks. That's important. So now what I think we can see is the D crew are pushing up on the E's. So that's the D crew of Joshua Cooper, Aidan Eaton, Henry Reynolds, Will White, and Harry Quigley, pushing up on the E crew of Vinny Belperio, Hamish Scott Young, Will Lawrence, Will Gregg, and Will Good as Cox. It's also good to see that some of these crews are really sort of sun smart. Today is the UV rating is extreme, and just so there we go. That was the E's won. E's beat the D's. Next come the F's, and then next come the G's, and then lastly we have the Saints H crew. So that is the 8th crew. And they're coming through in 5th place. So that'll be interesting in terms of selection. All these crews are looking good. So it's a credit to the big coaching team they've got at Saints. But that'll be interesting. For the main interest is actually going to be for selection around some of these crews, whether some of the E's push up into higher crews after that performance.
But as you said, Andrew, it's pretty impressive to have. That array of talent out there and enthusiasm from the young schoolboys at St. Peter's College, and hope they enjoy their rowing regatta.
Well, I think it's it's something that we'd really like to see at all the schools, and it's great how some of the perhaps non-traditional schools like Loretto Marriotteville and also Norwood Morialta High are able to have like very good crews, and even we saw Norwood Morialta's 8 earlier today performing very well against some of the established schools. So. The main thing is that, this is a sport where we do want to see increased participation, and Saints, look, they're very strong in terms of the number of boys they've got rowing, but it's a challenge to the other schools, and it would be great to see the other schools. And when you look at different year levels, you do see this. At some year levels, Seymour's very strong. At some year levels, Prince Alfred College is very strong as well.
Well said, Andrew, and we hope you're enjoying watching this live streaming. It's COVID conditions. We don't have the usual crowd, so we don't have an on-course commentary, which is what I usually do. So my apologies for the mistakes I make, because a bit old and ingrained in some of the habits I have, and I know I've been banging the microphone with my binoculars and forgetting which screen I'm looking at, so we'll do the best we can to keep you informed.
Okay, and we're getting some great feedback. So Dan Tucker has posted "Go Mangs," and Dan was following his daughter's race earlier on. Kirsty Mailer, so great to watch from home. Thank you. Nicholas Mosley, this is so cool. Bonnie Dawson, go PAC first 8. Let's get it done. And Brooke Tummel said, great work, Pembroke. So she was obviously watching. We've got 171 people watching us right now, Mangs. So that's good. We're happy with that, and hopefully this is a great way for people to watch the races of your children or family, and be able to see the whole race. Normally you don't get quite this good a view when you're just at the bank. Okay, so I think that's CBC had a little bit
away again, and we just got on the middle of the screen. It showed the Prince Alfred College, the CBC crew, the Christian Brothers crew, were having a variation of steering ideas in the lane. They were going sideways in their lane, so they must have had a problem, Andrew.
It might have been just how they came off the start. It's hard to say, but we did see that. But looking down, I think that
it's race number 46 for the boys' B boats. It's a preliminary race for all the B crews. And we've got from the left of screen, Scotch, St. Peter's, Unley, Prince Alfred, Pulteney, Christian Brothers, Nord, Morialda and St. Peter's, their C crew.
Their C crew. So this is, I see. So the C crew are rowing up with the Bs. But right now, if you look at lane 5, PAC are looking good. This is the Year 9-10B Cox Quad. So PAC is that's Marcus Gibson, James Ty, Alistair White, James Williams. Alex Hamoud is the Cox, and that's coached by Mitch Moore. And they're being challenged. Oh, there's my mistake. St. Peter's College in lane 7. They're way out in front. That's Albert Howard, Edward Newman, Henry Marshall, Will Rosenbuilds, and Thomas Whiteman. So if we look at St. Peter's in lane 7, and then it looks to be a race between the St. Peter's C crew in lane 1 and the Scotch College crew in lane 8. And the St. Peter's C crew are performing really well against the other schools' B crews. So it actually looks like this might be Saints 1 and 2. And it looks like Scotch 3rd and Prince Alfred College 4th. So Saints has won this race. A real tussle between Saints in lane 1 and Scotch at the far side in lane 8. But it looks like Saints actually got that. Scotch 3rd. That looked, and then Prince Alfred College.
Yep. Yeah, quite a good finish there. The crew's quite evenly matched. Not a big distance in the field in that event. So good racing by the year 9 and 10 boys in the Coxed Quad Scull preliminary.
And here we go.
Event.
So Unley High finishing there. Next we come to schoolboy Year 9-10 A Cox Quads over 1,500 metres. So we've got 8 crews in this race, and
the lineup from the far side is CBC in 8, Nord Morialda in 7, Unley in 6, Scotch in 5, Pulteney in 4, Saints in 3, Adelaide in 2, and Prince Alfred in 1.
Okay.
And they've started, and already some of the field is broken up. There's a couple of crews like Princes in the red. I can see they've got well away from the crew alongside of them. And from that early stage, some of them have certainly got a race plan to go very, very fast at the start, and they've certainly broken up the field.
That's right. It looks to be Princes in lane 1, probably back to Scotch in lane 5, and St. Peter's in lane 3, and then back again to Pulteney performing very well. So for these crews, this is like the year 9, 10 A Coxed quad sculls. Some of these crews may be, if they get a qualifying time, their schools may look at them going to the nationals and competing in schoolboy under 17 quads at the nationals. What's that? So.
It's a Prince Alfred crew very close to us that's leading.
Yeah, I think that CBC crew is from the previous race. I'm not. That's a bit puzzling. Okay, so definitely Prince Alfred leading. It is CBC over on the far side, and then St. Peter's and Scotch.
Yeah, so it's the CBC crew battling for second with Scotch. But Prince is definitely the winners.
And then it was Saints, and then Scotch and CBC.
And again, good competition, Andrew. The whole field within a few lengths of each other, and they're the right. A boats from those schools. So in that age group, it's a good even competition. Great
That's
for
right.
the schools.
And now we've got Unley High finishing in lane 6, then Norwood, Morialta, and Adelaide High School in lane 2.
How you going, Joe?
So it's very close. So next, so that completes the preliminary races for the year 10 schoolboy and schoolgirl Coxed quads. Next, we move to the finals of the schoolgirl. So the first one up is the schoolgirl second 4. This was. Yeah, so we're in the final. So we've got in lane 4, Wolford, and in lane 5, Seymour College.
So these are your sheets.
Great. So if we just have a look at the start. Yeah. So closest to us will be Wolford, and then next will be Seymour. So there'll just be 2 crews in this race. Cool.
I'll hang around, so I'll see you. No problem. How are you going?
Row was great, actually. Oh.
Welcome back, Joe. How was your row with the Queen's Cup?
I'm still
crew?
gathering myself. The tailwind was quite helpful. How did it look?
looked great. We were watching the Saints boys, and they finished in 6:03.
6:03. Gosh, I don't know why we didn't go in the second 8 or the girls' race, but yeah, we hung on to Pembroke, who was next to us for the first. I don't know. We held contact for maybe the first 750 or 1,000, and then they pushed away.
That's an interesting view of an airplane.
It's really cool. Yeah, it is pretty cool that we've got planes going in and out again.
Here we go. Now this is schoolgirl second 4.
Was there a break in racing because of sometimes there is a 5?
What they've done is we've just finished the quad sculls, and we've just finished the quad sculls, and we've gone from 1,500 metres. So now the starters will be going up to the 2,000 to the start line at the 2,000 metre. So that's why we've got like a brief break. You can see the boats now sort of heading up.
And there is also a bit of a break in the program as well to give time for the athletes to have enough time between races. So there is actually a 20-minute break. But so the next race is in. They'll start lining up. But yeah, if we'll keep rolling. Okay. But
okay.
Do you need a break?
No, I'm good.
Yeah,
I'm good.
But yeah, I kind of want to go back and watch. Apparently, Drew, one of the King's Cup, his partners in our boat, apparently he got some pretty good footage of our boat. So I'm keen to watch that. But I'm still just.
All right, that
really
can be tonight's viewing at the Malcolm household can be sort of watching the.
But of course, I'm not going to be racing. Fingers crossed, all going well. I won't be racing that boat at the Nationals. Because,
you never know.
Well, yeah, but you still want your top 8. You want your fastest 8 in. So the only reason I would be racing that at the Nationals is if something happens to someone on stroke side and they're not fit to race. So I was the reserve for that boat, and Karis was the final contender. We were racing for that reserve position. I'm not actually sure if I'm allowed to say that. It hasn't. Swifty's shaking his head. It hasn't been formally announced by the board yet, but it's a little bit of a giveaway when we race it at a school premiership series, isn't it?
That's true, but look, in that race, it was Saints, Princes, and then Scotch. But there was a great race between Pembroke and Nord Morialta.
Awesome.
So it's
love that.
It's fantastic to see, Pembroke putting out like a good, strong first 8, and also Nord Morialta, and they're coached by Isaac Alum Henson and Brenton and Brenton Terrell. So Brenton's a very experienced oarsman, represented Australia at the Commonwealth Games, and actually has a great track record at girls' schools in Melbourne and coaching at Adelaide Uni in South Australia as well.
Is he one of the guys who's won the President's Cup?
I think he has won the President's Cup.
I think it's him, Mangs, and
Alex Hill.
Hilly.
Alex Hill. James McRae must have won it at some point. So
I got to check my facts.
There may be.
He has.
Anyway, if anyone's listening at home and they can tell us the South Australian winners of the President's Cup, I think Andrew Swift might be able to organise a prize. And if we just can get a full list of the South Australian winners of the President's Cup. We've come up with a few. There may be someone from like the 1910 Interstate Regatta we forgot about.
Maybe. I'll tell you what was really interesting about being out on the course is the conditions. They're really, really quick. We did a 28 rate 28 piece in our warm-up coming down the course, and we were surprised at just how fast the tailwind was taking us. So it's not surprising to see these fast times today. How fast did you say the boys went?
6:03. 6:03. So pretty decent. They looked like they were having a real crack. They weren't rating capped or.
They did a 6:01. last week or a couple weeks ago.
Yeah.
I think that, have they gone sub 6 yet?
I don't think so, but what I said a little bit earlier is in the Open Men's 8 2 years ago, Saints won, but they did have James McRae and Jed Outschweger.
Yeah.
So they were able to.
I mean, that was just a bit rude of the boys, really.
They had two pretty handy, triple Olympian and a Paralympian rowing. But I think this time the Saints crew. I mean, I think are the favourites really for Open Men's 8. They will challenge Adelaide and Adelaide Uni, and
I can't see anyone catching them. And I will go out on a limb and say that they will be hard pressed to lose. It's their race to lose next Sunday.
Yeah.
For the state championship. I think it's really interesting because eight fast rowers don't make an 8 go fast. It needs to be one group of 8 people really, really working together. So you can have like 8 of your fastest ergs or 8 of your fastest scullers.
That's right.
And they still won't go as fast as an 8 that's well drilled and training together consistently. And that's the advantage that these school programs have on the club programs because, adults, we have lives, we have priorities. We can't always get a full crew down together to train at one time. The school program, this is their boat. This is what they train to do, and this is what they're rowing day in, day out. So while we might just nip in a single to get our kilometres done, we're still not figuring out the kinks of moving together in a big boat. It's really interesting, and there's a whole heap of dynamics that go on in an 8. You have different rowing styles, you have different personalities, you have all these different things can happen to, and a good coach will find the sweet spot and get them all moving together, and that's what I think Jimmy's done, and Nathan and Will and Lockie and Sam, they're working with these boys to get them to move together, rather than getting 8 single strong rowers. It's one strong 8. So yeah, that's my 2 cents.
So we're getting some feedback on our YouTube channel, and it's great that Tom Guthrie has tuned in from the Guthrie Manor in the Adelaide Hills, and he's got a comment here, Joe.
Yeah, great to be listening to the voice of South Australian rowing again. Yes, Mangs is well known as the voice of rowing here in South Australia. It's really odd to not have his voice booming out across the course. But obviously, as there is technically no spectators here, there is no real point putting the commentary out on the course. And then with the time delay as well between what we're calling and what we're seeing out on the course, it would be super, super confusing if, we were calling something that had finished 30 seconds ago.
Yeah. Look, Mangs for so long he was for a long time the Sunday Mail's rowing correspondent, and he would just ring in, and just from wherever he was around Australia, he'd ring in a story, and probably like he's been like a freelance journalist for the local papers, but he's been responsible for all sports struggle for coverage, but he's been responsible for making sure that that there has been like really good coverage of rowing, and he's been doing it for a long time.
Confession to make, he still is. So if you see, and he's really good at it, getting the results into the advertiser, so that people on the Sunday or the Monday, they can go in and they can see who came first, second and third, what the times were, and so yeah, he still has his mailing list, and he still sends out the stories out to his people who perhaps aren't on social media, and so he does like to make sure people are informed, and it's great that he does. He's a real asset to us here in the office. We definitely take all the publicity we can get, really.
All right, so what we can see now is the 8s and the senior 4s. So these are it's each oars men, and each oarsman and oarswoman has one oar. So the 8 blades, and 4 each side, and the 4s 2 each side. They're Coxed races, so we have Coxes. Joe, what sort of qualities do you want in a good Cox? What makes a good Cox?
You know everything I said about making an 8 go fast?
Mm-hmm.
A good Cox is able to bring the best out in their athletes, and they're able to see things. And to be honest, the best Cox is a good psychologist.
That's true.
And can really tap into what will make the individual do what you want them to do. Because, like I said, everyone's got different styles, but it's about coming together. So if you can see, if a good Cox will pick the thing that's slowing the boat down and change it without telling them off, or using any negative commentary. It's about building up the roles, because I tell you what, when you're out there and you're pulling about as hard as you can go, if somebody tells you you're doing something wrong, it breaks you.
Yeah. They need to have good emotional intelligence.
Yes.
They need to be a motivator.
Yes.
But they also need to be tactically good. Like they might see when there's an opportunity in the race where
absolutely,
if your crew pushes, you might actually break contact with the other crews. And that might be, they need to be ready to respond to what's happening around them.
Absolutely. People like to have race plans in races, and you hold them very loosely, unless you know. And even if you do know your opposition, you can't always be sure that your race plan will execute well, or if other people around you won't go for pushes, or something can happen in the middle of the race. And a good coxswain is flexible, I would say, and flexibility is a huge thing. Being able to go with the flow, change your mind quite easily, and have the attention and the respect of your athletes. Being able to steer a good course is probably a decent skill of a cox as well. I'm probably glad you weren't on the start line. We had a bit of a dodgy start, but the wind is really tricky down there.
Actually, Joe, so looking now, it looks like we've got a start in the schoolgirl second 4. What's it like down at the start? Because we have a held start and the big pontoon.
We've got the full set of lights and sounds today. So because of the wind, it is really gusty down there. So it is a strong southwesterly now. So all the boats are tapping as they are held by the boat holders. The sterns are held, and we have people tapping their bow side oars around constantly up until what would usually be a roll call for a held start. Because of the wind today, it's a quick start, and you basically touching, here, quick start, and then you're straight into racing with the lights and the buzzer. But yeah, this was a good race. Oh no, I haven't seen this one. Oh, I'm so excited.
Okay.
I'm here for the finals.
Okay, so
tell me what happened in the prelim.
Okay, so in the prelim, it was actually Seymour beat Wolford in the prelim.
Yep.
Look, both crews looked like they were well within themselves, so they were perhaps conserving. But Seymour did win this one quite comfortably.
Mm-hmm.
Looking at this, and notice we've got like Molly Olafson as the cox for this crew, but she also coxes the schoolgirl first 8 for Wolford. So she'll need
I think
quick
you'll
turnaround.
find there's enough time between the races.
She'll need a quick turnaround. But I might just have it. So it was that both crews were pretty close.
Yeah.
But Seymour did win this one.
Well, I have said it before. The schoolgirl 4s over 2 kilometres will be the longest race on our program. It's not a particularly quick boat, a Coxed 4, because like you said, you have one oar each. and a coxswain in the boat. So there's a lot of weight, not many oars. Like the quads will go fast. The cox quads will go faster than the fours at this level, at any level, all else being equal. And yeah, the girls obviously not as strong, not as fast as the boys. But yeah, it's a very technical boat to row, fours.
But that's true. We probably don't make enough of this. But for this race, this is 2,000 metres. This might be an 8-minute race. For these, it might be longer for the girls as a schoolgirl second four. And we just saw like schoolboy first eights. Their race is done and dusted in 6 minutes.
Yeah.
They're moving pretty quickly. The schoolgirl first eight will be sort of around the 7-minute mark. But this race, they'll be working pretty hard for
9 minutes.
9 minutes. So let's see. There was quite a margin between these two crews in the preliminary.
So if I was a coach looking at that, I would see that prelim and say, okay, for the Walford crew, all right, we're probably not going to catch them, but what we're going to do is we're going to go out and try and narrow the gap. And that's the coach's catch cry is narrow the gap. Just keep chipping away at the other crew, and just keep trying to push up and move up in the field. And I think it's really cool that in the schoolboys you've got that rivalry between Pembroke and Norwood Morialta, because those crews are going to push each other.
That's right.
And they're going to chip up and they're going to push up on the other crews. Was there a significant gap between the leaders and the...
in schoolboy first eights?
Yes.
Look, it wasn't too much. I'd have to look it up. But having a look at this race now, it does look like Seymour have gone out to a lead, but it's still relatively close.
Yeah, it's not broken apart as yet.
They're really coming to the midway point of this race. When you scull, Joe, do you have any markers you look at for the course?
What's
the Lakes Hotel? What does that tell you?
The Lakes Hotel tells me, oh my gosh, I've still got 700 metres to go. How on earth am I going to do that? And I cannot let that girl pass me.
And we get the red boys in the last 250 metres.
Last 250 metres is, all right, let's try and spin the hands and go a bit quicker. But don't mess up. Don't catch crab. Fun fact, I think it was the race before the state championships. I raced my scull, and I was racing Noni McCallum, who was a great sculler. She got what's the word? Scholarship to an American school. Could have been Harvard, because she's just a phenomenal rower. So she's over in America now. But I was racing her in the scull, and she was right there, and I was in front by about half a boat length, which is not enough in a single scull. And it was rough, and 2 strokes before the line I dropped my oar because I just kept trying to push past her, and it was rough, and she just, I don't know, you make mistakes at all ages. Nobody's perfect. You don't.
So this is sort of like a Henley style race, in it. So you've got two crews racing against each other.
Yeah.
And Seymour is quite a few lengths in front of the Walford crew.
Made that distance. I think they pushed. I reckon they pushed through the 1,000-metre, which is we were talking about race plans earlier. That's a pretty typical race plan, is to push through the 1,000 or do a power 10 or a 10-4-10 or a super 7 or whatever language you use. You generally try and push away from crews at the 1,000-metre mark. And that's kind of a physiological and psychological thing as well. That 1,000-metre mark is really, it's a turning point, really, because you've done half the race and you've got the rest of it to go, and you're usually quite burning in your legs. And
here we go. So the girls will be, look, somewhat thankful that they do have a tailwind. That should shorten the race, but I'm sure that's not sort of top of their mind right now. There'd be a lot of pain in their legs, and as that lactic acid builds up. I mean, we talk about rivalries in sport, and the Saints and Princes rivalry is a very strong one in schoolboys. But in schoolgirls, it does change. I mean, at the moment, there's probably quite a rivalry between these two schools, Wolford and Seymour. But when you look at the first eights, it's not a bipolar rivalry. It's a multipolar rivalry. There's so many sort of schools that are all competitive.
In my day, it was easily Wolford versus Wildy.
That was the rivalry.
That was it.
Yeah.
And Pembroke actually won it. My year, Pembroke won the first eight. I think I had a friend in that boat.
There you go.
And yeah, that would probably be the last. I can't remember the last time Pembroke.
To our viewers at home, if they can tell us the last time Pembroke won schoolgirl first eight.
It could have been that year.
And so look, this is it's a 2-horse race. And Seymour have the edge over Wolford, so they're coming down to the line. They'll be pretty thankful.
So that white pyramid-looking house over just gone out of screen, that is a very significant marker.
Yep. Is that 100 metre, 12 strokes, or what?
It's about 10 strokes, more in a schoolgirl Cox 4, but it was Leighton Hewitt's house.
I see.
Yeah,
can we say that?
Well, yeah. Well,
he's moved on.
He's gone now. But it was always Lele's house.
There you go.
Leighton's house, and you knew you had 100 metres to go you passed that. So well done to this this Wolford crew here of Priya, Isabel, Milena, Lucy, and Molly, coached by Olivia and Gemma, coming through now.
And there's a big house on the left-hand side, around about the 1,000-metre mark. I used to use that as my marker for the 1,000-metre mark, and at the 750 mark, there's now a cafe there. But that building has sort of always been there since West Lakes has developed. And
well, like I was saying,
there we go. We can see the house.
Yeah,
so I hope we're not invading anyone's privacy there. So my apologies if we have.
No.
Okay, so now go. Sorry,
but
Jo.
yeah, no. As I was saying before, the boys turn red every 250 metres.
Yeah.
So that's your marker, really. But yes, this will be a little bit more competitive. This one, the schoolgirl first 4. So from right of screen, we've got in lane 2 Seymour, in lane 3 St Ignatius, in lane 4 Loretto, in lane 5 we've got the Pulteney crew. In lane 6, Wolford. In lane 7, St Peter's Girls. And in lane 8, we've got Norwood Marialta. So something to note, without first eights in the race, this will be both St Ignatius, Loretto, Pulteney's and Norwood Marialta's top 4. So really good to see them put out a senior crew. Generally, not strong programs in the seniors, although Loretto should see some good follow through from their inters this year. And I reckon race leading at the moment would be the Wolford crew.
That's right. So that's Annabelle Laplastria, Allegra Taylor, Erin Westwood, Olivia Bridgman, and Lily Restus as Cox, and they're coached by Aine Seed and Gemma Voss. And Gemma, I think, rode. She left school last year, so now back to coach at her old school.
Yep, and Anya's...
So we're looking at Pulteney now. So
looking across the field now, I think that Pulteney crew is pushing up on Wolford, but that Wolford crew do look like they've got the number of the Pulteney crew. And like I said, with the slower moving boats, you do see the field spread out like a little bit more. So with the fast-moving boats, you get a bit of momentum and everyone gets up and moving at the same time. But yeah, these fours, they tend to establish their positions quite early, and it's hard to row them back down. It takes a lot of energy to change the speed of a slower moving boat.
That's true. And look, it's clear 1 and 2. So Wolford clearly coming first, Pulteney coming second, and then it would be
Loretto. Yep.
Back in. I see. So it's lane 6, lane 5, and lane 4. So that shows that the seedings have worked.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And Wolford now coming towards the finish. They're looking very, very comfortable. And what do you reckon they're rating out there, Joe?
I can tell you, actually. 1, 2. Whoa. Does not look like that. Yeah, about 34.
They're rating 34.
They look
so
very tidy.
Yeah,
very tidy.
That's their race pace. As we
Good
said,
race
Pulteney coming second. Look, sometimes the schools select this crew after the first 8. Sometimes they select it after first and second 8.
Yep.
So
you can see this Wolford crew just getting their catches in a little bit cleaner than that Pulteney crew. So I think that would be, look at them celebrate. Well done, girls. I think that would be something that they could work on just to try and close that gap. And that's not a significant gap between 1 and 2. That's definitely gettable in the month we've got to go.
So this is Loretto. So it should be a good race. Schoolgirl first four.
Yeah.
Now we come Loretto, Marriotteville in lane 4 coming third.
Oh, bit of a race
and then,
for fourth.
So we've got Norwood Morialta
on the far side.
And there's St Ignatius.
Oh,
so,
come on, girls.
So that's great, and I think Saint Ignatius got them. So
I think just as we were looking over, the Norwood girls caught a bit of a dirty stroke.
There you go.
But yeah, this.
But otherwise, technically, all the crews here are looking good.
Yeah,
they're showing why they're the first 4.
Seymour coming across the line now, and St Peter's girls.
Saints girls
coming through.
There we go. So next, we're going to have Schoolboy 4. And this is the B final to begin with. So it's a race between Unley High and Pembroke. And then we see one of the 8s. A number of the 8s are heading. It looks like that's PAC's Impaka. So when you see the yellow boat, that's the very expensive boat that comes from Germany. A beautiful boat. What have you rowed in an Impaka, Joe?
I'm trying to think. I don't think maybe once. No, I don't actually think I've rowed in an Impaka. Oh, yes, in a 4.
All right.
Yeah, in their 4s. They're really lovely.
That's right. And look, and so later on when we see the Schoolboy first 8, I think, and Schoolboy second 8, Saints and PAC will have the yellow boats, which is the Impaka. But there are a lot of Australian makers like Jeff Sykes as well. I think Wolford have always gone for a Sykes rowing and the Electras.
We just rode a Sykes. Yeah, the Felicity is actually the Loretto 8.
Yes.
Sykes, really stable boat.
Yeah.
The boat that we row for club is a Hudson, and I think Sykes is better for training. Hudsons are good for racing. They're just very, very steep shells, and they are very, very hard to set up. You need a like I said, very well drilled crew to set up a Hudson.
It looks to me like they're sending all the 4s down at the same time.
Yeah. So the Schoolboy first 4 had a scratching in their B final. So this will be the full field for the Schoolboy for A final. Just checking where that. So the scratching was Unley. So Pembroke will move up into the A final. Yep, and they're in lane 1. And we have Norwood Morialta in lane 2. St Peter's second 4 in lane 3. In lane 4, we've got Scotch College. In lane 5, St Peter's first crew. In lane 6, we've got Prince Alfred College, and in lane 7, Christian Brothers College. And it will be a race between the middle lanes, I'd say. The PAC
It does.
St. Peter's Ding Dong race.
It
Maybe Scotch? No, well off the pace there.
Yeah, no, look, just looking through the binoculars, it does look very much like a race between Saints and Princes. And that would be the Saints' first 4 and the Princes' first 4.
And I'm pleased to say it. I think CBC
CBC,
are holding contact.
CBC are right up there, and they're
and that would be their first boat as well, as CBC don't have an 8 this year. So well done on them for competing with the big rowing boys schools. Yeah, I reckon about a length off the stern, and as soon as you start to lose contact with that boat in front of you, it is really difficult to claw it back.
Yeah.
When you can see the boat out of the corner of your eye, or your cox is telling you they're right there, it's quite easy to find another gear in your legs. But yeah, coming off the back, it's a little bit more difficult. Not impossible, as we've seen today. There's a couple of mishaps on the line and people have been able to row through. But I think it's that St. Peter's crew taking it down in lane 5.
That's right. So that's the crew of Flynn Carroll, Asher Lacane, Tom Crosby, Fraser Connell, and Hugh Sanders as the Cox. I think Hugh's dad was a Cox as well. So Joe Sanders is now a lawyer about town. And then so the race there. And so we can see the coxswain for Saints. He's sitting there in the bow, looking very comfortable. Just looking at that, the Prince's Cox looks a larger Cox. So I don't know if that's a coach or
that definitely looks like a coach.
Anyway, that's by the by. So that
I'm looking at how Saints are rowing, and they're rowing really nicely around the pin, getting that length, and look at those catches. It's pretty crisp in that 4. So getting your catches in like at the front end, placing your blade in really stably, like it helps the boat to sit nice and level, and then everyone can drive together. So this St. Peter's boys crew cruising through, I think.
Cruising through. And look, last year the first 4 was the next boat selected after the first 8. So and a lot of competition for that boat. So we'll see shortly the schoolboys' first 8, but you know, these are probably the boys who are just like knocking on the door for inclusion in that first 8. But it's hard to break into.
I think in the current program it's first 8, second 8, first 4.
Ah, there you go.
But these boys looking very comfortable, sitting about 33, 34 through that final bit. So
now we have PAC coming through second.
Yeah, a little bit more unstable through those final strokes, I think.
And this is quite a race between the Saints' second 4 and Scotch, and still keeping in contact is CBC over on the far side.
Yeah.
So look, this is a good race. You can see both crews. One's got a bow cox, one's got a stern cox, and there's Scotch have finished, and now here comes CBC. And this is important because like all of these crews will want to row in the A final on head of the River
Absolutely.
Day. And there's 3. We cancelled one regatta last year because of weather, I think. So there's 3 school qualifying regattas for head of the river.
Yeah, correct. And typically the top 3 results have counted for seeding for head of the river.
So is that Pembroke?
Yep. So this is Pembroke
coming
rowing through now.
And they were going to be rowing in the B final, so they're coming through.
Yeah.
And
they've edged out Norwood Marialta, I'd say.
Yeah.
So good for them to have a row in the A final.
And that's important. That's important because you know Pembroke will be wanting to be in the A final if they can.
And not sure if something happened with the Norwood crew here, but yeah, just coming through now, or perhaps something happened with the Pembroke crew that earlier that they were in the B final.
Yeah.
But yeah, doing well to take it over the Norwood crew. But well done, Norwood.
There we go. And next race will be the schoolgirl second eights. And again, this shows how competitive it is in the at the girls level, that you do have 5 second eights at schoolgirls.
I love this. All for it. All for it. So we've from right of screen, we've got Pembroke School in lane 2, Scotch College in lane 3, Seymour in lane 4, Walford in lane 5, and Wilderness in lane 6 there.
And
so
this is Walford won this race last year in 2020 and won it for the last couple of years, I think. But Seymour are really have been throwing down a challenge all season, and I think right now, if you look, it looks like Seymour, and these girls are going at full race pace. And actually, if we have a look at the rating there for the Seymour crew, I think they're up around 36 possibly. But
I've got them at about 34 at the moment.
Okay,
so good mid-race rhythm.
Yep.
It's very sustainable.
They're going long. They've got a tailwind, and they might sort of bring that up at the end. And what's Walford rating?
Little bit above them. I reckon they've just gone for a push there. So about the 34, 35 as well. I think you'd struggle to see these schoolgirl crews get up above that. I know that we're pushing for the 35, 36 in our crew as a mid-race rhythm. But yeah, it's hard to stay effectively, get what's called effective length, which is getting long and around the pin, locking on and pushing off that catch and staying long at such a high rate. So a lot of the school crews will drop that rate a little bit and try and stay long and strong and maintained through this mid-race rhythm. And yeah, I think that Seymour crew has definitely stepped out. I would say about a length. I think they may have even broken into clear water.
It looks like that, and Walford are certainly sort of battling away. I mean, one bit of local knowledge is that while it's rowing season, it's also formal season, and Walford girls did have their formal last night, so they might actually be starting to feel it in the final 1,000 metres. But look, they're young; they can bounce back, and but look, that does mean that. Let's
confession, Andrew. I was in bed at 8:30 last night. I can't do that anymore.
Pretty much the same from me too. So it was my wife was doing the pickups at 2 a.m. So
goodness me.
And but anyway, let's get back to this race. And Seymour have just stepped out to a big lead, and I think it's Walford second, and then there's a good race going on between on the closest to us. There's Pembroke battling Scotch and also battling Wilderness School, and so that's quite a good race for third. But Seymour are sort of really stepped out to a very commanding lead.
They look really comfortable there.
And yeah, they've lengthened. They're not. I don't think their rating as high as they were mid-race. And let's have a look. Look, it's difficult. Walford's lost contact now, so
they're going to do the wind into the final 250. I can see that making a move now. So a lot of crews will be going for time now.
Yep.
So they've just stepped there. You'll see them really wind to the line, but still keeping their composure.
And they're still keeping that length. So that's looking, so the wind does pick up in the afternoon here at West Lakes. That's why most crews prefer to train in the morning. It's still not too bad, but you do see some of the more inexperienced crews are sort of struggling a little bit with just the general choppiness. But that Seymour crew looking very good. Last couple of years, Walford have had a lock on this second 8 race, but they've got their work cut out for them, I'd say, here.
So Seymour looking really good. Emma Thu, Ava Katsaros, Ruby Schwartz, Ella Karacha, Farrah McConnell, Soltis, Lauren Malingre, Lucy Cole and Chloe Pocock with Cox, Phoebe Arbor.
And let's look at this race for third, because you've got Pembroke. Pembroke are Pembroke are now pushing up. They're about a canvas ahead of Scotch, and then it's back to Wilderness School in 5th place. And it looks like Pembroke have got the measure of Scotch. So they're coming down. As you said, there's 100 metres left to go, and they're now pushing out to about half a length lead. They're looking really good. Look, they might have shortened up a little bit, but no, they're over the line easily. They've got third, and that's going to be good for them on Head of the River as well. They'll get a good lane in the middle of the field. Obviously, there's still there's 2 other regattas that will help with this, but that's good. Pembroke have got a first 8, but that was their second 8, beating Scotch.
Yay, that's so exciting! I'm so excited. My mate coaches that crew.
But look, I think like what I've heard. So we've got the second 8. So this is schoolboys second 8 coming down. So we'll focus on that. But Pembroke, I see they've got a lot more people in their program. So we could expect a resurgence of Pembroke in the next couple of years.
Yeah, Darren's done really well trying to
get
them through from the ground up.
So here's the Saints crew, and as I said, I think you might see both Saints and Princes in the yellow boat. So that's an Empacker. It's probably
Empackers as their second boat. Wow.
Well, this would have been the first 8 boat, and after 5 years they've retired it, and now it's the second 8 boat. But that crew is looking very good.
Very schmick.
Rowing together very, very smoothly. Be interesting to see what sort of time they get.
Yeah. That would be really interesting to see.
Because we did see last week this crew with a couple of boys from the first 8 beat the other first 8s. So beat the other school's first 8s. So
looking really clean, really dominant here. That St Peter's boys crew would not look out of place in a first 8 race. I think
they would be competitive, but we have a look now. It's a great race between Scotch and Princes. Princes have lifted their rating. It's hard to. Let's see.
Great race! Look at this
Great race. So that's a
Scotch
very good second 8. So Princes have lifted, and I think this is. There's only.
I can't call it.
There we go. I think we'll leave that up. That was very close. I think we'll leave that one up to the judges.
I reckon Princes got there.
And again, so there's a great sort of rivalry between those schools as well. So that was the second 8. So now we're going to get to the schoolgirl. All right, wonderful.
Very good, and we've got a start. Yep, they've just kicked off.
Schoolgirl first 8.
From right of screen, we've got Adelaide in lane 1. I think they're behind the tree there, so sorry about that. Adelaide in lane 1, Seymour in lane 2. And on screen, we've got Walford in lane 3, Wilderness in lane 4, Scotch in lane 5, St Peter's Girls in lane 6, and Pembroke in lane 7 with Unley in lane 8. So good to see Unley boating a girls first 8, as well as Adelaide in the outside lanes, which means that they would have gotten the slower times in the prelim. But yeah, when you've got a prelim where everyone goes through to the final, it's really, really difficult to see from those times just how fast people are going, because people like to cap their rating.
Yeah.
They like to fox the race.
Yeah, and they can just focus on technique and going longer. But I think one of the points to note for schoolgirl first 8 is how competitive it is.
Yeah.
So we do see, I think, Wilderness have beat Seymour, Walford has beaten Seymour, Seymour's beaten everyone, Scotch is very good as well, and Saints
Girls are coming through.
Saints Girls, there are five schools that are all sort of like conceivably around the mix. Yeah. So looking forward to a great race here today.
So we saw Scotch take out the prelim in a 7:16. I think that was perhaps not as fast as they'll go in the final. And everyone's looking at Wilderness. I've heard a few people say Wilderness will be pushing up to take out Head of the River this year. And that would be the work of Amy Mailing, who's been working with them this year under Eleanor Trovis, who's been in the program for 2 years now, or this is her second year. And yeah, a couple of young, strong women who have a good deal of rowing history. Amy's come here from a New Zealand program, so we love the Kiwi rowers. They took our head coach, the Australian head coach, for their team, and it's just the experience that they're bringing to that school, who had kind of maybe slipped out of the picture for a few years. It's really, really good to see Wildy up and really quite competitive this year.
Well, that's right. And if you have a look now, what we can say, they're still probably about 500 metres down, and it looks like Wilderness are out to a lead. But again, Scotch and Wolford and Seymour are all in the mix.
Is Pembroke up and about? In that far lane?
Pembroke is lane 7,
yeah.
so they're there.
I reckon they've got contact.
They're in the mix. Pembroke are in the mix. Saints Girls are in the mix. So what we're seeing is in the centre of the field, there are 6 schoolgirl 8s that are all competing, and they're competing strongly. So
I'm excited about this.
it's great. It's great racing, and we're probably coming up to like halfway through the race.
Can I just say, I love that Wildy have their pink bows in their hair, and they've got their first 8 Zudi with a pink stripe down it, and they're wearing that today as a sign of support to the McGrath Foundation. So we've got the Saints boys selling their pink socks in support of the McGrath Foundation awareness for breast cancer, and placing breast cancer nurses into hospitals, which is really important work.
So at the moment, it looks like Wilderness are out to a lead, but then it's going back to Pembroke, Scotch, Wolford, and Seymour are all battling it out for second place. But it does look like Wilderness have got out to a lead, and they look to be ahead of Scotch. They look to be ahead of Wolford.
I would say Wolford, Scotch, and Seymour are all about a boat length or within a boat length of.
But have a look at Pembroke. Pembroke might have. Let's just see if they've
maybe just slipped back a length off of Scotch, a length or 2.
Yeah.
But yeah, I was really surprised to see them up. So close. But look at their coach, Sally Martin, absolute legend, Australian representative.
Yep.
World champion, pretty good calibre in these boats. So but this Wilderness crew of
Wilderness are out in the lead, but it does look like Scotch might be ahead of Wolford at this stage, and Pembroke and Seymour are not out of it either.
Yeah. So this Wilderness crew of Charlie Lawrence, Amelia Goss, Bianca Rowan, Millie Jackson, Zara Hoadley, Georgina Birchall, Emma Jolly, Portia Newton, coxed by Olympia Andre, and coached by Amy Mailing. Really looking quite dominant there. Really crisp around the front. Got those catches going in. Bit of backsplash from that stroke seat there. We love to see it. And I'm going to go ahead and say that we've got Wolford and Seymour battling for that second position. I reckon they've pushed up maybe half a length on Scotch. This Wolford crew of Imogen Alford, Miffy Young, Im Commence, Georgina Southcott, Lily Richter, Alexandra Williams, Madeline Barty, Isabel Worth, coxed by Molly Olafson, and coached by Patrick I reckon that Wolford crew is pushing up on the Seymour crew, but they're going with them. And
it's close. It's close between Wolford and Seymour. Great rivalry between these two, but Wilderness have really got out in front.
That is a length of clear water.
And
really
and so they're going to win this race by 2 lengths. Wolford are not giving up. Neither is Seymour or Scotch. And Pembroke are in contact. So what we've seen is like a lot more strength from Pembroke at the senior levels than we have recently. But look at that! Look at that! Look at that Wilderness crew. It looks like it's Wolford just by a seat or two. And then back to Scotch College, and then to Pembroke, and then Saints Girls. I'll just see, we've got a couple of, I think we've got Unley High, and then back to Unley High, and then Adelaide High. And I think what this shows is like schoolgirl 8s will be an exciting race in 4 weeks' time.
I can't wait.
They're going to have, they'll be competing in various forms next week at state champions, and then they have another qualifying regatta, which will just help this sort of great rivalry you've got between a lot of the girls' schools to get a really good lane on Head of the River Day.
So great row by Unley there. Zoe, Lily, Ailey, Aliyah, Layla, Asher, Grace, Ruby and Cox Madison. Well done. And Adelaide High. Well done to Adelaide. Angelina, Alicia, Anna, Lily, Eliza, Amy, Riley, Louisa and Cox Lila, coached by Sophie and Alex. Well done. So that was Wilderness 1, Walford 2, Scotch in, no, beg your pardon, it was Seymour in 3, with Scotch in 4, Pembroke in 5, St Peter's in 6, Unley in 7 and Adelaide High coming through in 8th position.
All right.
Blue ribbon race here, the schoolboy first 8. From the right of screen, we have St Ignatius in lane 2. We have Pembroke in lane 3. Prince Alfred in lane 4. St Peter's in lane 5. Scotch in lane 6. And Norwood Marialta in lane 7. And can I just say, I'm really glad I'm not racing this one.
Well, you raced it before in the preliminary.
Yeah.
Looking
at a good race at the minute. So we can see PAC still hanging on to St Peter's, which is great. We will expect to see the Blues stride away through that middle 1,000. Just with the sheer amount of strength in that boat, the boys have some really, really big ergs. They've got some really, really dominant rowing going on. And let me just see what their mid-race rhythm is at.
But that's, looking at it now, it is actually pretty close between Saints and PAC, and then Scotch in 3rd. But as they're approaching the midway of this race, it's not clearly Saints. There's still Prince's PAC are definitely still in contact, but now it just looks like now it's just Saints have just stepped out.
So, you know how I was talking about, those boats having a 34 kind of mid-race rhythm. This Saints boys crew really is, and I don't want to sound like I'm harping on about it, but these boys will take this boat to the Nationals and they will be looking to take out the schoolboy title.
Yeah.
This is a national standard crew. They're rating 36 through the middle here. It's hard work to do and look that good and that clean and that locked on and with that length as well. It's just great to see. It's good rowing, boys.
That's right.
Really exciting.
And that's got to be the goal as well. And it's been a long time since we had a schoolboy crew.
They're really going for it. They've stepped up to about 37, 38.
Yeah.
I reckon they're really trying to put down some good times now. I think they're looking to break 6.
It'll be interesting to see this time.
Yeah, we'll see how they go. I think Scotch have actually edged up onto PAC. I'll be interested to see.
That's right.
How, because that really is the race for second between Scotch and PAC. But this St Peter's College crew of Nick Burr, Edward Chipperfield, Farris Hub, Tom Oldfield, Felix Packer, Jake Nesbitt, Jeremy Beale, William Howard and Cox Aidan Hughes are just really being quite dominant. Well drilled.
That's right, and there's a number of these boys that have been selected for State Youth 8 and for state representation as well as their duties here. But it's a really great race at the moment between PAC and Scotch. Scotch were pushing up. It looks like Princes have responded. So let's just...
I couldn't call it between them at the moment.
It's very close. So we see the Scotch crew stroked by Hugo Kittle and the Prince Alfred crew stroked by Edward Hembest. They'll now be getting urged by both coxswains will be urging them just to lift, and this is very close between these schools, and it's tricky to. So now we just look at Saints just finishing the race.
Smashing it, boys. Well done.
Smashing it well. But let's have a look at this race between... Okay, so that's very close. There's nothing in it. It looks like Princes might have just stepped out to...
I think they've edged out to a length.
Yeah.
Yep, and you can see those Scotch boys. They're done.
They've given everything.
Cooked it. But that's what you need to be like when you cross the line of a good race. You need to feel like you can't take another stroke.
Here we go. So
and Norwood Morialta coming through in fourth. Absolute guns. Well done, boys.
So in the prelims, we saw this was the great match between Pembroke and Norwood Morialta. And now we see like Norwood Morialta are actually they're beating Pembroke, so beating them solidly. So that's great for really a school which is a development school, but they've got some experienced coaches there which are like bringing them up to a good level.
Yeah, doing really well. And back to St Ignatius in lane 2 there, coming through, coached by Tom Fraser. Well done, boys. You can see them rowing long and strong, really attacking that catch. Getting their blades in and through. Rowing with the blades of Riverside Rowing Club. So those red blades.
Okay, well, I'm signing off now, so thank you very much, Joe.
Big thanks to Andrew Southcott for coming in and helping commentate today. Looks like you'll be left with me for a little while. But yeah, thanks again, Andrew. It's been lovely to have you. Good insight, and enjoy the rest of your weekend.
No worries, same. Thank you, Joe.
Very good. Okay.
So good.
All right, and we have a start in our next race, which will be the Schoolgirl Year 910C final. From the right of screen, and remembering these guys are rowing from the 1500 metre mark. From the right of screen, we have Adelaide High just struggling with their steering a little bit, getting back onto their lane now in lane 2. Scotch College D Crew, Walford Anglican in 4, Scotch College C Crew in 5, Loretto in 6, and Wilderness in 7. So looking across the field now, I think Scotch have gotten out to a reasonably good start and will be pushed by the Walford and Loretto crews. But yeah, that Scotch crew looking really nice, and having a D crew in the Schoolgirl C group as well. Looks like they've got a fair bit of strength in their sculling. And yep, as they come through about the 750 metre mark, so that will be halfway for them. We have, Scotch clearly in the lead. A bit of clear water back to, I'd say, the Loretto crew. Loretto and Walford having a race of it for the second spot, and Wilderness just off the back of that race, looking at Wilderness in 4th, Scotch back in 5th, and Adelaide still looking like they're having issues with their steering in lane 2 in the 6th. And Scotch coming through in the 750 metre mark through, or closer to the 500 metre mark now, beg your pardon. So that Scotch crew in lane 5 of Emma Lucas, Annabelle Kidman, Molly Wilson, Gemma Turnbull, Coxed by Harriet Netz, and coached by Austin Delatoso and Arabella Baum. Arabella, one of my crewmates. Good on you, Arab. These girls are rowing really well, rowing nice and long. You can see those bodies swinging together nicely. Yeah, just rating quite comfortably, sitting at around that 30 strokes per minute mark, cruising through. And nobody's going to be catching them. I think they've got about 70 metres back to the next crew, so they won't probably pick up their rating much. But just working through, heading into the final 250, and that second position has been a bit more well established by that Walford Anglican crew of Tilly Franco, Jodie Peters, Phoebe Loudon, Elsie Scapel, Coxed by Denisa, I beg your pardon, and coached by Michaela Eaton and Lily Dakin-Bird. Cruising through from that Scotch crew. So we would expect to see some good Scotch crews in the B and C, in the B and A crews, I beg your pardon, but looking great. What do you think? A C crew sculling like that looks quite dominant, I think, Mangs.
And not easy conditions. It's getting a bit choppy out there, so
yeah.
They're looking very neat. In fact, the crew running second probably pretty good too for a C crew. I reckon that's well drilled, well coached, well trained. Good reward for their work.
Yeah, absolutely. And in that third position, we've got Loretto coming through, rowing nice and long, just cruising through, not really jacking up the rate through that final 250. It's hard to do when you don't have a crew right next to you, and which we can see now. So Wilderness pushing right through to stay ahead of that Scotch D crew there. Just a bit of shadow across the course, playing trickery with our camera, but there we go. So that's the Scotch D crew. And we should see Adelaide High in lane 2 finishing through. Maybe we did see that they had some issues with their steering before. So good on you girls for getting back in it. We talk about a bit of resilience that this sport likes to give us. So even when things go wrong, we go back out there and have another go. And these girls are doing a great job with a lad in the Cox seat there, just bringing him through. So well done to Adelaide High finishing that race. And we can see we've got a start for the next race. So that will be the Schoolgirl Year 9-10 B Cox Quad Scull. Coming through, about 500 metres to go. A little bit faster pace from these girls. From the right of screen, we've got Unley in lane 1, St Peter's Girls in lane 2, Wilderness in lane 3, Loretto in lane 4, Walford in lane 5, Scotch in lane 6, and Seymour in lane 7 with Adelaide High in lane 8. So we've got an 8-boat race here, but tight up the top end. Pretty established positions. So we've got Loretto out in front in lane 4, and Walford pushing up, still in contact with that top crew in lane 5, and Scotch in lane 6 in third. So the seating has done well there, but that Loretto crew doing really well, holding off this attack from the Walford crew, but rowing nice and long. You can see the strength, the way that they really wind it through once the blade's in on the handles.
They've got good drive with the legs and good catch there.
Yeah, it's the swing through that you can see from the side. So that really opening up the body is squeezing the hamstrings, squeezing the glutes, really accelerating that handle through.
Yeah, excellent. Both those leading boats got some really good work and well drilled. And the water's a little bit choppy, I reckon, and they just cruising through it.
Cruising. I think it's easier to scull in this weather than sweep, I'd say. And yeah, so that's the Loretto crew of Francesca Lennon, Mariah Murray, Hallie Anderson and Madison Johannesson, Coxed by India Lang, coming through in first. And in second was the Walford crew of Freya Prince, Edwina Lees, Mimi Bridgman, Molly Stewart, Coxed by Scarlett Paps Burford. Third was that Scotch crew of Ella, Jasmine, Heidi, Elsie, Coxed by Madison, coached by Austin Dilatoso. And in fourth, we'll have the Wilderness crew, Elizabeth Parkinson, Nora Al-Qatani, Isabel Trim, Olivia Roberts, Sade Gu. Again, sculling really nicely in these conditions. It's not easy out there. And a bit of a race for the minor positions. We've got St. Peter's girls coming through, and Adelaide and Unley looking like a race in lanes 1 and 8, pushing through for that final position. And I think Adelaide might have just got it over Unley coming through now.
So off the screen, Joe, with the final of the B final for the A boats with St. Peter's, Adelaide High and Unley, and a really quite a close battle.
Yeah, and it's right there as well.
And it's closing stages almost, with Unley just slightly in front of Adelaide, who are just in front of St. Peter's, and that's probably subject to change even as I speak.
Oh, yeah, it's a good race. Look at this for a B final. How good. So St. Peter's on the rider screen, Adelaide in lane 5 and Unley in lane 6. Unley doing well to hold off those two crews, and I reckon if they can maintain their composure, they will hold this lead on the way through. But you can see the St. Peter's girls trying to go for a push, but Adelaide doing well to respond. If they, again, this last 250, this is where we see the crabs. This is where we see the drama. It's great to see that Adelaide crew, and they're doing such a good job. They're actually pushing up on the Unley crew. Well done, Adelaide. So that's the crew of Prabhu, Marley, Adele, I'm not going to try that, Heidi, Lottie, and Cox Alexis. Yeah. Oh, and there we go. There's the drama that I was talking about. Oh, they were doing so well. So that bow seat just catching a bit of a crab and getting...
Might have got over the line. Might have got there.
They did get over the line. So, but they were pushing up on that Unley crew. But Unley did take out that B final. Adelaide in second place and St. Peter's in third. And we will go straight into the A final of this one. So from the right of screen, we've got Norwood Morialta, Wilderness in lane 3, Scotch in lane 4, Loretto in lane 5, Walford in lane 6, and Seymour in lane 7. So this is the schoolgirl year 9-10A Cox Quad Scull A final. And yep, we will definitely be seeing this Loretto crew be quite dominant, I would say. They took it out last week. This Loretto crew will be going to nationals as well. So when you have a crew that you want to go to nationals, they need to be quite dominant. We talk about South Australia in comparing them to the other states, in particular the eastern states. You need to be really, really quick in SA to be competing on a national standard, I think.
Well, I see in the stroke seat of that Loretto crew, that Victoria Bin, she's been last couple of years she's done a great job in the single sculls locally, and she did well in the New South Wales champs recently.
She got
in the
a
single scull.
silver. She got a silver in the under 16 single scull. So quite a bit of talent there. But looking at this, I think we've got a challenge from the Scotch crew of Amelie Walken, Brianna Crow, Lucy Voidvik, Lily Atsibasis, and Cox Tilly Jeffries, coached by Joyce Jollins, really taking it to them, and as they should. But a good response from the Loretto crew of Charlotte Illman, Deanna Macalino, Felicity Taylor, Victoria Binns, and Cox Amelia Mansell, coached by Tom Dornbus, being quite dominant. These girls absolutely love the rate, smashing it down, rowing nicely there.
Very clean with their blade work, which is good. It's when you get tired at the end, that's when we just saw that Adelaide High crew make a mistake. This is when you need to be clean, and both these leading boats are looking very skilled. Good work.
I just got the Loretto crew at rate 36 and clocked the Scotch crew at rate 37. They're really going for it. Scotch really want to close this gap on that Loretto crew, and they're doing a good job. I actually think the Scotch boat is moving faster than the Loretto crew at the moment. They would have picked it up to sprint for the line, and well done. That gap is definitely closing. Look at that. Oh, well done, Scotch. Wowza. Much closer than last regatta, I think, and those girls are spent. But yes, that's Loretto 1 and Scotch 2. Looks like Walford are well established to take out the third position there. So that's Evangeline Fragos, Jessica Good, Charlotte Newman, Ava Morrow, and Cox Abby Olafson. And Wilderness coming through, Carla Farmer, Arabella Browning, Eliza Quick, Lily Marshall, and Devika Mukherjee. And the Noah Murray-Alta crew coming through there nicely, well ahead of the Seymour crew across in lane 7. And yeah, you can hear that wind is really picking up. It's sounding on our effects mic over there. So we'll probably see some quick times, but we'll probably see some bit messier rowing as well.
Now this next race is the grudge match we had in the preliminary round, Joe.
Oh my goodness!
All the St. Peter's boys, and I actually was over having a chat with Barnaby Eaton at the Saints camp when some of the kids from the E crew beat the D crew or something like that, which is pecking order discussed at great length in the schoolyard, and there was revenge was on one of the words I heard for this particular event. So
get in, boys, get angry, get moving.
Should be a bit of fun. It's an All Saints affair, but bragging rights in the schoolyard are on the line here.
Yeah, absolutely. Go get them. So from the right of screen, we've got the G crew, and then we've got the D crew in lane 4. We've got the E crew in lane 5, the F crew in lane 6, and the H crew in lane 7. So if I was just looking down my page, looking at the way that they're seeded, I would expect lane 4 to be out, but you're right, the E crew is beating the D crew. Look at this. How exciting. So that E crew of Vinnie Belperio, Hamish Scott Young, Will Lawrence, Will Grigg, and Cox Will Good will, if they hold their composure, although there's a big push coming from the D crew now, I wonder how this is going to end. Huge push from the D crew and a couple of untidy strokes from the E crew.
So a real competition here.
Yeah, it's great. Good racing. So that D crew of Josh Cooper, Aidan Eaton, Henry Reynolds, Will White, and Cox Harry Quigley pushing up on their E crew. And I can't tell if they're going to have enough momentum to come through.
Great rivalry. All the boats in this race from the same school, but there's definitely bragging rights on the line here, and another bit of a sloppy splash there from the leading boat, and the pressure is on.
Yeah, they're going to capitalise on that. Oh, it's so close. I reckon they've left it too late, though. My goodness. good showing from the E crew there, taking it out over the D crew. And then I think we'll see some fairly established positions here. The F crew in lane 6, the G crew in lane 3, and then the H crew in lane 7 coming through. Interesting. So do you reckon they'll swap them around for the next week, or somebody will move up, or do the entire crews move? What do you do with that kind of depth?
It's a pleasant situation.
It's a good issue to have, I guess.
The coaches and crews will, they'll have some fun with that.
So it's really interesting because in some of the smaller programs where you might have, I'll speak for an easier example, say an 8 and a 4, it's really easy to swap individual athletes in and out. But when you're in the younger categories and you've got so many boats, what would you do? Would you keep a group of friends together?
I'd probably leave. I'd swap those crews' bow numbers, or just for next regatta and see what happens.
Yeah, right.
And leave them as a unit. They raced well. Both crews raced well together.
Yeah, exactly. It would do you think it would
be
disrupt?
A lot of fun. It'd be a lot of fun. Yeah.
Do you because I was talking about in these crews, there's a lot of different factors and personalities, and a bit of chemistry in the boat can make a boat go fast or not. Do you think they would pick single athletes in and out, or?
Yeah, I don't know the policy sort of thing, but it'll be fun to leave them as they are at the moment. I think.
I reckon.
They're still a month out from the head of the river, and just see how the state champs go, and then maybe relook at it after that. Because it's state champs next week, isn't it, with the schools?
Yeah, no, it's a club state champs, mate.
But I think it's the schools as well, isn't it?
Is it?
I think so.
Yeah, you could be right. I've just been focusing on the club stuff because that's my racing.
That wind's picked up. I noticed a few balloons getting blown across the course.
There was a birthday party.
Ah, is that what it was?
And I think a whole heap of stuff went flying then. Yes. Not this one.
Yep.
So looking across the field here, looking like a great race here. So this is the Schoolboy Year 910B Coxed Scull. And we'll see quite a bit of competition, I think.
We've got two Saints crews again because this is the B race, but the C crew are rowing in here, and they came first and second in the preliminary. So
that would be because of the lack of C crews
from other
schools. Yeah. So it's interesting because if you look on your program or if you're at home on Rowing Manager, you can see that the races go from a D to H final to a B final. So there is no C final. But if there were other schools with C crews, they might either row up in the B division if they had the capabilities to, or they would race this other C crew. But as it stands, from the right of screen, we've got an 8-boat race, so an 8-lane, 8-boat race. We've got Unley High in lane 1, Christian Brothers in lane 2, just having a little issue with their steering there. In lane 3, we've got Prince Alfred College. In lane 4, we've got the St. Peter's B crew. In lane 5, the St. Peter's C crew. In lane 6, Scotch College. In lane 7, Pulteney. And in lane 8, Norwood Marialta. And a good race for the lead there against these two, again, grudge match.
Yeah, the two Saints crews are setting the pace, Joe.
I think this one will go to its seeding. So the St. Peter's B crew in lane 4 of Albert Howard, Edward Newman, Henry Marshall, and Will Rosenbild's Coxed by Thomas Whiteman. Just a length in front, or half a length in front, but that C crew, again, really pushing it up, taking it to them. C crew of Ed Miller, Ted Bond, Thomas Browning, Xavier Van, that looks like a very Dutch name, Van Wiegen, and Ollie Colburn coming through, and they're neck and neck. I would say there's probably a canvas or a seat in it between the two St. Peter's crews coming into the final 250. Anything can happen now.
And they're having a real crack. The C crew they're not going to die wondering here. They're definitely putting a burst on at the moment.
Absolutely, and I reckon they've pushed in front. Stop it, boys. You're making fools of your friends. But yeah, look at that. Really nice, clean sculling. Up around 35, 36 strokes per minute.
The B crew just twiddled up, Joe.
But I reckon the C crew are a little bit hungrier. They've got something more to prove, and they are just going for it there.
They're getting a bit erratic here with their blade work.
And so
the pressure's showing.
The C crew doing it. Oh, there we go.
Yep. Pressure.
Loves it. Bit of drama on the line, never hurt anyone. But these boys, you can see their frustration. And that's a race. I'm going to call that as
Scotch.
PAC. You reckon Scotch?
Oh.
I reckon PAC over Scotch.
Okay.
And but the results will show on Rowing Manager. We're just going by complete unofficial results here. And we've had a bit of an issue in the Norwood Murray Alta crew as well. Oh no. They were doing so well, but Unley did row through them.
But no doubt about the C crew beat the B crew from Saints for first place.
Oh, there is going to be tension in the schoolyard on Monday, I can tell you that much. And Christian Brothers coming through in lane 2.
We're having a lot of fun with it, that's for sure.
Yeah, I know, it's great. Oh, it's really easy sitting here talking about it. You don't actually have to pull the handle. It's great. But those coaches will have some interesting decisions to make come Monday, that is for sure. Okay, final race on your program, guys. We are running to time, doing well here.
Oh, well done.
And from the right of screen, for the schoolboy Year 910A Cox Quad Scull A final, we have Adelaide High in lane 1, Unley High in lane 2, Christian Brothers in lane 3, PAC, Prince Alfred College. No, that's not right. That's not PAC in lane 4. St. Peter's in lane 4. PAC in lane 5, Scotch College in lane 6, Pulteney in lane 7, and Norwood in lane 8. And we've got a race again here, and I think the Reds are looking the goods. This is that really strong Prince Alfred College quad of Sebastian Jordan, Jack Hodby, Jonathan McKay, Edward Chappell, Coxed by Thomas Hayden, coached by Ashley Fitch, looking really dominant there. Good length around the front. Leading the St. Peter's boys crew. And I want to say Pulteney and CBC having a race for third. Good on him. Pulteney have traditionally done well in this race. Well, I say traditionally.
In recent times, they've been building up their junior ranks and have done well in these underage races.
Yeah. Pulteney old scholar here, so a little bit of bias, but that's fine. But yeah, look at this length from that PAC crew. Got right out in front of the rigger. And they are wasting no time getting those blades in. Rating up at around 37, 38 strokes a minute.
Beautifully
really
synchronised bodywork there. They're moving as one, that crew, for sure.
Well done, Ash. That looks great. Ooh, bit of a dodgy stroke there. Get it back. Nice. Good recovery from the boys. But, again, you see that pressure come up in that final 250. Yeah. St. Peter's boys
Saints
coming
working
through.
Very hard, yes.
And I think that Christian Brothers crew will come through over the top of the Pulteney group.
Good work, CBC. Good to see him up there.
Yep, and Scotch coming through just ahead of the Unley crew, working really hard, shortening up, trying to overrate, but not quite getting there. The Norwood crew, I think, will take it out over the Adelaide High boat. So well done to Norwood coming through. Little bit little bit shorter. You saw those other crews rowing really, really long around the front end. Length and strength. And a nice relaxed rhythm here from the Adelaide crew. Finishing that race and concluding today's racing.
It's been good, Joe.
It's
and
been good.
Thanks for the help today. First time I've done this type of commentary, so sorry about all the mistakes, but I hope you've enjoyed it. The cameramen are fantastic here. The picture you're getting is wonderful. I hope you've enjoyed it.
Yeah, and he's nodding for us. Thanks, mate. Absolute pleasure. Thank you to Livestream Australia for supporting us with this regatta. We do really appreciate the work they've put in for us. Big thanks to the BROs and the surf rescue guys. You can see them there. Yes, this is where we are at the AM Ramsey Regatta course in West Lakes. Big thanks to the boat race officials for all of their support and their volunteer hours. It takes so much work to get this regatta done. Thanks to Pembroke for hosting and Coles Jr. for their sponsorship of this regatta. Go get a burger at West Lakes afterwards, I say. And from all of us here at Rowing SA, thanks for joining us, and we'll see you next week.